Good morning, Chairperson.
Honorable Breitenbach,
Morning, Chair.
Honorable Kolabanat,
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Tapa,
Morning, Chair.
Honorable Vessels,
Good morning, Chairperson.
Honorable Mwango,
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable James, good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Mkhwanazi.
Khomolekana.
Honorable Pambo,
Good morning, Chair.
Advocate Mkhize, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and General Sentibule.
Good morning, Mr. Tejan.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Bavenda, Vanechende Uru. Good morning. Good morning to the staff of Parliament. Good morning to the staff of political caucuses. Good morning to members of the media. Honorable Skosana Jali,
Ngiyakuthokoza Mgcinisihlalo ngithi lotshani sitshaba sikaZimo.
good morning. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to all the committee members.
Thank you so much. The people that you are with, do you want to introduce them?
Thank you, Chairperson. Today I have with me Lieutenant Colonel Ngosi, who is my office manager, and I also have Warrant Officer Ndulu and Sergeant Mkhwanazi. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Good morning to the people of South Africa. Honorable members, can I check if we have apologies?
Honorable Matei said it will come just around 8:30, 10:30.
Okay. Honorable Vessels, do we have apologies? Do we have apologies, Honorable Breitenbach?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Honorable Cameron may be late and he may not make it at all. He has other obligations today. And I have obligations in the House from 2 o'clock. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James, do we have apologies?
No, Chair.
Honorable Skosana, do we have apologies?
Yes, Chair. My two other colleagues, Honorable Nomvalo, will come at lunchtime. He's still at the airport. I think he departed already. And Honorable Shongwe will join us later or tomorrow morning.
Honorable Sokanyile, do we have apologies?
Yes, Chair. Honorable Ntuli is not well. Honorable Sangoni is delayed by the transport. There's an accident on the road. Then Honorable Olangola will come later. He's attending to another, is attending a meeting at 9. He'll be here. He'll join us later. Honorable Sangoni has arrived in the delay of a transport.
What is the meeting he's attending?
Portfolio Committee. He was summoned there.
The Portfolio Committee, where he's the chairperson.
Okay.
Is
didn't go that far.
it the committee where he's the chair?
I didn't go that far in
Okay.
asking, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Sangon.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Advocate Aranse, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, everyone present, General Sentibule. Sorry, I was a bit late.
Okay. I'm I'm handing over to you as the evidence leaders. Do you have any remarks that you want to make?
Honorable Chair, just that fairly late in the day, when was it, last night or this morning? Last night we were advised of a change in the order of that witnesses will appear. We were expecting Honorable Adams to be first up this morning, and then we only got advised late by Bonani that it will be General Sintumele, which caused a bit of not panic or consternation, but Advocate Mkhwanazi will be leading her. But we are here, and thank you, General Sintumele, for accommodating the late change, and we ready to proceed.
Can you also confirm that the witness that is before us is the witness that the committee expected today?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, the witness is General Hilda Kosi Sentumule. She's been cooperating with the evidence leaders for the past 2 weeks or so, and she's here to present her evidence, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
We can say her in.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much, Advocate Arendse, and welcome General Hilda Kosi Sintumule. Our proceedings here, every time we conduct them, we start by swearing our witnesses. Before we swear you in, let me make the following remarks: that you have been invited here to this ad hoc committee. It's an ad hoc committee appointed by the National Assembly to investigate allegations that have been made by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Lt Mkhwanazi. Your information or evidence that you provide before this committee will help it in its oversight and investigative role. The allegations include, amongst others, number one, the alleged unlawful disbursement of the political killings task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT. Number two, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. And number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within the SAPS and members of the public. And the last that we investigate is alleged political interference within the work of the SAPS. General Sintumule, in extending the invitation, the chairperson of the ad hoc committee has indicated to you that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish, under oath, in terms of the powers, privileges, immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer of the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. General Sintumule, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a house or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath to affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect, oath or affirmation?
Thank you, Chairperson. I will take an oath.
Thank you so much. You have elected to take an oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. May you please say I and state your names in full.
I, Hilda Kosi Mavimbela Zentumule,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You are now under oath. May I hand back again to your evidence leader and the general to proceed with the presentation of evidence.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, General.
Morning, evidence.
At paragraph 1 of your statement, please provide your current position for the record.
Thank you, Advocate. My position currently is that of Acting Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection within the SAPS at the rank of Lieutenant General.
Chairperson, I wonder if I might ask if the lady could put the mic by your mouth.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable.
Could you repeat that for the record?
Thank you very much. I am currently serving in the SAPS in the capacity of Acting Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection and at the rank of Lieutenant General.
When did you start in this role?
My acting capacity resumed on the 22nd of July, 2025.
At section B of your statement, you set out the educational qualifications. If I can just ask you to run through those from paragraph 3 of your statement.
Thank you very much. I matriculated at Kenneth Masekela High School in Guatemala in 1988. And I went on to study for Bachelor of Arts or Social Sciences in Psychology and Sociology at the University of Fort Hare. And I further obtained Bachelor of Arts honors at the same institution in 1993. Currently, I'm registered for a master's degree in management with a Stadio institution.
Thank you, General. You mentioned that at paragraph 5 of your statement, you mentioned that you joined the National Intelligence Agency in 1998. Can you elaborate on the training you obtained at the National Intelligence Agency?
Okay. Having joined the NIA just after amalgamation in 1998, my operational training started with basic intelligence training. And I think that's where you do the entire spectrum of intelligence, including legislation, counterintelligence, domestic intelligence and priorities, as well as your estimates. And then I went further to then study within counterintelligence, again, defensive arm of counterintelligence, where I was trained on vetting investigations or integrity psychoprofiling, as well as evaluations of those investigations. And that training took place at the SANDF. I see here, sorry, Chairperson, it says SADF, actually supposed to be South African National Defence Force. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. we then move to the section where you deal with your employment within law enforcement. We are now at paragraph 6 of your statement, where you say that following your time at the National Intelligence Agency, what was the trajectory of your career within the SAPS?
I'm not sure if Chair, the advocate wants me to go to paragraph 7 because that's where the SAPS commences, or should I go back to paragraph 6?
You may start with paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7, thank you. My last posting within the intelligence environment was as a project manager for border intelligence within the NICOC, and I think whilst I was there, I was then approached at the time to apply for a post, and I must say that it was a lower post. It was on counterterrorism. So as a result, I applied for that post. I went for all the interviews. And in 2008, I was successfully employed as a director to head counterterrorism investigations within crime intelligence. And I must say in this role that I played an instrumental role in during the World Cup, where we actually were supposed to secure the event together with the FIFA Security Committee. So at that young age, and I think at that junior level, because all the generals, sorry, the commissioners then were sitting, and myself and Lt Mkhwanazi were the only two directors sitting in that committee of the World Cup, chaired by General Cele. At that time, he was still the National Commissioner.
Okay. At paragraph 8, you mentioned that you then joined the DPCI.
On the 1st of September, I then was appointed to head organized crime investigations. And I must say it was a new post at the time. So I was the first appointed head of organized crime DPCI, commonly known as the Hawks.
At the next paragraph, it looks like you subsequently moved. You didn't stay very long at the DPCI, but then you moved laterally. Could you explain?
After engagement with General Cele at the time, who then said my skills were more required in crime intelligence, I was then laterally transferred to crime intelligence to go and head counter and security intelligence, a position I occupied again up until 2012.
Okay. And you spent a period of about 5 years. At paragraph 10, you then were again laterally transferred.
In 2016, General Pasane became the acting National Commissioner. And at the time, I was the component head for leadership, management and development within HRD, General Pasane, and so it fit that I actually go and also be deployed within detective services, organized crime. And again, this was a new post emanating from the reviewed act of the DPCI, where SAPS was also given the mandate to investigate organized crime that is outside the DPCI mandate. So I then became the first head of organized crime for the SAPS.
Okay. You then became the Divisional Commissioner, Detectives and Forensic Services. Could you explain the significance of this role and how it prepared you for your subsequent appointment?
Being appointed the DevCom for Detective and Forensic Services meant that you are responsible for the entire criminal investigation business value chain, starting from your local criminal record center, your crime scene management, going into the analysis of your exhibits and into the investigation environment.
Okay. Lieutenant General, we are now at paragraph 11 of your statement. At paragraph 11, you say that on the 1st of August 2025, you were appointed to act as the National Deputy Commissioner, as you've already testified. What does this role entail and how does it leverage on your previous experience?
This role, it's broader in that it now covers a third element of another crime detection environment, which is crime intelligence. So this is about synergizing the three environments that are critical or the backbone of the criminal justice system. So in this regard, my role makes sure I actually lead, oversee, and manage all the environments that are under those three divisions. That is Division Crime Intelligence, Division Detective Service as with the new structure, as well as Division Forensic Services.
At paragraph 12 of your statement, you basically, everything that you have testified about details the past 27 years in law enforcement, which is in essence the experience that you've had over a period of time. Could you briefly just deal with what you were expected to do when you joined forensic services? We are at paragraph 12, starting from what you detail at 12.1.
As a country, over the years, we have seen crime escalate, which means that the volumes were increasing. However, our forensic science laboratory footprint was stagnant together with capacity. So one of the things that we were tasked with was to expand the forensic science laboratory footprint. And in this regard, I then was responsible for leading a team that expanded the Gqeberha Forensic Science Laboratory, which was actually a laboratory, but it didn't have all the services. So for it to be a full lab, we had to add the DNA laboratory. And this initiative was launched by the president in August of 2023.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. Lieutenant, if I may ask, you mentioned specifically this project relating to Gqeberha. How many laboratories do we have in South Africa that you particularly look after?
In the country, we have 4 full laboratories. We have got one in the Western Cape, one in Gauteng, the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, which was over a period of time not working owing to the floods that took place in KwaZulu-Natal. However, now we have managed through the help of Portfolio Committee and the Minister of Public Works and the Minister of Police, we now have a lab, a temporary lab at Mayville that makes it 4 laboratories in the country.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. At 12.2 of your statement, you also mentioned that you championed initiatives that increased resources for the division. Can you provide examples of these initiatives and their outcomes?
There's been an outcry on the capacity within the detective services, particularly the investigators. So one of the key things that we actually assist with, it's still in progress, it's to add the numbers of the investigators. However, we went broader and also added the numbers within your local criminal record centers, particularly the people who actually have to respond to crime scenes, for us to be able to support the initiatives of the investigators in putting those who are responsible for crime behind bars. In this regard, we added numbers. I think, if I may just recall, we were given 4,600 positions, and I think they were phased in. To date, we've been able to take at least 2.8. I think with the last intake, we still have to recruit more detectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. At paragraph 12.3 of your statement, you mentioned that you were the co-chair of the SAPS Business Participative Partnership. What were the main mandates and achievements of this partnership?
I still am the co-chair of this initiative, and I must add that this is a game changer in terms of the law enforcement and business in the country. We, as the police, I think we have seen the fiscus of government shrinking, and as a result, we are also directly impacted, particularly operations. So in leveraging on the ecosystem of business, we are able to partner with business. And in this regard, we've identified 6 programs. If maybe you can allow me to just go through them quickly. And this is in relation to a police improvement plan for the police. We have got 5 priorities. If I may just take the committee through those priorities. It's police station modernization. It means automation of police stations and also including the virtual police stations where we can offload non-core services online than to have them being done at the police station. The second one is also leveraging on technology. This will also include the detectives where we have got your e-docket, not in terms of what we have now, e-scanning, but basically it would mean that your docket will no longer be a physical structure, but rather it will be automated. And I think any other copy, we now have iCloud where we can manage our knowledge and also minimize the issue of corruption and the losing of dockets. The other one is airborne support. There are areas which are not policeable with the police vehicle, and even in other areas which are rural, though you will have your mounted units. Looking at those areas, we leverage with business in terms of their air support. And then we can be able to penetrate, particularly the gang areas here in the Western Cape as well, where police cannot be able to enter using vehicles. Then it's the forensic service. I spoke about the expansion of the laboratories. And then again, it's the issue of looking at the increasing detective capacity. So those are the 5 areas that we are working on. Thank you.
Thank you, General. At paragraphs 13 to 13.5, you say that beyond your primary roles, you've also held several additional positions, such as project manager for the International Association of Women Police Conference and the regional coordinator for SAPCO. How did these roles contribute to your overall expertise within law enforcement?
Both positions are actually within the region, and the other one, it's operating in the global space. The IAWP, which is the International Association for Women Police, is responsible for coordinating as well as bringing all women in law enforcement together where we can share skills, we can talk about our experiences. We also have got training programs aimed at identifying your high flyers or those which can be earmarked for future leadership. So this conference was the first of its kind in Africa, and to date we were the most attended. So in that role, I think my project management skills were really enhanced. I mean, this was a big conference, and I think the way we pulled it off, we even got commendation from the then National Commissioner General Biega. In terms of the region, again, it's about getting women. If we can look at the history of policing, women, I think, came into being in the police in the 70s. So there's still that discrepancy in terms of women growing and women, being seen as operationally capable. So in these structures, we then championed, for example, in the region, the issue of promoting opportunities for women in operations, but also ensuring that those women are given support and training.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General. You've set out your background very eloquently of all the years that you've spent within the SAPS. I now would like to just take us to the next point, which is your role and responsibilities as the Divisional Commissioner of Detective and Forensic Services. It starts at paragraph 14 and it goes all the way to paragraph 18.4. Perhaps you can just summarize your role and responsibilities, but specifically, for you to set out your primary responsibilities concerning strategic management, operational coordination, and the overall development of detective and forensic services. It starts at paragraph 14.
Before I get into 14, I think I want to mention that the division as configured has got 8 components, and these include your general detectives. These include commercial crime investigations, organized crime investigations, serious violent crime investigations, family violence, child protection and sexual offenses, criminal record center and crime scene management, forensic science laboratory, and quality management. Previously, these were 2 divisions which were merged into one. So my responsibility is at ensuring that we have effective investigation of crime. I'm also responsible for coordination, particularly across the board with other law enforcement agencies, but also internally, as well as in the global space. I won't talk about the resources because that is an obvious one, but more than anything, it's about setting performance standards as well as performance reviews.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. This is quite important for the testimony that you are giving today, because the questions are relating to your time, specifically when you were the divisional commissioner. So I'll spend a little bit of time here. Can you explain the specific critical competencies that you lead within SAPS, focusing on the strategic management, effective investigation, and specialized investigative capacities? You are now at paragraph 15.1 to 15.3.
Okay. In this regard, and I think, as I said, it's about developing intervention mechanisms and recovery plans for performance, ensuring that there's implementation of all our instructions that regulate how we do investigations, as well as the SOP, particularly in the forensic environment. Again, when we investigate, the end result, it's the successful prosecution of perpetrators. So in this regard, we then guide investigations on the ground. We have meetings with teams where, for example, let's say it would be a case, and I think I can cite the recent ones, the case around maybe witnesses that we have, or maybe they have been eliminated for one reason or another. So we coordinate those investigations, and at times we do involve other law enforcement agencies. Coordination is quite critical because for complex investigations, you do need other law enforcement agencies like your FIC and your SARS. So we then coordinate those competencies and bring them together with the investigators.
Thank you, General. At paragraph 16, you set out the ultimate objective. So what would you say the ultimate objective you aim to achieve in your current role? Well, that is the role before you started acting, particularly concerning community safety and crime prosecution.
And I think this goes to the police in general, that ours is to contribute effectively and in a more professional manner towards increased feeling of safety in our communities. Again, I think we have had a lot of debates and discussions around organized crime. We have an obligation to really tackle and deal with organized crime successfully, and that we can do in a collaborative and coordinated approach. So we do need working with our sister agencies to ensure that all that we do is properly investigated, and that using our forensic evidence is gathered, that the justice cluster can be able to say safely that we have put the perpetrators of crime behind bars successfully and convicted them.
Thank you, General. From paragraph 19 of your statement, which would be at capital letter E, section E, you set out the background of the issues that are before this committee. Could you kindly elaborate on the purpose of your testimony this morning?
I will take it back to the 7th of November last year. After the testimony of Advocate Johnson, I felt the need to come and address the committee on specific areas which I felt were not covered. And also, I think the chairperson then subsequently invited me to come and then sit. So in this particular setting, I will address the issue of the disbandment of the PKTT Additionally, I will look at issues as raised by Advocate Johnson. And then lastly, I will look at the issues before the Madlanga Commission, particularly the allegations made by General Sibia against me as a person.
Lieutenant General, you mentioned that one of the reasons why you are here is to testify on the disbandment of the PKTT. What is your involvement within the PKTT?
In my, yes.
We are at section F of your statement.
If I can take the committee through the historical considerations to get to where we are today. In December 2024, as per norm in the police, we are all deployed as senior officers to assist the provinces in monitoring and overseeing police operations during the festive season. And I was deployed in the Western Cape with General Pategile. I returned home in Gauteng on the 3rd of January. And from Monday, the 6th, I started my leave. I returned from leave on the 17th of July.
So Lieutenant General, when did you learn about the disbandment of the PKTT?
Yeah. General Khumalo and myself, General Khumalo is the DevCom for crime intelligence. We work within the same program. So many a times we will be in the same meetings. I will not recall the date. And I think I did say before that some of the chronology I have lost in the process. I met him in one of the meetings. So normally during tea, we normally sit together, and then he informed me that, I'm not sure if I can say it in Zulu, when he said, "Ubosi wakho uthi mangunika ama-dockets we PKTT," meaning that your boss said I should hand over the PKTT dockets to you. And I asked him again in Zulu, ngathi ngobani, meaning why? And he said, no, he didn't know, he was just given an instruction. So I said to him that unfortunately, an instruction in the police is everything. So you were given an instruction and I wasn't. So we laughed about it and I said, I cannot take it further.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. You mentioned that you had come back from the Western Cape on the 3rd of January, and then you subsequently took leave from the 6th of January. When did you return to the office? And what did you then have the conversation with Lieutenant General Khumalo?
It would have been on that week of the 17th when I returned from leave.
So we are now at paragraph 23 of your statement. What was your understanding of the situation at that point after you had that exchange with Lieutenant General Khumalo?
Sorry.
Honorable Malum.
Thanks, Chair. General, the question of when did you learn about the disbandment of PKTT was not sufficiently answered, because you can't say you learned about it when you're having a conversation with the General Khumalo when you return from leave. Because as a general, as it were, even if you're on leave, the matter became a big issue. And anyone, even on leave, should have paid attention as to what is really happening. And from there, you can say, I will deal with it when I return back to work. But otherwise, this was topical from when the announcement was made. So when did you learn about it and how?
Honorable Malema, I understand your direction of your question. And I did say this even on other platforms. When I was on leave, I went away with my kids and I don't think I was in touch with my colleagues. I'll give an example where there was a break-in. Actually, one of the members of the lab was kidnapped or allegedly kidnapped. And I only got to know when General Sibia called me to say, do you know about this matter? And I then referred him to the acting. So because we really don't get time to be with our families. When I was on leave at that time, I remember I was not in touch with actually most of the things in the office. So the actual time I learned about not the disbandment, but the movement of the dockets from crime intelligence to detective was when General Khumalo engaged me.
And the disbandment, that one I hear of the dockets, the disbandment.
The disbandment then came when I received a letter from General Sibia on the 4th of July, which then specified that the minister had given a directive that the disbandment should take place. Even General Sibia, when we discussed the matter, he said to me, have you spoken to Khumalo about the movement of dockets of the PKTT from crime intelligence into the detectives? And I did say to him, yes, Khumalo informed me. And as I said to Khumalo that there was no instruction to me, and therefore I couldn't deal with it. So it was at that peripheral level, but there was no intent or actually a conscious intent to sit me down and say, this is the minister's instruction, bring Khumalo, let's have a meeting, and how do we do it? So in my position at the time, I think it was learning on it as and when I had meetings or maybe met with General Khumalo and General Sibia.
But General, the story becomes big on the 31st of December. You only got to hear about it from Sevilla on the 4th of July. It can't be correct. A person at your level, even if you're on leave, we all go on leave, we get tired of the EFF, we switch off and we don't want. But anything significant, there is no way it won't reach me as a senior person in the EFF. The formalities I accept, but how do you get to know about it for the first time, even if it's not formal? It can't be the 4th of July, because by the 4th of July, it was an old issue, actually.
Again, I will say I do hear you, Honorable Malem. Let me give an example. There were many meetings that took place between the instruction being issued up until General Khumalo spoke to me, and also up until General Sibia spoke to me. I was not in the know of all those meetings, even the letter to General Rabi and the instruction to him, those things I never got to know. So if I respond in the affirmative, I think I'll be lying to the committee. And I think I want to leave it at that with respect. Thank you, Honorable Malem.
Thank you, Chairperson. So General, your testimony is that at the time that General Khumalo informally had a conversation with you regarding the movement of the dockets, what was your understanding of that? What was the purpose of the movement of the dockets, if not for the directive of the 31st?
When General Khumalo explained it to me, he said that the DNC said that the dockets must move from crime intelligence, which actually is conducting investigation, not necessarily court directed, and they are doing so in support of the detectives. So the dockets must then go to a structure that was dealing with the detectives, with the investigations, which is the detectives. That was my understanding.
Okay, so your testimony is that you were not aware of the letter of the 31st of December?
At that time, no, I was.
This is in January, on
Yes.
roughly after the 17th of January?
No, I was not aware.
But you only became aware on the 4th of July?
On that letter which General Sibia sent, where he specified that the minister directed that this should happen.
Just the last follow-up question on that. Are you testifying that that was the time when you saw the letter, or is your testimony that that's the first time that you learned about the disbandment? Because the question was quite specific. When did you learn about the disbandment?
I never actually saw at that time the 31st December letter. I only saw it being made reference of in the letter that General Sibia wrote to me. So in essence, I then learned of the disbandment in that particular letter of the 4th of July.
Thank you, General. We are
Oh,
now,
sorry, 4th of February, I apologize. No, I was apologizing that it was the 4th of February when the letter was written to me. So I actually said 4th of July. So I was making an apology for that mistake. Thank you.
just for the sake of
No,
completion.
Chair, that's why it didn't make sense. That's why it didn't make sense at all that there could be such an announcement on the 31st and you learn about it in July.
No,
But when you say February,
I actually apologize. I think I made an error. Apologies for that.
Although we have not reached that section, just for the sake of completion, at annexure 4, which is on page annexure,
I'm already there.
are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Annexure 4 at page 77. It is dated 2025-0204. So that's the 4th of February 2025. Is this the date when you learned about the PKTT?
Disbandment, yes.
Yes, the disbandment of the PKTT. Okay. When I proceed. At paragraph 25 of your statement, actually, if I can just take it one step back, at paragraph 23, what was your you testified that you had an informal discussion with General Lieutenant Khumalo regarding the PKTT. What was your understanding of the situation at that point?
The mention of the task team or the PKTT took me back to 2018. And when the IMC met in 2018, we were invited as the senior generals in the police. At that time, I was the head of organized crime. General Mosikiri was the divisional commissioner for detectives. General Tsumane was the DNC for detectives. So the entire program, in terms of the responsibilities around issues of investigations or maybe what I would call contract killings, we were invited. General Ramatswele at the time was the component head for general detectives. He was also invited. So the 4 of us were in that meeting where this PKTT was configured.
At paragraph 26, after your discussion with Lieutenant General Khumalo, what transpired when Lieutenant General Sibiya inquired about the transfer of dockets?
As I said earlier, that my response to him was Khumalo told me the same thing. And I informed him that there was nothing in writing for me that actually I could use as a point of reference to engage Khumalo in relation to the movement of the PKTT dockets.
At paragraph 27, you say that on the 4th of February 2025, you received a letter from Lieutenant General Khumalo. You received a letter from the DNC, Sibiya, in your capacity as the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services. That letter is attached as HKS 4, and it is at page 76 of the bundle. If you could turn to page 76 of the bundle. What were your instructions? What were the instructions that were contained in that letter? And what was its stated basis regarding the minister's directive?
I must say that my copy is quite bad. I can't read properly, but I'll try. And it said that in compliance with the aforementioned directive of the minister, you are directed to engage with the Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence with the view to do a proper handover and to follow all the processes necessary to conduct a handing over process. This includes, but is not limited to, a report of all cases, a case register where all the cases were recorded, and the current status of court-going cases and cases under investigation. Paragraph 5.3, all cases or projects, documentation relevant to the political clearance task team. This should include evidentiary materials, and that is documents, electronic recordings, etc. It must be booked into the SAP 13 or in possession of the team or stored in any storage facility. All human and physical resources allocated, they must be listed, as well as a report on all financial expenditure for the duration of the operations of the PKTT.
Lieutenant General, this letter that was from Lieutenant General Sibia, dated the 4th of February 2025. What was the purpose of the letter?
The purpose was to kickstart a process where I would engage General Khumalo, and then we will start the handing over process of the work of the PKTT from General Khumalo as the project manager, and that will move into the detective environment.
Okay. At paragraph 3 of the letter, it sets out that the directive in terms of the minister's directive regarding the disbandment of the PKTT, and the date there is the 31st of December 2024. Is this the reason why you say that it was the first time that you learned that there was a minister's directive?
Yes. In actual fact, even the 31st December correspondence as quoted here, that was the first time that I actually learned about it.
Okay.
Yes.
What was the specific instruction to you within the division that you were heading at the time?
As stipulated, it is to just get a report on all cases, and together with, I mean, if you read it, it said even items which were kept at SAP 13 or any other place was supposed to be handed over to the detectives for them to begin their storing process.
Okay. On the following page, the instruction continues. If you can read that into the record.
On paragraph 6, it says it is advised that the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Services ensures that the cases and investigations are taken care of to ensure that cases are not lost in court because of the deactivation and the disbandment of the task team. Further, on paragraph 7, you are required to ensure that this is done within 7 days, in also considering the content of the attached correspondence sent to the DevCom Crime Intelligence, which you will also ensure the closing report is submitted as per the directive of the National Commission.
In terms of that letter, all the actions that you read out earlier that are set out at paragraph 5, they were to be actioned within 7 days. Is my understanding correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If we can then go back to paragraph 29 of your statement. Okay. Paragraph 29, paragraph 30 paragraph 29 sets out what you have read into the record based on HKS 4. Now, at paragraph 30, you mentioned the 6th of February. Could you explain to the committee what that relates to?
Yeah, post receiving the letter, and I must say, there's no interrelation between the letter and the meeting of the minister. It's just a chronology of events. On the 6th of February, the Minister of Police, Minister Mkhwanazi, called a sub-stock management meeting. And this meeting also involved or included the deputy ministers, the national commissioner, the DNCs, divisional commissioners, and provincial commissioners. The General Pategile was in attendance because he's here in the Western Cape. And the meeting was about briefing the minister on the key competencies of SAPS. And I remember in that meeting, I was supposed to present on the structure of the detectives and our initiative towards capacitating the detectives.
What were the outcomes of that meeting?
Unfortunately, I think on the day we arrived, as we were driving to the venue, which is the provincial office in the Western Cape, I got a call from my cousin that my nephew, Utato, was killed after he was stabbed. And that actually resulted in me having to return home. So in essence, I didn't conclude the sitting of that meeting. I had to go back home.
How did this event, this tragic loss of your nephew, impact on your ability to engage immediately with the PKTT handover process? Because what we've read from the letter is that the minister's directive was that it ought to be disbanded immediately. That's number one. Number two, as per the author of the letter, Lieutenant General Sibiya, he had directed that it must be actioned within 7 days. So how did this event impact on your deliverables?
General Khumalo and myself were not able to meet because I think I was home fully in Guatemala for the better part of the funeral arrangements. And also General Khumalo had other engagements because, as you can know, that our portfolios require us to take part in a number of structures. So the only time then we were able to meet was towards the end of February.
What steps did you discuss for the handover process when you met? And what was the PKTT disbandment? What steps did you take for the handover process?
When you are given an instruction, I don't think you go haphazardly and implement. So we had to find a strategy or a way of how is this going to be done? And I think the starting point would be to have an implementation plan and also categorize all the, or maybe let me say, categorize all the issues that will have to be undertaken and also assign responsibilities as well as the period on which it will take you to conclude the handover. So in this regard, we then developed an implementation plan.
At paragraph 33, you mentioned that you developed the PKTT disbandment implementation plan. What was is the plan set out somewhere? Where can we find this plan and what was its objectives?
The plan is set out, I think, as an annexure 5. That will be page 78. The objective, as I said, it was to come up with a strategy on how we are going to go about with the disbandment process. And this plan, as you can see, it's dated 6 March because it was also part of what was given to the minister as a presentation on the 6th of March. In this particular presentation, as per the letter of General Sibiya, where he said we must take stock of all the cases, their status. So here we have a list of all the cases that were with the PKTT, and this will include your politically related cases, your parallel cases, and other ad hoc that they would pick up as they were investigating the cases, and these were linked to the PKTT. And also it included the workload of the PKTT that included traditional leadership cases, University of Fort Hare cases. It had all the numbers and the cases status in terms of where they are in relation to investigation. So in total, at the time of our assessment, General Khumalo, the PKTT had 612 cases, 612 cases. And I think as you go down on page 82, and it stipulates now the phased out approach of how the disbandment will take place. In total, 125 dockets were under investigation, and of those, 60 were political related, 46 were traditional leadership related, 16 were parallel cases, 2 were University of Fort Hare, and 1 ad hoc. So all these cases were under investigation, and 10 dockets were already submitted for decision at the DPP's office. So all of these 125 cases plus 10 were to be transferred to KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape serious and violent crimes, particularly murder and robbery unit for investigation. I need to clarify here that General Sibia said the dockets must come to head office, but the plan as proposed for the minister was saying that the dockets must go back to the province to a specialized unit. I think we'll get into that when we proceed with the.
Yes, we will. Thank you, Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General, as you are aware of the timeline, I'd asked you a bit earlier as well, that we are now on the 6th of March and you were presenting.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarity, the dockets, in the plan, it says that the dockets must go to KZN, Crime Intelligence, am I correct? Is that from General Sibia's office or is that from PKT's office in KZN?
Okay. This was as per my discussion with General Kumar. We were tasked with the handover process. So when we were discussing, we both felt that the rightful place to investigate the cases will be within KwaZulu-Natal, serious and violent crimes, not necessarily at head office. And I need to clarify, I think I've said this over and over, that at national, we do not necessarily have capacity to investigate. Ours is to ensure that we intervene, we monitor. So we would not have been able to have a task team. I think my argument was from that particular perspective, that you cannot disband a team and form a team. It would have meant for us to have a team. So the logical step to follow was to then say, already there is an established serious and violent crimes environment in KwaZulu-Natal who are capable to take the investigations forward.
Okay, so basically, in essence, you are saying that those dockets had no business finding its way to General Sibia's office.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Lieutenant General, perhaps it's also a good time, even though we are still at paragraph 32, perhaps this would be a good time to explain to the committee at the point at which you were developing this implementation plan, where were the dockets?
The dockets were in KwaZulu-Natal with the PKTT. And I suppose General Kumalo, though he actually had moved, maybe I should clarify this, Chairperson. General Kumalo was the project manager for the PKTT in KwaZulu-Natal, based in KwaZulu-Natal. In 2022, he got promoted to become the DevCom for Crime Intelligence. General Masemula and General Tele agreed that for continuity, General Kumalo should continue with being the PM for the PKTT. So though he was here physically, the team was still based in KwaZulu-Natal and the dockets were in KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. We are still at paragraph 32 of your statement. You mentioned that General Kumalo, when you saw him and you had that informal conversation, which you repeat at paragraph 32, with him, he had a report. On him, he had a report. What was contained in that report?
Maybe also to go back to Honorable Malema's question. I think this is Honorable Malema, when I said I was totally in the dark. Even this particular engagement between General Masemula, General Kumalo, and General Rabi. General Kumalo only made reference to it to say that on the 22nd of January, they already had started with a report to the minister on the disbandment. And in that particular report, they stipulated the winding down approach because it was not possible to either disband immediately or actually within a week of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, General. At paragraph 34, you mentioned that you appeared before the portfolio committee. Can you describe what was specified regarding the transition of cases, and firstly, what was the purpose of that appearance? And then secondly, you can then describe what was specified in that meeting.
If my memory serves me well, the rationale behind our appearance at the portfolio committee was to deal with the challenges within crime intelligence. So General Khumalo, had prepared a presentation on all issues that actually the portfolio committee had asked the SAPS to prepare a presentation on. But on that particular presentation, there was a slide that specified the disbandment of the PKTT. And I think in this particular slide, General Khumalo mentioned to the portfolio committee that the disestablishment or the disbandment will take form of a transition from the NPKTT to component serious and violent crimes within detective and forensic services.
Okay. For the sake of completion, the annexure, the slide that you referred to is annexed as HKS 6 at page 87. Is that the slide you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. At paragraph 36 of your statement, you mentioned that a meeting was convened by the minister on the 6th of March 2025. What was the purpose of the meeting?
The specific meeting was to address progress made after the minister's directive of the 31st of March 2024, and this will talk to the disbandment or the disestablishment of the PKTT. So the invitation was sent to the National Commissioner, who then extended through his office the invitation to all affected officials, myself, General Khumalo, General Musikiri, General Sibia, and the National Commission.
Where was the meeting held?
The meeting was held in the Western Cape Provincial Commissioner's Office at provincial headquarters of the Western Cape.
What were the deliverables outlined in the plan that you presented at this meeting?
Yeah. I think I did cover it earlier, but I will just break it down again. As I said, 125 dockets under investigation and 10 of those which were submitted to the DPP for decision were to be transferred to KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape serious and violent crimes. Remember, there were 40 dockets there. So the 122 would go to KwaZulu-Natal, and the 3 dockets of Fort Hare would go back to the murder and robbery unit of Eastern Cape. Then secondly, new cases which were to be reported on political killings will immediately be referred to murder and robbery units in KwaZulu-Natal. And the 297 dockets which were finalized, including 57 withdrawn and 9 unfounded, all of those were to be returned to their station of origin for archiving or filing. And lastly, which is very critical, 114 dockets which were on the court roll were to remain with the PKTT until they were all finalized.
At paragraph 39, you say that during these deliberations, Lieutenant General Sibia, the DNC, was not pleased with the approach of keeping the court-going dockets with the PKTT. What were the differing sentiments during the deliberations, particularly those that were with Lieutenant General Sibia?
Once the proposal was tabled before the minister and the deputy ministers and national commissioner, General Sibiya, I think he raised his concerns that if, for example, the 114 dockets were to remain with the PKTT, it would mean that the team was not disbanded. It would mean that the team actually was continuing. So he felt strongly that actually all the dockets, including the court-going dockets, were to be transferred to the murder and robbery units or to the detectives.
Was he
this-
the only official at the meeting who had these different
Yeah.
sentiments?
From the minister's office, his chief of staff was there, and I think he also was in support of GNC's proposal that all the dockets, including the court-going dockets, should go to the PKTT. And I think the minister also was sharing the same view that no dockets should remain with the PKTT.
So in essence, your answer is that the minister, Lieutenant General Sibiya, and the minister's chief of staff were dissatisfied with the manner in which you were approaching the implementation plan for the disbandment of the PKTT.
I wouldn't necessarily say dissatisfied. I would say maybe they disagreed because remember we are presenting. So they disagreed with the approach of keeping the 114 court-going dockets with the PKTT.
At paragraph 41, you mentioned that there was at the parliamentary briefing that you testified about earlier of the 5th of March 2025, which was the police portfolio committee. How did the parliamentary briefing and the March 6 meeting with the minister, his chief of staff, Lieutenant General Sibiya, influence your understanding and legitimize the DNC's instruction for the handover?
Maybe with your permission, Chairperson, if I can go back to paragraph 40 because it's quite critical moving forward. As I said, that the meeting deliberated and then there were differing views, as you said, disagreements, but eventually the implementation plan was provisionally approved. And the only amendment on that plan was that, which means the meeting agreed that the 114 dockets will remain with the PKTT. However, as and when each case gets concluded, the dedicated detective holding the docket and the combat member assigned for his protection will then withdraw from the team and return to their station of origin or actually their business unit. Now, coming back to what you asked. And again, I think I'll go back to the question of Honorable Malem, because for me, the instruction was said to me out of a context. So as you are implementing, you actually wonder, but why are we not having a meeting where this matter is discussed? Why is it only me, General Khumalo, and General Sibiya? So when the parliamentary briefing took place, I then realized that actually this is an authentic instruction. And also when the meeting of the 6th took place, it brought perspective to me to say that the DNC's instruction as articulated in his letter of the 4th of July were actually legitimized. I felt that, okay, so I can go ahead with the process. The principals were in the know, Parliament was in the know.
At paragraph 42, you mentioned that during the month of March 2025, there were numerous inquiries and reminders from the DNC about the handover process. What was the nature of the inquiries and the reminders that you received from the DNC?
We were supposed to report to the minister at the end of March 2025. And I think the DNC would continuously ask, how far are you? Have you received the dockets? And I think he did say also, and I'm sorry to bring this to this committee, during his Madlanga commission that he did put pressure, particularly on me to get the dockets from General Khumalo. So there were numerous. I mean, when I say numerous, I mean probably it could have been once a day or once in 2 days, just to say, get the process going.
You testified that according to the letter at HKS 4, that the DNC addressed to you and General Khumalo, he had said that action must be taken within 7 days. You further testified that it's not as simple to put together a plan, an implementation plan. But at this point, at the end of, we are at the end of March, and 2 months have essentially, just under 2 months have essentially elapsed, after his instruction for this to be actioned. So you further then go on in your paragraph 42, and you say that the DNC insinuated that I was now like Lieutenant General Khumalo and was dragging my feet in implementing the minister's instruction. What are your comments to that?
And that should be paragraph?
42.
Paragraph, 42, sorry, yeah. As I said that there were actually, maybe say disagreements in view of how this disbandment should take place. So in my view, there was a view that says disband everything, including the court-going dockets. And then there was a view, particularly from the team, that said, actually, let's also keep the court going as the minister's approval, that as and when the cases get concluded, then the team can withdraw back to their station. So the DNC was adamant that actually General Khumalo is not pulling his weight, and I must say at that time, they were not on talking terms. So I was the buffer between the two of them. So the DNC would then come to me and say, yeah, now you want to be seen like General Khumalo, and you're dragging the feet in implementing the minister's instruction. So he was saying to me that the minister also will see me as a person who was not willing or actually cooperative in fulfilling his instruction.
Given that the instruction had come initially from the minister, from his directive of 31 December 2024, and subsequently from your the head of your division, who looked after your division, who would have been Lieutenant General Sibia, where was the differing view coming from? Because the minister, his chief of staff, and the DNC seem to be speaking in one voice. Even as he is pressurizing you, it is to action the minister's directive. So when you mention a differing view, where did that differing voice come from?
For me, the point of contention, advocate, was around the issue of the court-going dockets. I think everybody was fine with the dockets under investigation and those which were with the DPP for decision, but also those which were finalized, withdrawn, that were supposed to go back to the station. General Sibia, the minister, and the chief of staff felt that if the PKTT keeps the 114 dockets, it meant that the team is not disbanded. One area of the plan that General Khumalo presented was the reduced number of the current staff or members that were deployed in the PKTT. So I think there were about 96 members. The revised staff establishment would have come to 68, which means they were reducing. Other members would have to go back to their station of origin or business unit, and the 68 would continue. So this 68 would focus on the 114 dockets which were court going. And according to the minister, General Sibia, and the chief of staff, that meant that the team was not disbanded. So that basically was the point of contention.
Okay. Would it then be fair to say that the point of contention came from, it would have been you and Lieutenant General Khumalo, because you were tasked specifically to handle this, the disbandment and and handling the dockets, the transfer of dockets?
Because we were the compilers of the plan. So we agreed with the 114 dockets staying with the team. General Musigidi, General Masemula, who were also in the meeting, were in support of actually retaining the 114 dockets. And the rationale is that when the docket is at court, already there's a rapport between the victims, there's a rapport with the prosecution and other role players who's involved. So to actually give those dockets to a new team, you are actually disturbing. And I think the best way is to talk about the chain of custody, but also the progress as well as the prospect of success in the investigation. That was the rationale why the dockets had to be kept with the team to conclude to court.
Okay. At paragraph 44 of your statement, you mentioned that a follow-up meeting was convened with the minister. You would have initially met on the 6th of March, and this is the follow-up meeting about 3 weeks later. What transpired at this meeting regarding the progress of the disbandment implementation plan?
In my view, the meeting was prematurely adjourned. As General Khumalo started presenting, if I may go back to the 6th of March meeting, he presented 125 dockets under investigation. But on the 27th, he presented 121 dockets under investigation. I think this is where the 121 dockets came into the fore. And General Khumalo, during his presentation, explained that 4 dockets under investigation were successfully enrolled, and that led to the reduction of the dockets from 125 to 121. And the minister also was worried that actually, maybe let me say concerned, that no handover process took place. By the 27th, we should have already handed over the dockets from General Khumalo's outfit, which is the PKTT, into the detectives, which is me, and I must say, en route to KwaZulu-Natal, because they were supposed to stay in head office. So that process, at that time, that process has not taken place. So the minister was really displeased with the both of us.
Sorry about that. Good morning, General. Please
Morning.
just explain this. So the dockets were going to physically move from KZN to you and then back to KZN. Is that what
Yeah.
you mean?
At that time, the modalities of how were not discussed. It was just the roadmap to say, this is what needs to happen. Yeah, so meaning that eventually, whether it's from KwaZulu-Natal to KwaZulu-Natal, Natal to Gauteng, but the dockets by then should have moved from PKTT to the detectives. Thank you, Honorable.
Lieutenant General, you had just provided evidence regarding the meeting of the 27th of March, and you know, also dealing with what transpired at the meeting. At this point, 3 weeks, I think I'd mentioned this already, that 3 weeks had lapsed since the meeting of the 6th of March. What steps had you and Lieutenant General Khumalo taken to ensure that you, in fact, meet the minister's directive, that you deal with it and action it?
If I may haste to mention that much as the directive was given, I think all of us had to realize that both General Khumalo and myself are running divisions. So we were not only seized with the matter of the PKTT, there were other obligations. I remember on the 26th of March, General Khumalo informing me that he was busy with the auditors. And I think before that, he had meetings with Mkhwanazi and other role players. So from my side as well, I mean, running both divisions, we had to find time, and all of us had to be realistic that this is not the only matter on the table for us. There were other critical and strategic matters that we were dealing with.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. Did your office or Lieutenant General Khumalo's office engage the DNC's office regarding the delay?
No, at no point.
At paragraphs 45 and 46, you deal with the minister's dissatisfaction at this meeting. What was your response to the statement by the minister?
And if my memory doesn't fail me, the minister said these two divisional commissioners are not serious about my instruction. And therefore, National Commissioner, moving forward, I won't deal with them, I'll deal with you. And I remember I innocently raised my hand and I said, Minister, I understood the instruction and I am not undermining your authority in this one.
How would you describe your relation? Had you interacted with the minister prior to this meeting?
I did.
How would you describe the nature of your relationship?
To be specific, I mean, I've worked with previous ministers, and in my view, he was the first minister that I could at least identify with his vision, particularly in relation to the detectives. And the National Commissioner was in the know, so there were projects that he was running, and lo and behold, I was responsible for them. So we had a very good relationship.
And how would you describe the minister's relationship with the DNC?
Can I be asked not to respond to that because it will be speculation? Thank you.
Okay. Back at paragraph 45 and 46, we are still there. What did the DNC instruct you to do afterwards, after the minister had expressed his dissatisfaction?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Good morning, Lieutenant General. Just a question of clarity. Do we have a copy of the minutes for that meeting, or where can we get them?
I know there was secretariat on that day from both the NASCOM and the minister. I've never seen the minutes of those meetings, and I don't remember them being requested. I suppose we can ask both officers if they do have a record of that meeting.
Okay, so we'd need to ask both the Minister's office and then the National Commissioner's office as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable.
Let's proceed.
Okay. Lieutenant General, I had asked a question. What did the DNC instruct you to do after the minister had expressed his dissatisfaction?
I guess he actually gained leverage because he reminded me that you see where this has led us. You're not willing to follow the instruction, and then he asked me to then hastily and expediently finalize the handover. I must say that from that meeting, both myself and General Khumalo, I mean, I was as upset because in the meeting, it would have seemed as if we didn't do what we were supposed to do, or maybe that we were not willing. And at that time, I asked National Commissioner and I said to him, but General, do really I have to get involved? Why don't these dockets go somewhere else? And General Masamula said to me, it is because you are the head of detectives. That's why you need to get involved. But again, I must say that you could tell from that meeting that I think General Khumalo also was adversely affected, and I think the meeting did not end on a good note.
General, I keep going back to the same point because I'm actually trying to ascertain whether the minister and the DNC were acting in a manner that was to put pressure on you. What we know is that the letter had first been written for your attention on the 4th of February. What we also know from what you've testified is that on the 5th of March, there was a portfolio committee meeting where some of these issues were ventilated. And then the following day, on the 6th of March, the minister addressed you and Lieutenant General Khumalo regarding the plan and that it ought to be actioned by the 17th of March. And at the following meeting on the 27th of March, there were still no steps taken, and you've also testified that you did not, your office nor Lieutenant General Khumalo's office, neither of the officers had addressed a letter communicating the delay and perhaps requesting a further deadline. So would you say that on the 28th of March, when the DNC expressed, following the minister's dissatisfaction, and what you've just testified, that this was now causing some type of tension between the team. Was that unreasonable, given the fact that there were numerous deadlines that had now not been met?
In this process, I don't think there's anything that I can deem unreasonable. Probably, I think I would say some of the things were not as feasible as we actually had hoped. So yeah, there was no, after the 27th, we both knew we have to do it. So there was no reviewing whether the DNC should be informed. After he spoke to me, we spoke to General Khumalo. I actually spoke to General Khumalo, and I said to him, if it's possible, on the 28th, can we finalize? And if you go to the plan, in my mind, I was thinking, I really have a lot of work to do. I only have 3 actions on the plan. If I do this, then we can conclude the process.
Still at
So
paragraph.
maybe my focus wasn't so much on what the DNC said, but more on what the plan required of me.
Still at paragraph 47 of your statement, you further state that you wanted the process to be finalized, particularly your role in the handover process, so that you do not have to be called out for failure to comply with the instruction. It seems that you just wanted to get the job done. Did you believe that the minister's directive of 31 December should have been actioned? So what I'm asking is, were you of the view that the disbandment ought to have taken place to remove the dockets from the PC's, the Provincial Commissioner's office in KZN to head office?
I think part of your question, I'm sure we will cover when I talk about General Mkhwanazi. But as I said earlier, the 2 meetings, 5 and 6 March, were critical for me to say this is actually a legitimate instruction that all of us, because in that meeting there was deputy ministers, there was national commissioner, and by the way, their principals, myself and Khumalo, are implementers. So there was nothing wrong actually at that time when we were looking at the issue of the disbandment. For me, it came when I realized that the PC was actually not in the picture.
So at paragraphs 47 to 50 of your statement, you deal with finalization of the dockets and the handover and transfer of them. What process was involved?
General Khumalo sits in an office in Pretoria East, and we therefore had to make an arrangement to meet in his office and do the handover. General Motsepe, who is the component head for serious and violent crimes, would have been the operating officer from my division. Unfortunately, she was not feeling well, and she then delegated Brigadier Khopoditata, who is the section head for stock theft, to actually, and assistant detective for that matter. People will say, but he's in stock theft. He is assistant detective who actually worked almost all the environment in the detectives. So then he was the one who was given to me by General Motsepe to accompany me with his team to complete the handover process. Sorry.
Thank you, General. You set out the various steps that were taken, starting with the auditing of the dockets at paragraph 51. What was the process of auditing the dockets, and what did you sign as proof of receipt? We are at paragraph 51.
We subsequently went to Crime Intelligence, General Khumalo's office, to be specific. It was myself, Brigadier Khopoditata, and Kadel Mzuli joined me later. And there were boxes of the dockets, meaning that General Khumalo had brought the dockets to head office. And at that point in time, which means they actually came before the 27th, before the meeting of the minister. When we met, they were already there in Crime Intelligence. Then the team, together with General Khumalo's team, we then had to do proper due diligence. And that would have been your first level auditing. And that meant that they need to ensure, look at, for example, the complete list of the docket per box and compare it with the actual dockets. But over and above that, open the docket and see if all the documents are complete and properly filed, and also verifying the contents that there's nothing missing, and also then the handing over took place from there.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. You rushed over the part when they actually arrived, when they were transferred from KZN to the head office. Could you deal with that in detail? Who brought them? Who brought them from KwaZulu-Natal?
I wouldn't be in the know. I think I heard from Colonel Khumalo's testimony at Majanga that actually he was the one who brought the dockets. But at the time, I was not aware as to how they came to General Khumalo's office. So we were the receiver, so we didn't bring them to Gauteng.
Okay, so your testimony is that, your evidence is that both you and Lieutenant General Khumalo were not aware of, how the dockets were transferred from KwaZulu-Natal to head office. However, they were brought to head office.
I wouldn't say both of us were in the know. My take on this is that General Khumalo, as the DevCom who had the dockets, instructed his people to go get the dockets from KwaZulu-Natal into Pretoria because that's where I'm based. That's my only logical explanation.
When did they reach the head office?
Because they were there already on the 27th, I suppose it would have been shortly before the meeting of the 27th.
You can then continue at paragraph 51, where you set out the steps that you took, once you received the
Yes.
dockets.
I think I've already covered those. And maybe I can go to 52, where the team like physically counted the dockets and against the list that was there in each box to make sure that everything corresponded and that no docket was left behind during the handover process. And once they were done, it was only then when General Khumalo and myself, we co-signed the handover list.
Okay. If I can then ask you to turn to page 88 of the bundle. That is HKS 7.
Okay, 88.
Starting from 88 all the way to 91, particularly at page 91. That is your signature dated the 28th of March 2025.
Yes.
Is this the list at the front of page 88? Is a document which is on the SAPS letterhead addressed to the project coordinator of investigations and political related cases in KwaZulu-Natal. The heading is handing over of dockets under investigation, National Task Team investigating political related cases in KwaZulu-Natal. Is this the list that contains all the dockets are following the audit that you refer to?
Yes.
So when you say you did a handover, are you referring to this letter?
Actually, to this process.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just beyond the letter. The dockets also were physically handed over to the team of the detectives.
Okay. So at paragraph 53, what instructions were given to Brigadier Hoboditata regarding the safekeeping and transfer of the dockets?
In response to this, I want to go back to the issue of the plan. The plan said the dockets were to be taken to KwaZulu-Natal Murder and Robbery Unit. So the instruction was that in the process of waiting for us to travel down to have all the engagements, that those dockets I mean, he's assistant detective, so they know the protocols around the safekeeping and guarding of the dockets. And so that will be pending the final handover to the Provincial Commission of KwaZulu-Natal.
So as Honorable James had pointed out to you, that the dockets just made quite a long way to go back to KwaZulu-Natal. They left KwaZulu-Natal. What we know is that they arrived in Gauteng at the head office on the 27th of March. And the process that you have detailed, firstly of auditing the dockets, that was initiated by you and Brigadier Robodithata. Is that correct?
Robodithata.
Robodithata, was for the purposes of now sending it back to KwaZulu-Natal.
And if I may.
Is that correct?
Yes, if I may, and I think this was the beginning of the problems with the PKTT dockets, them being at head office. Can I ask that we then cover it after I give my feedback on General Mkhwanazi's response towards the handing over?
Okay, because you had now opened up a question to follow up to what these problems were.
Okay.
So we will park the question and then we will
Yes.
revisit it at the relevant paragraph.
Yeah.
At paragraph 53, you then stated that, 54 rather, paragraph 54. You then stated that this was the first and last time you physically saw and interacted with the PKTT dockets. Can you elaborate on why this was the case? Paragraph 54.
It will even go to the issue of my discussion on how the dockets should be handled. As senior officers, we don't keep dockets in our offices. Dockets belong to the investigators, and therefore, for me, it was just to facilitate, and the people who would then keep those dockets for the handover would be the rightful people who are actually heading the investigations, and that's Brigadier Robodithata and General Motsipe.
Okay. So General, from paragraph 55 to 57 of your paragraph 55, you set out the process that was followed for the handover of the PKTT dockets. So you set out that on 1 April 2025, you received a WhatsApp message about the dockets. How did you respond to this message, and what were your reasons for delaying the immediate transfer of dockets to KZN?
Okay. I think, I'm not sure if I may have touched it to say that with Robodithata, we and Jalo Khumalo, we agreed that on the 1st of April, actually the first week of April, we should take the dockets to KwaZulu-Natal for the handover. So Brigadier Robodithata then sent me a WhatsApp message where he was inquiring if they should start with the paperwork for the trip, meaning that should they plan for their itineraries for approval for us to then travel. At the time, I think it was at a critical time where one of the minister's project, and that relates to what I spoke about earlier, of the automation of police stations and also improving our service model at the police stations. So I was responsible for that project of the SAPS commitment dinner. It was basically a partnership. So where the business was going to commit to SAPS, their resources in assisting us in improving service delivery at a police station specifically. I remember Robodithata is not part of the action plan, but I am the responsible. And also I couldn't send a junior officer to the provincial commissioner. So I then asked that maybe they just halt the process, allow me to conclude this particular engagement, which was on the 7th of April. And then the following day, which is 8, 9, and 10, the minister also with the national commissioner, they had arranged a policing summit where all of us as police senior management were there. And if Honorable Matthys can also maybe indulge me. At this point in time, Honorable Matthys would remember that the Eastern Cape alleged rape of a minor happened. And I think also as the head of detectives, I was seized with that matter with the province. So that again affected my ability to be able to travel to the Eastern Cape. There was a public outcry on that matter. And I think we had numerous briefings with Parliament on what could have happened in that particular alleged rape of a minor.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General, you say that this meeting was to take place, that you were involved in, was to take place on the 7th of April, and that you say so at paragraph 56. You later say that immediately after that there was a police summit. When was the police summit?
It was on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of April. And that took place at Emperor's Palace in Boksburg.
Okay. You also testified about an issue, a matter that needed your attention in the Eastern Cape.
Yes.
When would that have been?
Still in April, and I think it took place the better part, I think the better part of April. There were contentious reports, and I think the doctors had to be summoned, and I think for 2 weeks we had to really respond on the matter, particularly to Parliament and the public.
Were you physically in the Eastern Cape?
We were in the Eastern Cape, but also we were at National, and at some point I think we came to Parliament for a briefing.
How long were you in the Eastern Cape?
I wouldn't remember, but I can say, as I said, I think the better part of the 2 weeks from the 14th, I think, up until probably the 21st or so. Not necessarily in the Eastern Cape, but dealing with the matter of the Eastern Cape alleged rape of a minor.
Okay. You then, at paragraph 58, you then say that Lieutenant General Khumalo informed you that they were bringing more dockets from the Eastern Cape. When Lieutenant General Khumalo called you on that day, the 23rd of April, regarding the additional dockets, what steps did you take and why did you not involve Brigadier Khopotitata?
On the 23rd of April, General Khumalo, maybe let me say, if you see on the letter of the handover, 118 dockets were handed over, not 121. So there were 3 dockets outstanding, and those would be the 4 hair dockets that are also listed in one of the annexures. So on the 23rd of April, that call was to say, General Khumalo now has the 3 dockets and that he's gonna hand them over. And Brigadier Khopotitata only came to the college because at the time we had an Interpol meeting with other member states, and I was chairing that meeting. So the handover took place at the Sub-Swane College.
Okay. At annexure HKS 8, which is at page 92, are those the additional documents that you refer to?
Yes.
Can you go to HKS 8?
92, I'm there.
On page 92?
Yes.
And those are, it sets out the 3 additional cases. And the date is the 23rd of April, 2025.
Yes.
Okay. The Eastern Cape dockets. Okay. You then asked Brigadier Khopotitata to engage Major General Mkhwanazi in KZN. What was the outcome of this engagement?
Maybe.
And what was the request made to you? This is at paragraph 59 of your statement.
Now that we had all the 121 dockets, and I realized that actually time is filtering away at our disposal. So I said, General Brigadier Khopotitata, instead of waiting for me, engage the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Crime Detection to arrange for a handover of the dockets, because if you are to wait for me, this will never happen. And I think at that time, that's paragraph 59 now, Brigadier Khopotitata called the acting DPC, who was Brigadier Gunene, and he is the provincial head for serious violent crimes in the province. He was acting at the time for General Mkhwanazi, who was, I think, on sick leave. In the discussion, Brigadier Gunene informed Popoditata that, listen, I will not be able to take these dockets. If you want me to take them, please ask the DEVCOM, which is myself, to engage the Provincial Commission.
Lieutenant General, if it was always available to you to be able to request from staffers in your office to communicate with the KZN team, why did you have to wait a month, the whole of April? We are now at the back end of April, before you could take the step that didn't even physically involve you. You are now giving the instruction to a brigadier to action it and start the communication. What is your comment to that?
I will again go back, Advocate, to say the intention was for me to go because I am actually on the action plan. And realizing that, you know, I think the pressures of work, and I must say, this is not like you just take this docket, you move. As you work in the police, I always say you don't plan. I think the National Commissioner will attest. So today you plan that, okay, we are traveling. Tomorrow you are told, pack all your bags, we are traveling to KwaZulu-Natal, there's a crisis, or we are going to the Eastern Cape. So we also, I must say that on the structure, there is a dotted line from the DPC to ourselves. So I thought, and we actually work very well with all of them. They report to us on performance. So I thought, Tata, maybe thinking on my feet at the time, to say, Tata, engage the DPC and see if we can, in the interim, engage. The intention was to engage Lt Mkhwanazi afterwards. And normally when we do that, I talked to General Kumalo, Mbuso in Gauteng, without the PC, and it's how we do business. And I think the PCs are in there, they understand. So it's never an issue. So I thought maybe instead of keeping them further, let the team at least at the bottom start the process without me. I will engage the PC afterwards.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at paragraph 60 and 61 of your statement, you say that on the 24th of April, 2025, you telephonically engaged Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. What was his response to your request to arrange the handover of the KTT dockets?
His immediate response was confusion, because he asked me, which dockets are you talking about? So I told him that these are the TKTT dockets in line with the disbandment letter. And I think one of the actions was that the dockets should be handed over to SVC, murder and robbery. General Mkhwanazi was really confused and he didn't know what I was talking about. And I think one of the things he asked me was, how did the docket even get to Pretoria? You know, and I remember him testifying, saying that when he realized he was angry with General Kumalo because he was in the know. General Mkhwanazi was in that meeting of the 5th of March in Parliament. So my assumption was he's always known about this process. So I was really shocked by his response that he didn't know.
Perhaps for the sake of clarity, he did not know about the dockets being transferred to head office on the 27th of March, or he did not know about the dockets now returning to his office. What was he confused about?
First, the dockets being in Pretoria. And secondly, the dockets having to go back to KwaZulu-Natal. And if I may just recall his words, he said that he would not accept those dockets. I think the first thing he said was, he really felt affected. And I think passion showed to say that, yeah, no, General, you know, I mean, he actually is the actual docket custodian. He didn't know that his dockets were moved to Pretoria. So that for me made sense. And then secondly, he said he won't take the dockets. Even if we bring them, he won't be responsible for them.
Honorable Sokanyile, look at me. Honorable Sokanyile is this one.
Oh, okay, sorry.
She says the microphone is below your cheek.
I apologize. I feel as if I've got a very strong voice. So as I speak, I actually can hear an echo. I apologize for that.
Lieutenant General, you were responding to what was his confusion, and where you left off is at paragraph 61, where you said, "Wazawangimushela ilanga, General," and you were explaining where the confusion emanated from.
Him being the actual docket custodian in the province, he is the number one cop in the province, was not in the know that the dockets were removed from the province into Pretoria. I remember testifying, sitting in the chair, him saying that he was angry with General Khumalo as to why did he move the dockets. That was the first part. And then the second part was when then he said, "I will not take the dockets." So he refused to take them. And then thirdly, he said, "Even if you bring the dockets to KwaZulu-Natal, I will not be responsible for them." So that is the PC basically saying that if you bring them, you will work with them, work on them with your people, and I won't get involved.
Lieutenant General, did it not raise concern that for a period of almost a month, we are now at 25th of April, 2025, the dockets had been transferred on the 20, at least you became aware that they were now at head office from the 27th of March. So roughly speaking, a month had lapsed. And is it not concerning that a provincial commissioner responsible for dockets, as you said, he's the custodian of the dockets, had no knowledge that 121 dockets had left his office?
Yeah, I was concerned. And I think one of the things I did was to apologize, to say I was not aware. And I think that's where it dawned on me that actually the process was flawed, because the PC should have been the first person to be informed if he's not involved in the process.
So the dockets, as they said at head office on the 27th of March, for a period of a month, they were, basically your evidence is that they may have been improperly transferred.
If the PC was not involved, if the PC was not informed, and I think I did say in my statement that for me, the whole process was suspicious.
What would have been the status of dockets that belong to another province under a particular provincial commissioner being at head office without the knowledge of the provincial commissioner? If in fact the process was flawed, as you have testified, what was the status then of the dockets for which you were busy implementing a disbandment plan for?
I want to give an example of a recent incident of yesterday where I got a call from a province requesting that we actually, the family was refusing to work with the police in the province. And it happens a lot of times. So we intervene and we can then look for a team that will take the docket over. It could be at national, it could be in another province, but it is done together with the province or the provincial commissioner. So dockets are not moved without the knowledge of the provincial commissioner. I think about 2 weeks ago, we had a similar matter where we experienced a security breach in one of our critical meetings on operations. And we had to engage the province that based on the security breach, our mitigating action would be removing the docket from the province. So it is not, it's for me, your standard practice of how we move dockets.
Lieutenant General, once you became aware that there was something quite flawed about the process of the transfer of the dockets, and you were now tasked to be responsible for their transfer back to KZN, in essence, you were dealing with dockets whose status you were not certain of. What did you do? Did you perhaps take any steps to find out who actioned the transfer of the dockets? Because they are now sitting in your office.
Khumalo and myself were the responsible people. And I think where the process was flawed, not only with us, but with the entire value chain, was the deliberate exclusion of the provincial commissioner. And I can safely say that if that didn't happen, these committees wouldn't be sitting. Because the process as it unfolded was flawed. And my first action after Lt Mkhwanazi was not to call the DNC because I already knew what his sentiments were around the dockets for them being in Pretoria. I called the National Commissioner first to say, General Masamula, I engaged with Lt Mkhwanazi and this is his feedback on the dockets.
Did you engage the National Commissioner only telephonically, or was there anything in writing?
Telephone.
Did you not think to perhaps follow up with something in writing because of the seriousness of what you were dealing with at the time?
I didn't. I think I acted on my feet at the time. Probably, I think as an operative, I opted for strategic distancing. Apology, there's a question from Honorable.
Yes, Honorable Sangone.
Sorry, Advocate, I see, it seems like you're moving from this issue. Lieutenant General said the deliberate exclusion of the provincial commissioner. What does she mean by that? Because she said both her and General Khumalo were responsible. So did you deliberately exclude the provincial commissioner?
I wouldn't say so. Now, if I look at the events, as I said earlier, that I was not there in the beginning. So my thinking would have been that the PC, when that letter was disseminated, it would have been informed. But realizing that actually he wasn't. And for me to be bold enough to call him on something that he was not aware of, then I realized, maybe I can use vendor and say, Rokaka. I think we made an error in judgment. All of us in the value chain.
You blundered.
We definitely planned that.
Rokaka.
Yeah, Rokaka. Body worthy.
Okay.
Just a moment. Honorable Mathis.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mine is also just to follow up on Honorable Sangone. Do you think we can actually consider this just a blunder? Like outside of it also being procedural that the provincial commissioner, I mean, he literally, I don't know, well, in his statement to us, he found out that these files were moved after they had already arrived. And the way you describe this whole process, none of you, even outside of following procedure, just as a what's up, we've been told to take your files. I found that the most bizarre thing that can happen, and to just reduce it to just a blunder. I'm not sure, because even the members, and we also asked the Lieutenant General this question, even the team who put the files together did not say to him, they're coming to collect the files. There's something that someone is not telling us, because it's not possible that someone would have not even if it was procedural that he didn't need to be included, that someone would not whisper and say, yeah, you better follow up on the files. It's not possible. And perhaps you can tell us outside of a blunder, because there has to be another explanation, Lieutenant General. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mades. And I think I'll stand by the fact that I'm not sure whether I can, link this to lack of proper communication or maybe the hastiness of the process, you know, but in essence, we were not supposed, all of us, and when I say all of us, from the minister, national commissioner, the DNCs and ourselves, we were not supposed to work outside the provincial commission. My assumption was, as he was in parliament at the time, when this was discussed in that slide that General Khumalo presented, so he was in the know. So that's always been my assumption. And realizing that on the day, actually, probably for me, the sirens rang to say, I guess Zulu City, no Neil, you really made an error in judgment.
So the deliberate reason would be what? To exclude him? Because if you're saying it was just an oversight, because you didn't really answer that.
Yeah.
What was the deliberate reason? Because if you can't use the word deliberate exclusion and then say that it was just a blunder.
I gave examples of us moving dockets between provinces, where even the provincial commissioner will be engaged. When I say deliberate, I was not there when the process started. And one of the things I said at some point is that things shouldn't change because the principal has changed. Things shouldn't change, or how we do our processes shouldn't change because we've got a new principal. And I think for that reason, one of the people, if I go back to 2018, I think there are minutes to this effect, and I think they've been declassified, where General Mkhwanazi would be the one to introduce the topic around the PKTT, then General Khumalo would present progress on the dockets to the IMC, which would be the ministers and the DGs who would be there. So for me, it makes operational sense that the starting point, even with the Office of the National Commissioner, should have been also including the PC in the process.
Maybe we must just ask you,
Yeah.
do you think there was a deliberate from the minister? Because you came in with, now that the principal has changed, the processes shouldn't have changed.
Yeah.
Do you think it was the minister that gave indirectly or indirectly said, let's exclude him from this process?
I wouldn't speak on what the minister thought, but the minister gave an instruction. It is up to us, the bureaucrats, to implement. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, we can proceed. Oh, Pangazita.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In fact, I'm trying to understand, because I'm also perturbed by the manner in which General Mkhwanazi was excluded. There was a time when Major General Mkobozi was actually spoken to, forewarned that the files would be coming in his way, and that he should actually be prepared to receive them. And apparently he was not around, and a Brigadier Kunene was informed. And he expressly said that he was not prepared to accept those files unless Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi is actually informed. So why was he not informed, even at the advice of Brigadier Kunene?
Thank you, Honorable. I can take you back to what I said, that when the handing over was supposed to take place, my intention was to go to the PC. The only reason Ngunene was engaged was because of my workload, and I couldn't be able to go to the province. So exclusion didn't start there. This was way into the process, but he should have been involved from the beginning of the process. And I gave an example of the previous IMC sittings where General Mkhwanazi led the discussions on the PKTT, and I think all of those are outlined in the minutes of those meetings. So you can clearly see the significant role that he played in the process. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Lieutenant General, at page 87 of the bundle, And that is the slide that was presented before the Police Portfolio Committee
Yes.
on the 5th of March. You've testified that General Mkhwanazi was present in that meeting. And when you dealt with your evidence in respect of that meeting, you said it would have started the day before, which is the presentation on the 5th of March. And then the following day, you met with the minister regarding the implementation plan. Before I ask you on this presentation, was General Mkhwanazi also present at the meeting on the 6th of March?
No.
No, okay. Then let's limit it just only to the slide. When you look at the slide, what you testified is that Lieutenant General Khumalo, amongst other issues that he was raising before the Police Portfolio Committee, because it was not a meeting limited only to the disbandment of the PKTT. However, as it was a current issue that was ongoing, he presented on it. And you furnished us with the document as set out at page 87 of the bundle. And that page, basically, even though it does not detail what was canvassed at the meeting before the Portfolio Committee, but it deals with the topics that would have been presented regarding the PKTT. The first one is the Minister of Police issued a directive to the National Commissioner regarding the disestablishment of the National Political Killings Task Team. The second one, various meetings had been held and a detailed progress report submitted to the Minister of Police. The third one that was dealt with is the disestablishment or the disbandment will take a form of a transition form from National Political Killings Task Team to a component of serious and violent crimes, murder and robbery unit within Division Detective and Forensic Services. And lastly, the transition will ensure continuity of cases, particularly those that are under investigation and those that are in court. Now, General Mkhwanazi was present, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was present at this meeting on the 5th of March. In your understanding, if you can comment, of course, it's not him that is here giving evidence, but in your understanding, what was this about? What was this meeting before the Portfolio Committee, which dealt with these various aspects of the implementation plan, of the dockets being removed from KZN to Gauteng, of the transition of the cases from one division to the next? What would you say his understanding of this presentation would have been, which was made by Lieutenant General Khumalo? And this is in relation to his surprise, specifically his, that he was surprised that these dockets had now left.
The meeting was online. And I remember General Khumalo, he was actually at his office, but all of us were here in Cape Town, we were sitting in the PC's boardroom. And at some point, General Mkhwanazi was asked by the portfolio chairperson to also give his remarks on specific matters around crime intelligence. I cannot say that he saw this when it was presented, but he was in the meeting. That's all that I can say. So in terms of his consumption and understanding on what General Khumalo was presented, that is actually something that I cannot comment on.
Okay. Just still on the meeting, following the meetings where other participants who are in the meeting are virtual, would you circulate the presentation to the great, or is it just only limited to the presentation within the Portfolio
Because of this
Committee?
being crime intelligence and also probably to have been deemed classified. So there was no circulation of the presentation. I mean, you can even see clearly that I also only have that copy that relates to what I was discussing, but not the entire presentation.
Indeed. So, I mean, General, it wouldn't be fair to ask you to give a testimony regarding another person, but I'm just asking your understanding, because you both were in the same meeting, and what you now state at paragraph 62 is that he was surprised. So I'm just trying to follow, you know, that submission. You also earlier testified that Lieutenant General Khumalo, even though he now was sitting at the head office in Gauteng, he was still the project manager who was responsible for the PKTT dockets. What is your understanding of his knowledge now that you know that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had no idea that these dockets had now been transferred to Pretoria? What was Lieutenant General Khumalo's understanding of that process as the custodian? Well, the custodian is Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, but as the person who had oversight as a project manager over the PKTT files, dockets.
I think in relation to your question, I can request that I don't respond because I don't know. I can only account for myself, but in terms of what General Khumalo thought or whether he engaged the PC, I definitely wouldn't know.
So you only informed the National Commissioner regarding Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's surprise element, but you did not engage General Khumalo on it. Is that your testimony?
Okay, if we look at the plan, General Khumalo's role had come to an end. So the dockets were now with me. And in terms of the meetings, for me, the first person to actually inform was the boss of General Mkhwanazi, who is the National Commission.
Just to close off on this point, so that we can move to the next section. Now that you were aware that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, as the provincial commissioner, was not aware of this process that you were overseeing, you informed the General Masimola, which telephonically, but did you take any steps to look at the reporting lines who would have transferred the dockets from, who would have prepared the dockets from the KwaZulu-Natal side? Did you ever find out who that person was and what the reason was for not informing the provincial commissioner?
I testified earlier that Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo, Ndate, testified at the Madlanga Commission that he was the one who prepared the dockets. Now, in relation to the interaction with the province, again, I think I'm in the dark. I wouldn't know. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant General. Just moving on now, still at paragraph 62 of your statement. What advice did you give the National Commissioner? Did the National Commissioner give after hearing about Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's refusal to receive the dockets?
National Commissioner didn't say much. He didn't engage in terms of the reason why. And he just said to me that maybe to put it bluntly, to say, your boss must decide what to do with those dockets. So in other words, he asked me, to put it polite, to engage with the DNC further on the dockets. And for me, that was what I can term operationally, again, strategic distancing, to say, I am not part of this problem.
Okay. So when the National Commissioner said that, he was referring to the DNC, Lieutenant General Sibiya.
When he said your boss should decide, he meant General Sibiya.
Okay. What was his subsequent advice regarding the dockets?
I think that was the end of my discussion with the National Commissioner. So what I did then after that, so for me, it felt like a directive to say, engage General Sibiya further. I then called the DNC And also now, that was the only time that I informed him of General Mkhwanazi's refusal, as well as the National Commissioner's, I think to put it politely, advice that he must then direct how these dockets should be dealt with moving forward.
So at paragraph 64, can you clarify how the dockets were then transferred? Oh, no, we've dealt with that extensively. We can then move on to paragraph 65.
Okay.
Think that you've also dealt with. You can read it, you can perhaps read 64 and 65 into the record, but we've asked you questions before you could get to that part. I think you've clarified it. In case you've left anything out, are you satisfied?
Thank you,
Okay.
yes. Maybe I can read 65 into the record. Again, when we sat with General Khumalo, we had a roadmap, and I think we had responsibilities. When General Khumalo and Mkhwanazi and General Masemola, both actually didn't want anything to do with the dockets. At that moment, in my mind, I'm thinking, what more do I have to do? If he says that DNC must decide, then the DNC being my supervisor, that ends my role in relation to what was in the action plan. I think that I would want to put into the record.
So at paragraph 64, no, we had passed there. I think we're at 66 now. Paragraph 66 of your statement. You say that on the 24th of April, 2025, you received another letter from Lieutenant General Sibia. What did this letter direct? If we can maybe go to the letter, it is contained at HKS 9, annexure HKS 9, page 93 of the paginated bundle.
So this would have been post the handing over of the docket, and I think General Sibia wrote to myself and General Khumalo, where if maybe the committee can allow me, I'll read from paragraph 2, where he said, in compliance with the directive of the Minister of Police on 31 December 2024, and subsequent directives of the matter, you are advised that this process should be finalized by Thursday, 24 April 2025. And this includes the transfer of all dockets closed, currently under investigation, and in court to the Division, Detective and Forensic Services. A final feedback report on the finalization of this process, including confirmation that all task team members have reported back to their station of origin, is awaited on or before Friday, 25 April 2025, and signed.
What was your reaction to the letter? We are at paragraph 68 of the statement.
I would like to take the committee back to the meetings of the 6th of March with the minister and the 27th of March, where a plan was presented. This letter was outside of both meetings, as the meetings agreed that the 114 dockets in court will remain with the PKTT. And also there was no mention, if maybe I can go back.
Page 93.
If I may go back, I think the DNC took it further, and there was no mention on the plan of the closed the closed dockets and dockets in court. The plan said the dockets in court will remain with the team, whilst the docket closed will go back to the station of origin. So the 297 plus 50 odd withdrawn cases already were taken back to the station of origin. Now this instruction says even those dockets must come back to the detectives. And again, in that particular plan, which we presented, the strength of the members was reduced from 96 to 68. And this correspondence say that all task team members must go back to their stations of origin. So it was contrary to what the minister, the district commissioner, deliberated with us on at both meetings of the 5th and the 27th. That's why no action was taken on this letter.
We are now at paragraph 69. Can you confirm the physical location of the PKTT documents from the point of their collection onwards? I think you've dealt with that, but just if you would like to perhaps deal with your actual paragraph 69 in case we left anything out.
It is just to submit to the committee that at no stage were the dockets physically in my office. And as I said, as generals, it is not practice that you keep a docket in your office. The dockets first are the custody of the police station under the provincial commissioner, and only when we recall dockets for specific intervention together with the team can we recall. So these dockets were never in my possession or actually in my office. Thank you.
At paragraph 70, you deal with the meeting as it was called by Minister Mkhwanazi on the 23rd of June. What transpired at the meeting of the 23rd of June regarding the PKTT disbandment, and why did you decline further involvement at this stage?
On the 23rd of June, the minister invited the National Commissioner to provide progress to him on the disbandment of the PKTT. General Masemula extended the invite to only General Khumalo and General Sibia. General Sibia then asked me to join him in the meeting. I mean, we respect protocol in the police, and I think I respectfully said that the invite wasn't extended to me, and therefore I wouldn't be able to attend. If the NADCOM wanted me to be there, he would have, included me in the invite. And he did say if I could come up to his office to assist him in writing the report, which I agreed. And upon arriving, he was sitting with General Motsipe already compiling the report. Later on that day, we had a meeting with the minister, with Baksa, to present progress on our partnership. And therefore, I had to excuse myself. But I must say that at this time, after having seen that, actually, it's more like now the ball is in the detective's court. So I actually had no interest in getting involved in the matter. Hence, you will see post the 25th of April, after talking to NADCOM, you won't find any footprint of mine in the dockets. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you, General. That concludes that section that we were on. And now we move on to your views, which you have titled Your Attitude Toward the Disbandment. We are now at section G of your statement, which starts at paragraph 71. Yes.
Sorry. Sure. I think in starting this part of the statement, my workings with Minister Mkhwanazi, I must say it was amongst one of the best I've ever experienced, of a political principal who dedicated his time working on improving the detectives and also trying to get subs to automate, subs to do things in a way that will make it easy for the victims of crime to report and also have a better feeling when they go to police stations. And I think in this regard, one of the biggest programs that he did, and Sibia did report on this one, where he then said, we must have a plan on how to capacitate the detectives. The re-enlistment that we have, I think we were given 353 posts emanating from that submission to the minister, which he approved. Today, we are standing at 287 detectives re-enlisted. I think the 66 remaining, we are now headhunting. So for me, that is one of the good things that came out of his initiatives. And then secondly, the issue of the subs, I think Baksa, I spoke about that. And again, the expansion of your forensic science laboratory footprint, particularly the CSIR. The CSIR has offered subs some of the old labs used during COVID, that we can use them for DNA analysis, particularly your reference samples that actually are your buccal samples or your intelligence samples. So those good things that he did for me really said a lot about progressing the police, you know. But I must say that even on his exit, Minister Kachala and General Masemola are proceeding with those projects. So it's a positive thing. But again, I must say that in relation to him disbanding the political task team, I want to go back to the IMC and use maybe, for lack of a better example, this committee. There is a chairperson who actually is overseeing the structure. He cannot decide to say, but tomorrow you cannot sit. For example, he cannot say General Sintumule cannot come and present herself, because the committee must meet, deliberate, and agree. And I think as it started, that's also how it should have ended. There would not have been anything anomalous for the minister to call an emergency IMC to share his concerns around the PKTT and that to be deliberated. And then I am sure that decisions would have been taken. But at least it would have been a consultative process with his colleagues who are part of the JCPS cluster.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. If we can actually just read your paragraph 73, you've made an analogy, but without context, to the people who are listening to you, who are not only limited to this committee. Perhaps, if I can then read it into the record. In relation to the disbandment of the PKTT, you say it was your view that the minister should not have unilaterally decided on the disbandment of the PKTT or any operational team for that matter, as these fall within the mandate of the National Commissioner. Now, what you have explained about the chairperson who oversees this committee, the chairperson is actually a member of this committee. Yes. What I'm reading from your paragraph 73 is that, if I have to put it in layman's terms, he had no business getting involved in operational matters. Do you have a comment about that?
I think those are very strong words, so I wouldn't necessarily agree with them.
Let me leave them to you because you are giving evidence.
Maybe, as I have said earlier, that it would not have killed anybody if, for example, an emergency IMC would have been called, or actually if an emergency police meeting would have been called to say, here is a matter, and how do we then go about doing it? And probably the minister said, I think I saw jealous years later, that there was an assessment, at least share the assessment with those who are going to be involved, that we can deliberate. And I think that's why when we talk integration, it means that we then bring all our brains together and come up to an amicable solution that will advance the organization.
Let's allow Mkhalaka.
I think the question is, did the minister have a business to do with the disbandment of PKTT or not, according to you? Because that's what we're investigating. The rest of the things you're telling us is not what we're here for. We want to, or put differently. Do you think it's a political interference for a minister to write a letter on the 31st of December disbanding the PKTT without consulting the top management of the police?
I will respond in the affirmative. Thank you, Chair. Which is a yes, Honorable Mateus, thank you.
I think you've answered the question, but I wanted to also give you an opportunity to expand on, because political interference and that we are investigating is a conclusion, but we have to still deal with the facts. And you say here that it did not fall within his mandate as it was operational. Would you like to expand on that?
I think one of the questions that came, I can't remember whether it's from Honorable James, related to whether the minister had to involve General Mkhwanazi. I think it was from Honorable, I'll say Mbangazita, for not to offend the said name, Mngwango. Ngiyabonga, Honorable Sangon. The minister could not have involved any operational person, but the minister had an obligation to call a meeting, whether with the IMC or with the substance management involved in such matters. And then there was a discussion, but he could not sit alone and then make those decisions. So for me, operationally, I think, for lack of a better word, I think he overreached. The intentions might have been good, but I think the process was flawed.
We will take the following two hands. We'll start with Honorable Matthews, followed by Honorable Ngola.
Clarity again. IMC, when the minister was appointed as police minister, did it sit at all? Because he's supposed to chair it. Did it have at least one meeting?
In my knowledge, it never sat. I think the minister arrived around July, and I think the instruction was issued in December, but I've never heard of any IMC sitting.
Did
And
anyone
if-
alert the minister that might
beg
be
your
one?
pardon?
Did anyone alert the minister that there's this IMC? Did you think in your opinion that he knew that there was an IMC, but he was in the cabinet before, so there was no meeting, no any engagement at all?
Even just beyond talking about the IMC, within your JCPS, I think the minister has also engaged on such topics at that level. But I know that, for example, that IMC never sat.
Okay.
And if it did sit, I was not invited.
Okay. And then where would we get the minutes for the IMC meetings prior to?
I know that they were declassified. I think we can actually request them from the National Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you, Chair. I'm picking up from where Honorable Maltese left. Was there would have been a serious discussion and a serious contradicting sentiments on whether the IMC was still in existence in December 2024. So if you suggest that the IMC should have been consulted before the decision. So the question that follows that is, was the IMC in existence in December 2024?
Thank you and good afternoon, Honorable Ngol. Hangun Bulis.
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
Thank you very much. The fact that the task team is in existence, it means that the IMC is in existence because the team of the DGs report to the ministers. And I want to make another example with the, I think it's Operation Bamba in the Eastern Cape of taxi violence, where the Minister Mkhwanazi, actually involved the premier, the MECs responsible for security in the province. And in that particular meeting, those meetings sat with the deputy ministers and issues were discussed, but the DGs were responsible for implementation. It doesn't mean that because the minister is no longer there, that initiative doesn't exist. Because remember, it is a government initiative in dealing with a specific topical problem of crime, and ours is to enter into a normalization and stabilization phase through these task teams. Thank you, Chair.
Kawaza.
Thank you, Chairperson. Lieutenant General, we are now at, because you have now dealt with the IMC aspect of the step that the minister could have taken by approaching or calling an IMC meeting. At paragraph 74, that's where you deal with that. At paragraph 76 of your statement, you stated that the establishing such a team is a complicated process. Can you explain why and what are the potential consequences of not handling it properly?
If I may respond to this using an example. Decommissioning a team cannot be done in one day or in 1 week. Because within that team, you've got diverse competencies. We've got 5 pillars. So you would have crime intelligence, you would have your visible policing that's proactive, you will have your combat, those are the people like the TRT, the NIU, those who actually protect the teams when they go to investigate, but also do your tracking and tracing. You've got the detective, that's the investigation or the reactive element, and then you've got communication. So to decommission, it means that all these teams must cease to exist. Now, in relation to the detectives, so when you intervene, you generate dockets or investigations. And by the time you decommission, those investigations could be still ongoing. I want to give an example in one of the provinces. I think it happened, last year, where the team was decommissioned or actually reduced. However, because the team carried 200 and odd dockets, we then had to request through the NCCF, which is the National Crime Combating Forum, Chairperson General Musigidi, for extension. So it disrupts actually ongoing work. That's why you cannot just disband. It's a complex process that involves a lot of other role players.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. At paragraph 77 of your statement, you've in part dealt with this elsewhere in your testimony, but I would like to address it here. I'm more interested in asking the latter question. You highlighted that the deliberate exclusion of the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal in the disbandment process. You've dealt with the question was, why do you say he was excluded? But my question before you now is, what was the impact of that exclusion, if he was in fact excluded?
Need I say more? I'm sitting here today to account to the public on what happened. Thank you.
General, if you can just perhaps expand on what you mean by that.
I am basically saying that the exclusion of the PC led us to where we are today. Had the PC been involved and being part of the process, I think the outcome would have been different. And I am not saying this because General Mkhwanazi. I'm saying this because it is the process in the police that when it comes to moving the dockets, the PC needs to be engaged. So I don't want to attach it to a person, but to a process. Thank you.
General, this section now, we've now concluded the section that deals with all your evidence in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT, the implementation plan that was developed by you and Lieutenant General Khumalo. Now that we are closing off this section, I would like to offer you an opportunity if you have any further comments in respect of the PKTT, your role within the PKTT, the steps that you took up until the point at which the dockets were transferred. Before you respond to that, can I just ask the question, because your statement does end quite abruptly. Were the dockets transferred and were they received by General Mkhwanazi?
I think post our engagement, I know that I was no longer involved, but the docket eventually found their way back into KwaZulu-Natal, into the PKTT. And I think post that, in terms of now, I think my workings with the team moving forward, I work very closely with the team of General Kumalo and Colonel Kumalo, particularly in facilitating the movement of dockets that would link to what they're investigating.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. I would like to give you an opportunity now, if you have any further comment regarding the process of PKTTs.
No, thank you.
Okay, we now, Chairperson, we will now deal with the next section, which relates to responding to Advocate Johnson for the testimony. The section from here on does not relate to anything about the disbandment of the PKTT. Would this be an opportune time to break, or would you like to proceed? We can finalize the next section by 1 o'clock, but we won't be completely done with the evidence.
What does that mean? Because we have allocated you 3 hours.
Chairperson, if I can be afforded up until 1:30, we should conclude by 1:30.
Everything.
Yes, what remains of the statement. We have about 12 pages of the statement left.
So you say that the evidence that should be concluded
Indeed.
needs between now and 13:30. Is that what you're saying?
I can attempt. I think I need a little bit longer than that, perhaps a full hour to do justice to the statement, because the issues that we now are going to deal with are responding to what the allegations that have been made, which either need to be corrected or need a response from Lieutenant General Sentiment.
What I want to check is, you have said that you need 3 hours to lead evidence. So we started at 10, and by 1, it must be done. That's why I'm asking you now, are we still within that time that you promised us?
Chairperson, I think we are still within the time that I promised, given the fact that there are questions of clarity that come from members which are unnecessary, but in dealing with those questions of clarity, it does set us slightly back. We don't have much more to go, but I wouldn't want to say 45 minutes and rush through the statement. We are nearly there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable Malema, Honorable Skosana.
Thanks, Chair. I've been asking myself, what type of strictness do you apply? Because when you give us 20 minutes and 20 minutes finishes, you'll be the one, stop there, stop there, stop answering, stop answering. If you see my mic up, it's up. But on people who are supposed to be professional, trained to do this job, you don't apply that. We are not trained to do this thing. Actually, we are trained for speaking. It's our job. We get paid for that. You stop us for doing our job. But the people who are trained to be professional, and the excuse that we come in between, I mean, we didn't take much time, really. So you don't apply that strictness. And I've been asking myself, what criteria does he use? Because when it comes to us, you can't even go 21 minutes. But these ones can say 3 hours, 4 hours, and then they can cost 7 hours. And then you say, no, let's give them more. And then even after we finish, you still give them more.
No, the thing is, honorable members, you have requested me to allow you to interject during the presentation of evidence. And it has been happening from the day we started. But the reason why I'm very strict with the time that is allocated to you is that when we start, I make a proposal here to say, today, I'm proposing to give you 20 minutes, all of you agree. Or I say today you will have 30 minutes, like today you are going to have 30 minutes, and you all agree. So once you agree to that, my understanding is that that is a pre-consent, and I'm going to apply the rules exactly that way. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out, I'm a bit lost when he says we are finished with the issue of PKTT. Are we still going to discuss these matters with the witness, the one is talking about, or is something else which emanated perhaps from Madlanga or whatever? Or is it something, she's not finished with this submission?
It's not emanating from Madlanga.
I'm sorry?
Remember, there was a witness from IDEC who came here before the...
Yes, advocate, yes.
Yeah. So the general feels that there are matters that were presented before you.
Yes.
By the witness from IDEC, and she will also love to be afforded an opportunity.
So that matter will take 45 minutes?
Yeah, so we are going to give them until 13:30.
Okay.
To conclude. Can we go ahead, Kawaza?
Thank you, Chairperson. Lieutenant General, we are now at paragraph 78 of your statement. When you testified earlier, you said that you would be dealing with some of Advocate Johnson's testimony which pertains to you or your office. Okay. At paragraph 78, can you recount the details of the WhatsApp call you received from Advocate Johnson on 6 December 2024?
Before I respond, Chairperson, I would like to put context that this is in relation to the 4 Orlando dockets, 3 Orlando dockets and 1 Villera dockets that were requested by Advocate Johnson from General Jacobs to actually go to IDEC. So to start with the testimony, on the 6th of December 2024, at 15:08, I received a WhatsApp call from Advocate Johnson, who requested, and I want to underline, my intervention in relation to IDEC dockets, which were kept in General Jacobs' safe, which will be Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate. And I think I paused to mention at this point that at the time this call was made, General Jacobs was the appointed chairperson of the NAC Joint Committee on ESCOM that was investigating maleficence that affected the performance of the utility. So in my mind, these dockets had to do with state capture because the specific mandate of IDEC as outlined in section 28 of the NPA Act is that they will deal with serious complex and serious and complex economic crimes. And I think the first thing was, why would General Jacobs keep the dockets in his safe? And this is again per protocol. I've got an annexure here that comes from his environment that says this is not the practice that we promote. Generals cannot keep dockets in there. Even if we work on them, we must give them back to investigators. And I'm not necessarily saying that he did something wrong. So my engagement was on specific that as the head of detectives, I had to intervene to allow IDEC to do their investigations. And bearing in mind that neither General Jacobs or Advocate Johnson specified what these dockets were all about. One of the provisions in that section says that it is a criminal offense for the director of IDEC to actually inform people about investigations that they are doing. I think that's what I would like. Should I proceed? I think for the sake of time.
Fine. So General, Lieutenant
Maybe-
General,
Maybe let me add that I then, General Jacobs after I received the two letters from Advocate Johnson. because I-
Lieutenant General, I need to
Sorry.
take you to the letters. So those letters are contained at Annexure 13. They start Annexure HKS 13. And they start at page 96. Until page 100. So page 96, is the email
Yes.
from, you can speak to that email and then you can speak, yeah.
Maybe before we get to the email, that Advocate Johnson then specified to me that they followed process in relation to getting the dockets. They engaged the DPC General Khumalo, who is responsible for crime detection in Gauteng. And I asked her to put that specific instruction or actually engagement in the letter, because that is the only provision on which I can be able to intervene. And she did so, and as you can see, the email was sent on the 6th of December, Friday at 15:39, and she attached two letters. The two letters, the first one on page 97 is addressed to me, where she is requesting my intervention to get the 4 dockets, as I have mentioned. And in paragraph 4, she mentioned that General Khumalo advised her team to collect the dockets from the detective commander at Viliria. And when they arrived, the dockets were with the DPCI. They went to the DPCI. The DPCI didn't have the dockets, but those were said to be kept in the safe of General Jacobs.
Perhaps for this, to take it one step at a time. You have now testified that you were requested to provide these dockets. You are not in the position to ask what is the purpose of these dockets being retrieved, because there are provisions that prohibit that. And at page 97 of the bundle, which is part of HKS 13, is a letter addressed to you. Who is that letter from?
It's from Advocate Johnson.
From Advocate Johnson. And what is the purpose of the letter? What is the subject line on?
The subject line is the request for case dockets, and these are the Orlando dockets.
Okay. At paragraph 2, the dockets are set out that are requested. Would you like to comment on the fact that there are 3 dockets mentioned in the subject line and that she had contacted you about? And why are there now 4 dockets at paragraph 2?
I can only say maybe it was an omission from their side, because even when she spoke to me, spoke about 4 dockets.
Okay. When you are requested dockets of this nature, are there reporting lines? Who else would have to be involved when a docket from Gauteng is being requested from your office?
It's either the PC or the DPC.
Okay.
Yes.
Who is the PC, Provincial Commissioner
That's General Mkhwanazi.
of, I'm asking about the Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng. Who?
It's General Mkhwanazi.
Okay. In this letter at paragraph 4, it states that officials were advised by Major General Khumalo to collect these dockets from Detective Commander at Viliera SAPS. Who is Major General Khumalo?
Major General Khumalo is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, deputizing Mkhwanazi, responsible for crime detection.
Okay. So this instruction, as per paragraph 4, would have come from Major General Khumalo. Okay. On the next page, the letter is signed 6 December, which is as set out in your statement. On the next page is a letter that looks exactly like the one that we have just read. But who is this letter addressed to?
this letter, which was attached to the email on my letter, was addressed to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detective General Khumalo.
Okay. And the letter relates to, what is the subject line?
It's still the same, exactly, it's a copy and paste.
Okay. At paragraph 3, can you read that request into the record?
This office requests the original dockets as a matter of agency.
And that was the request to Major General Khumalo. And that it is dated the 6th of December, exactly like your letter was addressed the 6th of December. You can then continue at paragraph 82 of your statement.
Based on these two letters, then I engaged General Jacobs and informed him of the request for those dockets. And I need to mention, Chairperson, that I am not General Jacobs' supervisor. In actual fact, in terms of the rank, he's my senior because he was appointed in 20, I think, way before me. So in talking to him, it was in my capacity as the DevCom detectives. I'm saying this because at the committee it was said that I am his supervisor. I am not on the contrary, actually, he would have been my senior. And then we spoke about the dockets that actually he should hand over the dockets. Advocate Johnson mentioned that he mustn't, interfere with criminal matters, and my thinking was that they could even charge him for defeating the ends of justice. And again, at this time, neither of them, not Jacobs, not Advocate Johnson, specified what these dockets were in relation to, and they were not bound by law to do that. I only got to know that these dockets were in relation to the arrest of General Khumalo when General Mkhwanazi called me. I remember I was from overseas on the 26th of July, Saturday, and asked me if I knew that these dockets were in relation, or actually these are the dockets that led to the arrest of General Khumalo and others. And I was totally shocked. At that point in time, I felt the need to then inform National Commissioner to say, actually, this is the email that came from Advocate Johnson. At that time, if I may mention it here, advocate that the National Commissioner looked at the time at which the dockets were requested and said to me that this was at the time when the PKTT team was conducting a takedown operation at Katiso Molefo's home. So he drew that inference, but we didn't discuss the matter further.
At the next section, you deal with, what we had not quite dealt with is, why were these dockets being requested from you and not from Lieutenant General Jacobs? Why were they not asked? Why did Advocate Johnson not directly request these from
remember,
Jacobs?
The custodian from the province already according to Johnson, gave a go-ahead. So the next person to intervene is Nashina.
Where was Jacobs, is the question.
He was the DevCom inspectorate, but responsible for that ESCOM project.
So he was away at the ESCOM project, and this is the reason why they were being requested from you.
That's the reason why I thought, yeah.
Okay. If we can now go to paragraph 84. Paragraph 84 of your statement, and 84 and 85 deal with the legal opinion.
As I said, Chairperson, that my coming here was to clarify issues. One of the issues raised was that if there was already work done on the dockets, why would I have given General Jacobs a request to hand them over? And this is specifically because at the time of my intervention, there was nothing in writing, no information to me that these dockets were being worked on. And as you can see, the final letter signed to Inspectorate was the 11th of December, 2024, and this was post my intervention on the dockets matter. So at the time, again, I think, Honorable Sangoni is not here. It was not at my disposal.
At annexure HKS 14, which starts at page 101 of the bundle, you attach a document when dealing with that section. It is an information note. Could you comment on this note? What was the purpose of attaching it in this section?
In relation to the relevance to my testimony, I won't go into the contents. I will just talk about the dates. The date at which the intervention took place was the 6th, and the date on which the legal opinion was signed is the 11th. So which means it was signed after the intervention was requested.
From paragraph 86 to 89, you deal with the challenges you faced post the testimony of Advocate Johnson. What were these challenges?
I followed the proceedings, and I think when Advocate Johnson was asked by Advocate Arendse, Senior Counsel Arendse, that they took 7 dockets, and I think her response was in the affirmative. And my recollection was, but we only gave 4 dockets, then why would they take 7 dockets? So that was the first challenge I had with her testimony. And it's something that then post, I think she made a request to come and see me. We discussed, and I asked that she actually submit a supplementary affidavit clarifying the discrepancy between the dockets requested versus the dockets taken.
Okay. At paragraph 88, you engaged Major General Khumalo regarding his involvement in the IDEC, with IDEC on these documents. We've read the letter which showed that Major General Khumalo was involved. What was his response? To that effect, you've annexed a document at HKX 15, which can be found at page 108 of the bundle, 108.
I think during Advocate's testimony in her engagement with Honorable Source, I think the issue of this letter of General Khumalo came in, and Advocate Johnson didn't seem to be forthcoming on the letter. I then engaged General Khumalo to actually ask his engagement with IDEC that led to him saying that they can come and get the dockets. And to my surprise, General Khumalo informed me that he has never had any engagement with Advocate Johnson nor anybody from IDEC on these dockets. And therefore, this denial for me implied that the letter as submitted by Advocate Johnson did not represent General Khumalo's sentiment. Again, in my discussion with Advocate Johnson, I did clarify the matters to say that she will then have to provide a supplementary affidavit to clarify the matters as raised. Okay. You were not here, Honorable Sangon. I remember at some point, and I think when you said no, General Sintumule interfered, I'm like, in my whole life, this is for the first time I hear that about me. And I think it's what prompted me to provide response and a perspective to the committee. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant General Sintimole. So you've attached annexure 15 in support of the fact that Major General Khumalo was not involved in the IDEC investigation as it was stated before this committee.
Yes.
Okay. And the statement, if just for the sake of completion, at page 109 is dated the 26th of February, 2026.
Yes.
Okay. We now move on to the next section. This section, the heading does not necessarily speak to the heading of this section is allegations raised by Lieutenant General Sibiya during his testimony at Madlanga. The allegations that were made speak to some of the work that we are doing as part of this committee that we are investigating, and that is specifically infiltration of law enforcement by civilians. And so the first allegation that you talk about is that perhaps I can just ask you directly, do you know Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala?
I can say safely before this platform, I do not know Mr. Matlala. I think I have seen Mr. Matlala at General Sibiya's party in September. And I spoke to him once when we were asking for sponsorship. I think that also I'll cover. I don't have a relationship. We live in time of technology where we can triangulate. And I had said before, and I said again, I can be triangulated. I don't know Mr. Matlala.
Okay.
Neither does he know me.
That you set out at paragraph 91, but we have to, for the sake of clarification, perhaps distinguish between knowing someone and having met somebody. You mentioned General Sibiya's party. What is the purpose of mentioning General Sibiya's party, and when was it? And do you want, if you can perhaps just give
maybe I must start by mentioning that General Sibiya is a person who likes to host parties. And at these parties, it's not only me who's invited. He invites all of us, from the National Commissioner, General Khumalo himself. I remember at one party we were sitting together, General Musikidi, General Nkua, General Mamuteti, so he invites the generals. And I think in the spirit of building a team, we would attend those parties. But on the specific one in September, it was myself, General Tema. General Tema is the former head of basic police training. I know General Shibiri was there. I think General Fani also was there, but I didn't see him for long. And I know there was Advocate Chauke as well, who was there because he was introduced to me. It was for the first time that I met him at that party by General Sibiya. At that party, General Tema was sitting with me. General Tema is a friend of mine and who will come if she's called to attest that on that specific day, because of my on and off, General Sibiya and I were like on and off. Sometimes we are good, sometimes we are like extremely not good. So I said to her, I don't want to go alone. I've never gone alone. I always take my sister or take General Mamuteti sometimes. So both were not available. General Tema came with me. And on that specific day, as we were sitting, a lady dressed in white came to join us. And General Tema said to me, this is Tsakane Matlala, and she used to be Dr. Pet's mother's driver. So we met, we said the three of us. Later on, I think Mr. Matlala was standing, then she showed me that that's the husband of Tsakane, Mr. Matlala, not giving a name. And nobody introduced me to him. So
was this the first time that you had learned of his
yes,
of his name?
Even meeting, seeing him, not meeting him, it was for the first time. And he was standing, I think, just close to the swimming pool.
Okay. At paragraph 96 of your statement, you say that you only then got to know his full name when General Tema shared his details. What were the circumstances of General Tema sharing his details after that pointing out session?
Before I get there, I need to clarify this. I believe in constitutionalism. And I think one of the things that key principles there is nobody's above the law, and as public officials, we are accountable. So in this platform, I have no reason to deny knowing a person. You know, I want to just clarify that part. And then secondly, and as we were busy planning our awards, we then had issues with the sponsor, particularly for my award, the DevComs awards and the DNC's awards. So
Lieutenant General, I really apologize for interjecting. What we did not set out is the timing of the party, Lieutenant General Sibiya's party. When were you invited to this part? I mean, not when were you invited, when did you attend this party?
It was in September 2024. I can't remember the date. Yes.
You may proceed.
Yes.
Chair.
And- Okay.
I wanted to make a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
You meet a person at the party, a lady is wearing white. You are shown some stranger across the pool. That guy is Mr. Matlala. And you remember that. Like, I mean, someone should have said to you, is Mr. Matlala for the name to ring bell. Someone can just say to me, that's so and so. And then I pass, and then I get asked about a person. Oh, I was told this so and so 6 months, 8 months after that. Because if it's not somebody who's relevant or significant, there's no way you can be told this is so and so, and you remember their names after so many months after being introduced, even from a distance. When they said that's Mr. Matlala and this is Mr. Matlala's wife, what was discussed? What made it so special for you to memorize that name to an extent that you can even remember it and even where you were sitting on that day?
Thank you, Honorable Malem. I want to start it from scratch again. So we went into a party. We went to sit. I think there were people everywhere. And this lady came to join us. General Tema knows this lady. And she introduces her to me as Tsakane Matlala and specifies that this lady used to be Dr. Pat's mother's driver. That's the context. And as we were sitting and chatting, and out of the blue, she says to me, there's the husband of Tsakane, Mr. Matlala. So there was no discussion, there was no interest. And as I said that, Mr. Malema, I do believe in constitutionalism, that nobody's above the law. So I wouldn't come to this committee and say something that isn't and make it that it is. There was no discussion. On that specific day, we sat in one corner and we left. So there was no engagement, nobody, unlike Advocate Chauke, who was sitting close to us, General Sibia came and introduced me to him. But on this one, that's how it panned out. I submit, Chair, thank you.
Yeah, let's proceed.
Lieutenant General Sintimole, you were now explaining when that General Tema subsequently forwarded Mr. Matlala's details to you. What were the circumstances surrounding this? What was the purpose of her sending these details to you? General
Tema and I are very close. So we actually meet over the weekends and sometimes even during the week. She had just resigned and I expressed to her that we actually are struggling, and it's not the first time that she would do that, with sponsors for our awards. So in the award ceremony, you will then have a special category that is actually based on the discretion either of the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner, the DNC, or the DEFCON. So for that category, we didn't have a sponsor. And she suggested to me that I approach Mr. Matlala, and she gave me his name on that day and said it's Vusi Matlala, and she gave me the number, the details.
Okay. At paragraph 97 of your statement.
Maybe if I may add that General Tema is prepared to put in a statement in support of what I say. Under oath, I may add.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Sintumule. At paragraph 97 of your statement, you set out the circumstances that you have just related.
Sorry, Advocate. I was saying we shouldn't miss that, acting chair, that we should seek confirmatory affidavit
Yes.
from advocate, from
General
General
Tema.
Tema, yes.
That's not a doubt, Malema. Thank you. We can proceed.
Thank you, Acting Chair.
You may proceed. Paragraph 97, is your response fully covered?
As the divisional commissioner, if you are hosting awards, you don't personally invite people. The people are invited through the LOC chairperson and the people who are just dealing with the guest list. So in this regard, General Manamela was the LOC chairperson, and for that reason, because of the sponsorship, which happened after the 27th, I think, then I asked her to also extend an invite to Mr. Matlala and his wife.
I think we've jumped a step.
Okay.
Before you get to invite Mr. Matlala as a sponsor, how did you then approach him? The question was last at the place where
Yeah.
General Tema, where Major General Tema
Okay.
has now forwarded his personal details. Is it the norm within SAPS that you would approach service providers to assist with
Yes.
awards for the SAPS?
Okay, I
Perhaps you
think-
can explain that.
Thank you. Through the chairperson, chair, if you may, acting chair, if you may allow me. We are following allegations. I think what you are asking is covered in the next allegation. That is the issue of the sponsorship. So on this one, he says, I deny knowing Mr. Matlala, yet I invited him. Yeah, so the one of how then I got to contact him is covered in the next allegation, which says that we accepted a sponsor from Mr. Matlala, from Medicare 24.
Yes, Lieutenant General, I know we're not necessarily following the sequence as set out in your statement, but we're following your evidence chronologically.
Yeah.
Because you would have had to approach him for sponsorship before you invite him. So if we can just follow that chronological sequence.
Post General Tema giving me the details, there was an LOC meeting. I think we were a few days to the event. And General Manamela came into my office. We're still discussing the issue of sponsorship. And in her presence, I then said that General Tema had said we can approach this Mr. Matlala. And I said he works for MediClinic. General Manamela, my staff officer, who's my head of office, was with me at the time. And General Manamela said, no, it is called Medicare 24. So I asked that then we write a letter as per the National Instruction 6 of 2018 that regulates protocols on donations. And that letter is also annexed on the 22nd of November under my signature, was then sent to General Fani, who's our Divisional Commissioner, Supply Chain Management. This is the protocol that we apply to getting a sponsorship. That letter was sent on the 22nd. On the 27th of November, all of these are.
General, before you move on, we
Sorry,
just
ma'am.
need to make sure that everybody is on the same page about the letter you're talking about.
Okay.
The letter is annexed as, it's marked annexure HKS 16, and it can be found at page 110 of the paginated bundle.
The response for our request was then submitted from supply chain on the 27th of November, and attached to the response, it's like a vetting form that indicates that none of the identified companies are currently under evaluation and may therefore be approached for donations, and it is signed by General Fani on the 25th. I'm not sure it's fine, but it's signed on the 25th of November, 2024.
Now, that letter is annexure HKS 17.
Yes.
Which is at page 111 of the paginated bundle. The signature you are talking about that you're referring to, which you say was signed by Lieutenant General Fani, is at the bottom of the page, and it is dated 27 November 2025.
2024.
2024.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes, because in the body of the email, it talks about a letter dated 2024. Yeah, the year. It's just not clear.
Okay.
Okay. So if we pause there, that letter, what does it actually address? What does it address?
It actually then gives you authority to approach a sponsor. So you don't approach a sponsor prior that approval.
Okay.
Yes.
Prior to this celebration that was at, or a party
At
that was at Lieutenant General Sibiya's house, you testified that you had not seen, because you say you still maintain you don't know Mr. Matlala, but he was pointed out to you. So prior this engagement where, at this party where he was then pointed out to you, you had no idea that he was actually a service provider at SAPS.
No.
So why would you approach a person that you would have met a month earlier as
Yeah.
a sponsor?
General Tema was the head basic police training. And I think this is where they do the assessments for trainees. And I suppose that's where Mr. Matlala's contract would have been whether accepted or being dealt with. So as a detective, I had no clue on that particular contract, but also I had no clue on what his services were. Only that he was a service provider for SAPS, and therefore General Tema said, maybe we can approach him to sponsor.
And although you had not met him and you did not know him, had you heard of him
Not
as a
even.
person in Pretoria, in Gauteng? Had you heard of the name Vusimuzi Cat Matlala?
No,
You'd never?
no. And I think this is where I'm a proponent for counterintelligence, Honorable Malema. Sometimes we say things, but if push comes to shove, Honorable James mentioned once in this committee that maybe you should have forensic investigators, because we'll come here, say things, deny and refute and whatever. If push comes to shove, some of us must be taken for polygraph so that we can actually test what we are saying. By the way, I'm a proponent of defensive counterintelligence, so I do believe that it's a method that works. Thank you.
But some of you are trained to pass polygraph.
I wouldn't talk about the deceivers. I think I would speak for myself as a proponent for ethical conduct within the public service. I think those who are trained should not even be in the environment, Honorable Malema. That's why we've got problems today. Thank you.
Let's hear Pangazita.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to actually, join the dots here. The general actually has just told us that there has never been any, even physical, interaction with Mr. Matlala. But she goes on to actually ask him for a sponsorship. And secondly, she goes on to drop him a call. Where did she get the number for Mr. Matlala from? What did Matlala say? I mean, whom was he talking to? Matlala, in his mind, how would he know that he is talking to whom he is talking to if they had not met anyway? And actually ask for a sponsorship. It's a big thing to ask for a sponsorship. It means that you must have actually had some interaction with me for you to be courageous enough to approach me for a sponsorship. So if you have not met with me, you have not spoken to me, but suddenly you drop a call, you ask for sponsorship. Something is not adding up for me, at least.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to respond to Honorable Mngango, and I want to refer you to paragraph 105 of my statement, that maybe starting with the numbers that I used were given to me by General Tema. Hence, I'm saying that a confirmatory affidavit can be provided in this regard. General Tema was the head of basic policing, so she would have come across Mr. Matlala as a service provider. So that's where it basically came from. So she gave me the detail, and she's the one who proposed that actually maybe we can approach him. Upon getting the approval from supply chain, I called him with my caller ID visible, so he would have my number. And I introduced myself and told him where I got his numbers from and told him the brief of the call. And in that call, I did say that actually we would like, if it's possible for them to sponsor for the DevCom and the DNC's awards. That's basically how it took place. And in response, he said to me, it's fine, they can sponsor, but somebody from his office will call me I think you'll see in the emails, I was called by a Mr. James Murray. Mr. Murray does indicate that we will speak. Oh, no, did I say James or say Murray? Sorry,
You said Maria.
Maria.
James
No, I said, oh, no, Honorable James, the name is James, the surname is Murray, no relation whatsoever to you. Thank you.
So,
Yes.
General, for the sake of completion,
Yeah.
perhaps,
Let's say, Honorable Malema, did you want to make a follow-up?
Yes, Chair. I mean, Lieutenant General, in your CV, highly decorated intelligence person. And part of your training is to be aware of the environment you are in, your surrounding and all of that. It is not believable that you could see Mr. Matlala and not pick it up that there's something different about this guy as an intelligence person. Because Mr. Matlala's presence, I've been to places where Mr. Matlala is. You can't miss him because of those 100 bodyguards he was telling us about. And there's just too much activity around him, including of white bodyguards looking after this black man. And there's no way an operative like you, who's trained to handle agents, who's trained to handle agents and knows what is what here, because in your training, by virtue of being that, when your body is sitting, your eyes are everywhere, including at the back, in front, because your training includes that. There's no way you didn't notice. There's just something about this guy. And from there, you lose interest completely to want to follow up as to what is actually the story of this guy, because there's something different about him. And then from there, you even ask for sponsorship from him because you're not aware of this kind of a character you're dealing with after you met it for the first time. You shouldn't have made even a follow-up after meeting him for the first time. If you meet him once, Chair, you will not want to have anything to do with him because of what goes around him at that moment, not after, at that moment. So General should have picked it up that there's something with this guy, to even go back to him to ask for sponsorship.
Yeah, no, before you respond, Honorable Sangon.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to call a point of order, and I think this point of order is on you. You are failing us, Chair. We've always agreed that during the leading of evidence, we will ask clarity-seeking questions. Now, the whole day today, you've allowed members to come in, especially Honorable Malema, not asking clarity, and the rest of us are sitting here being very disciplined. The same member complains about the time of the evidence leader and still comes in the additional time that you sought to compensate for the time that we've taken. I really think you need to help us, Chair. We want to hear the evidence of the witness being led by the evidence leader. It's 1:30 now. You are going to say she must stop. But in the last 15 minutes, she's been interrupted again by the member who was complaining. Chairperson, please, can you assist us?
Okay, let me.
If she's looking for me, she will find me.
No, Honorable.
Because I've been asking clarity-seeking questions, items that are
this is
on the
wrong.
agenda.
Honorable Malema.
I've never asked anything new.
It's not a clarity-seeking question. You are following
You are
up.
not the one to determine this.
Now,
Not,
we're not running this
no, you are not
committee.
going to determine that. The
We're
chair,
not running this committee.
the chair will determine that,
The
not you.
evidence leader is not going to talk when you
But
want
the
her to talk. Then
chairperson
be
is going
quiet
to
because you
decide
want to
that,
talk.
not
No.
you. This is not an ANC meeting. This
not
is a
an
committee
EFF gathering
that is going to
either.
be decided by the chair,
You
not
allow
you.
the chair to chair. You are not the
Chairperson,
chair, Honorable Malema.
you allowed me to make follow-ups. I did exactly that through you.
Are not supposed to
Not
be
through a
following
backdoor
up.
arrangement.
Clarity-seeking questions. You think none of us
I
have questions
asked
that we want to ask, but
clarity-seeking
we're respecting
questions
the process.
Through you, Chair. I asked clarity-seeking questions through you. And if she has got nothing to say, she must keep quiet. Because if we have something to say, we'll say it. And we've been saying it through you. I'm not going to be directed by her on when to come in, not to come in. As long as you allow me, I'm going to do that, not her.
Mkhwanazi, how much time do you need to conclude evidence?
Chairperson, we are at the tail end. The question that will be posed to the witness now deals with sponsorship. And then the following question, these questions can be asked as individual questions. So I would say I've got 3 questions left. She can speak to them.
Chair, I asked a follow-up question, which needs an answer.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Malema. I think as a trained intelligence officer, I do agree with you fully, you know. And I must say that this was not, at that time, all of these things that we are seeing playing out were not there. And I must say additionally, that Mr. Matala didn't come towards me or meet me, and I didn't get to see him. And on that day, I didn't see any bodyguards around him. And if maybe I can say, for me, he was facing the other direction, and he's not a big person. That's all that I saw. But the person that I totally saw was the person I was sitting with, General Tema. Next to her, it was the wife. So I cannot talk more about what I saw. I think for me, it would really fail me because I didn't see him at all. Actually, the first time I saw his picture was on the newspapers when now things started coming up. Thank you, Honorable Malema. Thank you.
Lieutenant,
Can I be tempted to take it forward? Maybe, Honorable Malema, a lesson from this would be that I think it's not even about training, it's that as a person, that when actually such things happen, what is the takeaway out from the organization? Particularly when we approach sponsors and we don't know them, that maybe things can be done differently instead of just going through supply chain. Because we are sitting here today, I think because we didn't do our proper diligence individually before we push the back to supply chain. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Lieutenant General, just still on the same topic, you then testified that Mr. Matlala sponsored your awards. At Annexure AKS 18, you deal with the letter from Mr. James Murray. If you can just speak to what was sponsored, how many of those items were sponsored, and how were they distributed?
12 bar fridges were sponsored, and these were specifically for the special awards of the DNC Crime Detective General Sibia and myself, the DEFCON Detective and Forensic Services. Those were delivered after the event because of time, and I think there is a distribution list that is attached here. In our calculation, we made one misnomer. For the Eastern Cape team that received, we counted 3 people and there were only 2. So there was a fridge that was left. And normally when such gifts are left, they are kept for the following year. But the DNC having been new with us, I think General Sibia did a lot in terms of helping us improve performance. So I used my discussion to ask him if, as probably an award for myself, he would take the fridge, and he said yes. That's why then his name will be here.
Is it standard practice that if there is a sponsorship within SAPS for awards, like the sponsor, a service provider has sponsored for a specific purpose, that you would then have a discretion to exercise in whom you then give the left what is remaining to? Should you not be requesting the exact number that you need? Why was there a leftover fridge?
As I said, for example, we thought that there's going to be 4 recipients from the Eastern Cape and only 3. it is the discretion of the divisional commissioner, as you say, you know. I didn't see anything anomalous in acknowledging his efforts in turning the program around. I think for the members of the portfolio committee would know that the detective was struggling, and when he was there, I think there was much improvement. So for me, it was just a way of saying thank you, motivating him as my senior to do more.
Okay.
At the time, that was my reasoning.
Okay. Still on questions on Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
This will now cover paragraphs 120 to 128 of your statement. I will just ask the question directly and you can comment. Did Mr. Matlala pay for a Brazilian what is it,
Butt lift,
BBL,
yes.
a BBL surgery for you?
If the chair can allow me before I respond, I actually want to stand up. People have been dying to see this BBL. They were expecting Tebogo Tobejane, you know, Faith Nketsi. And I must say, Chair, I've actually had more guys approaching me now over the phone to say, can we go out? So I think everybody wants to test drive. I wouldn't mind standing. I wouldn't. That has become a national asset, so it must be seen. Before I respond to the question, I'm not sure if you see it, it's there, but I don't see it. Thank you very much.
Actually, one DM of the police showed me your picture and said, what is BBL here?
Exactly my point. But I think, Chairperson, on a serious note now on this particular matter, you said it's paragraph 120, no?
From paragraph 120 of your statement, and the question is, did Mr. Matlala pay for a Brazilian butt lift for
And-
you?
Yeah, and I must read this because it was for me a sore point in my career that I could just be taken so low after working so hard to be where I am with my integrity intact up until that moment when somebody thought under oath he could just get away with it. I wish to submit to this committee that it is rather gravely unfortunate that I have to respond to this. And for me, I must say, Mr. Matlala, the cybercrime, you can actually, what do you call them? Competencies. You can trace the money that I paid for my procedures. And I've given all of those statements as evidence to the evidence leaders. It's available for the committee to see. From my credit card to my check card to Dr. Pett, who actually did my procedures. I'm not shy, honorable members, to say I take care of myself. Being a police officer doesn't mean that you can just give up and people see us. We've got young women who must look at us as leaders, that actually I can do the job. We model the badge. So if I had to do this for myself, Honorable Malem, there are times when I wear that uniform and I carry the firearm and I'm like, no, damn, I look good. You know, there are times where I also like you, I don't see it, you know, but it's all about my body, my decision, and what I deem fit as a woman at my level with the money that I work hard for, not seeing my kids. If I can give an example to this committee, my son almost committed suicide on Sunday as I was about to come here. I don't know what my kids are going through. He was in ICU for the better part of the week. And I think advocate was there actually at some point talking to me when it happened. So if I take my money to feel better, I'm not going to apologize to anybody. Yes, it can be a laughing stock for a moment. My biggest problem is that it was said under oath by a senior official of the South African Police Services. I do have the dates, I think for the sake of time, Chairperson, the procedure was done on the 16th of October in the afternoon. I went to work, and I took leave. General Sivia is correct, because my back had pins, I couldn't sit properly. But I don't think it's something that for me he should have rode on as a man with a badge of honor. And an allegation that he just through from nowhere to say that Mr. Matlala paid for it. In 2023, Honorable Sangon, I've not even seen Mkhwanazi. I've not even seen him at the time. And it is paraded on the global platform to say this general who represents this flag that I wear every day. I wear this every day because I represent my people. When I go to Abu Dhabi and I sit, I represent South Africa in terms of diplomacy. I'm not going to be sorry for what I do to look good. And maybe also juxtaposing General Sibia with Brigadier Majeng. I don't even know what Ozempic looks like. You can see Honorable Sangoni, ngesizulu bathi ngusuma mngam sikubone. I think I was built for show off. I was not built to be normal. I don't know what for this thing to be paraded and my name to be attached to it. It is rather gravely unfortunate. Lastly, I want to request the committee and the world at large, because I've been getting calls from as far as Paris, from as far as Tanzania, people asking what is going on, that you see these allegations for what they are, with an intent to damage me, my reputation, and also a deliberate attack on my credibility and integrity. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Lieutenant General, thank you for clarifying. I would like to now ask you to just deal with the final part of your statement. I will ask you just one question and you can speak to that question.
Just before. Thank you, sir. Now that you strongly feel that Sibia lied under oath, as a Lieutenant General, what have you done about it? Because you know lying under oath is a crime. What have you done about it?
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. Two processes that I'm pursuing. One is legal and the one is criminal. I think I will provide feedback to the committee based on my engagement with my counsel on the two matters. Actually, I am mentioning the fact that he's a senior officer because in my capacity as a woman at that level, the ones who are coming after me shouldn't be afraid that their colleagues will chastise them for things that they think is better for themselves. Thank you, Honorable Malema, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, Chair, let me, the evidence reader finish. I'll let the evidence reader finish, it's fine.
Lieutenant General Sentimule.
I was saying, Chair, it's fine. I'll come later.
Lieutenant General Sentimule, the last part that I would like to deal with in your evidence, in your statement, is relating to the allegation that you authorized and approved overtime claims for Warrant Officer Monageng and Warrant Officer Sekhodi in May 2023 without verification that the protection services were allocated or rendered, thus failing to exercise due diligence in ensuring overtime claims were supported by objective proof, that proof was rendered. Do you have any comments to that statement?
I think the video that I got said I employed ghost workers and it's on TikTok. And I'm thinking, really now, I need to clarify this, Chairperson. Early 2023, the National Commissioner informed me through a telephone call that there was a member, I would call him Captain M, in my division, Detection and Forensic Services, whose life was under threat as he was a witness in a corruption matter in forensic services. And this member required protection. One of the things that happened to the member was that his kids' pictures were taken from school and were sent to him as a threat. And I think he experienced issues from that. Then he was hospitalized. These people unknown, they took the pictures of him and saying to him that they will find him wherever he is. For that reason, I then was asked to ensure that Captain M is protected. In this regard, General Kumalo, who was the head of who's the head of CI, and General Mohlala were engaged. A TRA was conducted, and General Mohlala provided security. So those two members were attached throughout the 4 months to Captain M. There is evidence in this regard. The member's wife also could be engaged, Honorable Malema, if I think we need, what did you call it? A confirmatory affidavit. So the security was for them. One of the recommendations from the TRA was that they be relocated or be put into a safe house. However, because the wife is working around Pretoria and the kids go to school in Pretoria, for that reason, the wife felt that actually security that is being provided was enough. So these members were deployed around Captain M 24/7. There's no way where I signed a claim for overtime. The only claim I signed for overtime is for the members who are sitting behind me, who are working in my office. However, for my office and those members, I then signed an overtime application. Before you work overtime, you need to be authorized. So that's the only thing I signed. And the fact that General Sibia then went to open a case of fraud and corruption with no suspect, I think that's what led the matter to be a problem. The National Commissioner was engaged, who actually encouraged us to talk. I think to date, I've not received any report from IPID. I did ask, I think on the 26th of February, and I was told that the matter is under investigation. But as far as I know, I never employed any ghost workers. And also in terms of my work, I will never abuse my office. I think for those who know me, they'll know I don't abuse my office for any reason. Thank you, Chair. I submit.
Thank you, Chairperson. The evidence, the supporting documents that Lieutenant General Sentimule has provided in support of what the submission the evidence she has given can be found from page 137 of the bundle until 163 of the bundle. Thank you very much, Chairperson. This concludes the leading of evidence.
Are you done, Kawaza? Are you done, General Sentumula?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe before we conclude, I actually listened to Advocate Sangoni when General Musikidi was here saying that we should provide at least recommendations. We do, so you see, maybe my second point will note that this also leads to institutional buffering because we don't work, we sit and listen to this deliberation, particularly if they're going to affect us. I think in my recommendations, I said that SAPS ought to use this opportunity to shake the baobab tree, because obviously I think there is chaff in the baobab tree. And I think this will be for the purpose of resetting and regeneration. And in other words, what I mean is that we should take a bold step as a country that has significant consequences and repercussions for those who are found to be on the adverse. And definitely we can set up the process for SAPS reforms and reposition SAPS as a credible organization, trusted and respected by all. So in other words, this just shouldn't be a process, but it should reset how we take SAPS forward. As a person who was involved in the NSF project, we did research, I think with Minister Sochu at the time, where we found that actually within SAPS reforms didn't take place, it was only integration. So maybe we need to then say, what is SAPS in serving our people in this democratic dispensation? The second one is that we should leverage on the private sector business ecosystem. As SAPS, we don't have resources. So maybe again, if we rebrand ourselves, I think we'll get more support from the private sector for us to be able to fulfill our mandate. The issue of institutional buffering. Honorable Mateis once asked a question about vetting, and I'm surprised he didn't ask me today, Honorable Mateis, about vetting. Maybe let me address it now. When you get the vetting certificate, you are vetted against a particular function that you are performing. What makes you vulnerable or puts you at risk? but that certificate doesn't give you integrity. Integrity comes from within yourself. Integrity is not defined by declaring that I have integrity. People see it. So in dealing with this problem, I think we need to reset counterintelligence. Honorable Barnard at some point said that this is an intelligence failure. If counterintelligence is strengthened in the way it should be, particularly both offensive and defensive, that will then help us to deal with problems proactively than for us to be where we are today as an organization. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Advocate Mkhize.
Thank you, Chair. This, the evidence is concluded. We're done.
Thank you so much. Thank Advocate Mkhize. Thank you, General Sintumula. We're now going to take a break. We'll come back at 2:30. May the honorable members stand up and leave the chambers.
Yes, Chair.
Skosana,
I will start, Chair, and Honorable Nomvalo will follow.
okay, we're going to have two from the MKP. From the DA, two. Is it two? Okay. Vessels, one. IFP, one. Action SA, one. EFF,
Two.
two. Okay. So this is what we are going to do, honorable members. 30 minutes for full members and 20 minutes for alternates. So are you disagreeing, honorable vessels? Or honorable Malem?
I disagree, Chair. I propose the 20 minutes.
That we.
I don't know when you changed it to 30 minutes because it was 20 minutes. You changed it yesterday.
You say we must allocate members 20 minutes.
Full members, 20 minutes. Skosana, 130.
No. There is a proposal that we allocate 20 minutes per speaker.
20 and 10. Then it makes 30.
Is that proposal supported? Honorable Thopa,
Thank you, Chair. I actually support Honorable Malema. We still have another witness to
Your
have
support.
after. Yes, Chair.
and I rotate and check. Honorable Sangodi, there is a proposal that we allocate 20,
We support, Chair.
supported. Honorable Skosana,
Agnambraro.
okay. Bangazita,
Supported.
supported. I will exercise some flexibility on the 10 minutes. Yeah, it's fine. We will allocate 20 minutes per full member. It's now 20 minutes to 3. Who is starting from the ANC? Yeah, your 10 minutes start now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, Honorable Kanyile.
I'll go straight to your statement. In paragraph 26, you indicate, if I'm looking at your statement, you say that subsequently, still in January, and after your discussion, January 2025, after your discussion with Lieutenant General Khumalo whilst in his office, Lieutenant General Sbiya also inquired whether you had engaged Lieutenant General Khumalo regarding the transfer of the PKTT case docket to your office. And then looking at that inquiry about Lieutenant General Sbiya, according to you, what did you read in that inquiry? What was he trying to say with that inquiry? Yeah, with Lieutenant General Khumalo, and he's present also. Can you say?
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile.
So can you say?
So Kanyile, I apologize, Honorable Member. Honorable Sokanyile, when General Sibia spoke to me, I took it that he assumed that General Kumalo spoke to me. Because at the time he said this, he had not spoken to me. So this was the first time that he was raising the matter. So what went in my mind was that maybe he was following if I understood what General Kumalo was saying and if I am going to comply with that request to General Kumalo. Because remember, the initial instruction was General Kumalo must give me the dockets, but not to me, from General Kumalo to myself.
Okay. But
Thank you.
reading further, your statement, in the next paragraph, you are saying that as much as yourself with Lieutenant General Kumalo, you have talked about this informally, but you didn't want to indicate to Lieutenant General Sibia that you have talked. Why? Why didn't you say, no, we've just talked casually about this? Why didn't you want to, as if there's something you wanted to say that in this one, I don't want this one to know. To me, it seems it's like that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sokanyile. If maybe we read it again, actually, I did not hide that I spoke to General Sibia. And I did respond to him that General Kumalo spoke to me informally. Informally means that there was no official attachment to the discussion because he had a letter and I didn't. And I think for that reason, I then asked that if he wants me to act as General Kumalo received the letter, he must do the same to me. Thank you, Honorable.
Okay. Then in paragraph 29, you indicate that according to Deputy National Commissioner's letter sent to you, that letter is annexure HKS4, the directive by the minister was based on an assessment which concluded that PKTT no longer made significant contribution to the broader policing effort. Are you aware of any assessment that have been undertaken on the work of the PKTT that is maybe looking at their performance, that it can be even penned down to say that there was an assessment?
Honorable Sokanyile, and I think I did testify to this earlier, that there was no assessment that was made available. There was just a mere mention of the assessment. And I think in my response, I even said that the IMC would have then had to look at that assessment. So as far as I know, there was no assessment conducted in this regard. And if there was, we never received, I personally never saw the report. Thank you.
If an assessment maybe has been done, could you say that assessment was done by the minister or by the NC?
An assessment is in the purview of the operational heads. So for example, as we provide progress to either the ministers or the national commissioner, that is an assessment of, for example, if you are intervening on political killings or let's say contract killings. In the assessment, we are saying that the threat has been stabilized or the threat requires us to continue with our efforts. So it is not the minister who then provides an assessment. It is actually the operational heads and probably led by the national commissioner who then provides the assessment to the ministers, who then deliberate, and based on that presentation, they then take a decision whether the threat has been stabilized or we can proceed with the interventions.
If the minister has been given a report, a particular report by particular general to say that they are no longer needed, this PKTT, then wouldn't that be an assessment that the minister can talk about?
I do agree with you. It could be an assessment, but still it would require discussion with all the relevant role players. Thank you, Honorable.
Because to me, if I'm given, I'm a minister, you come here as head of particular areas, you give me a report assessing the situation that on that corner, it is like this, then I will have a conclusion or a recommendation to say, if we are saying like this, don't you think there was someone who have given the minister a briefing about the performance of the PKTT?
Honorable, if I may say, let's say that happens and the minister is given a briefing. The minister still has an obligation to call all the operational heads to say, I have this assessment in my possession and this is what it indicates. Can we either engage the author to clarify to us how did they get prior to the conclusions, or maybe can we engage and get ideas from the floor on how do we proceed with the matter? I don't think there's anything wrong with an assessment, but I think how you take it forward, it cannot just be General Sintumule doing it. I will have to call my component heads for us to look at it and see how we can take it forward. The most significant part that is said in the statement is that it is no longer making a significant contribution to the broader policing efforts, because that talks now to organizational direction moving forward, meaning that you don't prioritize this matter anymore. So definitely a discussion is required for something as monumental as the statement. Thank you, Honorable.
Okay, in paragraph 32, you refer to the National Commissioner's proposal of a winding down disbandment plan for the PKTT, and further in paragraph 33, you indicate that it was not feasible to implement the handover process within 7 days as instructed by the DNC. Were you agreeing with the winding down approach?
I was agreeing with the winding down approach because it made operational sense.
Why did you think it was not feasible to implement the handover process within 7 days then?
I explained earlier, Honorable Sokanyile, that to disband or to decommission, you have to take into account other processes. There are 5 competencies involved in any task team that we have. And that's why we would call it a one-stop shop. So if you disband, as you actually do your interventions, you generate dockets, that is, which will lead to investigations. So by the time you decide to disband, you need to assess how far are those investigations. If, for example, some of them are ongoing, definitely you cannot say you're going to disband. You will then have to give the investigators more time to investigate, place the dockets on the court roll, and upon conclusion, then you can assess. I think, like proposed to say, once the investigator is done with an investigation, then he can go back to his place of origin or station of origin. So for that reason, it is not possible to just disband a structure like that.
In paragraph 39, you are saying that during the deliberations regarding the implementation plan on the disestablishment of the PKTT, you indicate that the DNC was not pleased with the approach of keeping the court going dockets with the PKTT, arguing that would imply the team was not disbanded. Further, that the National Commissioner and Lieutenant General Musikidi were not in support of the DNC's approach, but rather supported the retention of the court-going dockets with the PKTT, as the handing over of those dockets could adversely impact upon the court processes. Were you not concerned about the displeasure of the DNC on the implementation plan?
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile. I'm not sure if I said this to this meeting earlier, that in this process, we are guided by what is operationally sound and correct. It's not about the sentiments of the individuals. It's about how do we serve this process moving forward. So I wasn't as much concerned because at the end of the day, as an investigator, he would know that it is not an easy thing to do, to take a court-going docket, which means already it's on the court roll, to give it to someone else. Because it actually affects other processes, including your chain of custody. Thank you, Honorable.
Okay, in paragraph 42, you indicate that the DNC insinuated that, if I can quote you, I was now like Lieutenant General Khumalo, and I was you were dragging your feet in implementing the minister's instruction. What was your view about this comment that he made? That you are now like Lieutenant General Khumalo?
For me, it was a matter of forced compliance. To say that if you don't comply, it means that now they will, maybe the minister himself and generals and chief of staff will then conclude that I'm also anti-implementing the instruction. That was my reading of it.
Does it mean that even Lieutenant General Khumalo was anti? Because here, the DNC says you are like Lieutenant General Khumalo. Then you are saying that it would mean that you were anti. You didn't want to, in other words, you didn't want to implement the minister's directive. So it means that Lieutenant General Khumalo was seen as a person who didn't want to implement that directive.
It was the DNC's assessment, and that's why he was insinuating that way.
So it is the DNC who had that about yourself and Lieutenant General Khumalo?
Yes.
Meaning that you are in one cabal.
Honorable Sokanyile, I want to submit to this House that this process has actually pinned the police against each other, and I think we are seen to be either for.
Having questions.
And yes, and as I said, that for me the truth and the process should prevail. It is not, and I did say, it's not about General Mkhwanazi, it's not about General Sibia. It's about what is the correct procedure for us to go through things. And unfortunately, I think as you respond, then immediately you are attached to a person. From where I sit, I think I serve the organization.
In paragraph 46, you indicate that after the meeting of the 27th March, 2025, you were upset, and you remember asking the National Commissioner why the dockets should come to you. The National Commissioner responded that it was because you are the head of detectives. Is it your view that the dockets were not supposed to come to your office? I understand that you said the dockets, they were supposed to be taken to SAPS. You have said that, but now you are discussing this. Who should have taken those dockets to SAPS? Because I see this as someone who must be given the dockets, then you take them to SAPS. Why were you upset about that?
And I wish to state, Honorable Sokanyile, that I think my response was emoted in the spur of that moment. And the National Commissioner was correct to say that the dockets should actually be taken by the head of detectives because it's not about Kosi as a person or General Sintumule, it is about a process. But I think in that spur of the moment, you actually wished you didn't have to find yourself in this particular position.
Then what happened to the docket?
The dockets eventually, I think, were handed over to me and I think eventually back to KwaZulu-Natal. So they are now in KwaZulu-Natal.
You just put them in the safe and close them. Thank you, Chair.
No, they are being investigated. Thank you very much, Honorable Sokhandi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is it you, Honorable Ngola or Honorable Sangon?
Thank you very much, Chair. You say there was a February 2022 meeting that has extended the term of the KTT existence.
Yes.
Are you aware if the minister was actually made aware of such a resolution?
I wouldn't know, Honorable Ngola. I have never sat in any meeting where the PKTT was discussed, where the minister, the National Commissioner was. So I wouldn't know if he was made aware.
Yeah, I'm asking because the minister testified here and said the PKTT wasn't supposed to have existed beyond 2022. In a nutshell, saying it was now irregular beyond 2022. What's your take on that?
My take is, again, if he says it was irregular, it should be backed by a meeting with a decision that then said the team has managed to stabilize political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. And I think as a structure, together with the DGs, including the National Commissioner, then they would have said that there's no further requirement for the PKTT. I gave an example of a project in one of the provinces where that assessment was reached and a decision to decommission was taken. And again, as you decommission, then you take care of specific elements that requires extension and you disband those that don't require extension.
Okay, so you say you have solicited a threat analysis against a police officer who was testifying in a high-profile corruption case. After there's the security assessment, the risk assessment, security assessment, whatever it is, you then managed to get the police officer and the family protected. So was this the complaint against you at IPID? Was it related to that?
It was related to that.
Who was the complainant?
General Sibia.
General Sibia complained.
Complained. I think he said that there was fraud committed in my office because these members actually, they were said to be protecting him. And another allegation was that I'm surveilling him using these same members. I remember I spoke to NATCOM to say, are you aware of this particular matter? And National Commissioner said to me, yes. So I told him, but are you aware that this is the matter about Captain M? And he said, no. I said, yes, General. So for me, I don't know where the misunderstanding was in relation to that.
Do you think it was a misunderstanding?
For me, it was because for me, General Sibia had just come into the organization. And I think in matters like these executives, let NATCOM call us and then discuss. And instead of, I work with you directly. And how do we then move forward? You open a case against my office. There's no suspect. You say that the suspect will be picked up as they investigate, So maybe as a person who actually was pro teamwork, I felt really offended and I thought that it was unfair.
Do you think IPID has been weaponized? sorry if I put in a corner.
Yeah, it is a
I'm
corner.
asking because we've received numerous allegations about APIT here since we've started
Maybe,
this work.
maybe I can respond to it this way, Honorable Ngola. I actually think that the law enforcement agencies could be weaponized, not only IPID.
No, I'm specifically asking about IPID because we've received numerous testimonies that are directed to IPID.
Can I take it to me personally? I've never had an incident where probably I had an issue with IPID being weaponized.
Do you think that your current case at IPID was it a genuine complaint against a police official? Or General Sibiya is trying to weaponize IPID to fight battles between you and him? Just be frank, we're here for that.
I wouldn't say no, but again, I would not be informed.
So
of
there
the
is a
dynamics.
possibility that there's a weaponization of IPID.
For me, there is.
Okay, thank you. So you were dancing at a party with Mr. Matlala. He testified here and said he only went to, is it the same part of the engagement of the Gerald Sbiya's son?
I think it is. I didn't go during the day, during the ceremony, but I came later, so that's why I
Okay,
didn't.
when you were invited on what?
There was
You are
I
hereby
think
cordially invited to attend this and that.
there was no formal invite. He just said he's got a ceremony at home and he would like for us to attend.
Ibaneni past time.
Yeah, kaloku Saturday kwamziyawa.
Okay, so under oath, Mr. Matlala testified that he only went there to pick up his wife. You sat next to his wife.
Yes.
Did you notice her being heavily drunk such that she can't drive?
No.
So it was, according to you, according to observation, it's not true.
My observation was that she was sober, she was engaging, and she didn't come to me across as a person who was intoxicated.
Okay. And what was your observation on Mr. Matlala? Was he part of the guests invited or he was a passerby?
You know, Honorable Ngolane, in the spur of this moment, because General Tema only pointed him to me, and if I was sitting this way and he was standing over there, he was just standing. I didn't even pay attention to what he was doing, but he actually was a guest because yeah, for me he looked like a
So
person who
it's
was
not
a guest.
true that he went as a passerby to pick up Mrs. Matlala. Okay. You're saying there are trust and uncomfortable issues between you and General Sbiya. What's causing that? Because you are working in the same office, for God's sake.
I will start by his testimony at Malanga Commission when he was asked, and he did accede that he's a person who really like changes, you know, his emotions are not constant. With General Sibiya, he is a very good operative, you know, but he can change today. Let me start it from the beginning. When he was appointed as DNC, I was the only person not invited to his celebration, and I think celebrations after that. General Kumalo and others would go. Then later on, General Kumalo doesn't come. Now I'm invited, you know. So you would think that actually you are working and then suddenly then he changes. Now this is where tradecraft comes in. Then you need to, employ your defensive.
What makes you uncomfortable with General Sbiya?
His ever changing mood, and I think his approach to you as a person, you know, and the fact that today you can be in his good books and you're working well, and then tomorrow suddenly something happened and you wouldn't know. He wouldn't engage and say, General Sintumule, I am concerned. There are the issues.
But you attended a number of
His
Sbiya's parties.
as I clarified just now, that initially I was not a guest, but when things turned south with General Kumal, then I now was an attendee.
But you always ensure that there is company on you when you attend.
You know, I'm not one to mix work with pleasure.
Then
But I
why
think
do you go to parties? Because
I
parties
think
are
in
leisure.
yes, in the spirit of building a team. We were crime detection. General Khumalo and General
So you
Sibiya.
were detecting crime at parties.
No, definitely not, Honorable. It was just in the spirit of building a team and supporting a colleague.
But a colleague you are uncomfortable with and you are not trusting.
And I would never be comfortable with. I have never been comfortable with.
Okay. Divisional Commissioner, Detectives and Forensic Services. Do you accept that it was highly irresponsible of you to facilitate a transfer of dockets you don't know what they contain?
No.
Okay.
In this environment, we work on a need-to-know basis. And I think when it comes to certain entities, when a case is opened at a station, it is opened on the subsystem. However, for DPCI and IPID, they already have functions on the system where a docket can be moved over to them. But with IDEC, it's only now that we are working on that particular,
So you mean it was responsible for you to transfer dockets to IDEC without you knowing what they contain?
if I could be a
Even
suspect.
if it would have been a treasonous act.
Yes, I could be a suspect in those dockets. And I think it's not about IDEC. It's about the principle of need to know. If I need to know, somebody would tell me. But normally, let's say my son is a suspect, my husband is a suspect. So sometimes, and I think I've learned from intelligence, if you compartmentalize, if you need to know, you definitely would need to know. And again, if you go to the Section 28, particularly.
But General Sintumula, you didn't even know how many dockets we're talking about.
There were 4.
You said there were 4, but you later discovered that there were actually 6 or 9. I don't know.
7, yeah.
7.
Yes.
So do you now accept that it was irresponsible of you of transferring police information to a different institution at NPA without you knowing the number of the dockets taken, without you knowing what is contained in that docket?
I would still remain with my answer, Honorable, that in my capacity as the DevCom, I did not have to know the contents of the dockets. And transferring dockets for me, it's not about police information. It is actually law enforcement information. So if IDEC writes it down and says, these are our dockets, I am not the one to say. no,
Where
they
were
are
these dockets kept?
not. They were in General Jacob's office.
Safe.
In his safe, yes.
Where do you normally keep dockets?
Dockets are kept at a station.
Why were they in a safe at someone's office?
And I think that's what General Jacob.
Are these dockets the dockets of Honorable Adams?
I checked yesterday. Sorry.
So it's Honorable Adams' case that was
Yes.
kept in a safe.
Yes.
Do you think that he is justified to think that you were sabotaging his cases?
Not his cases. He was not the IO. As you can see, the dockets actually
Is the
belong.
complainant? That's the point. He went to open cases, 3 police stations he went to. And he says to us, he was testifying, he's still going to testify today. He was testifying that he has went to 3 police stations on the basis that he felt that you, police of South Africa, are sabotaging him. That's the reason he even went to an extent of going to IDEC. And you come here and confirm that the dockets he opened a case on at police stations were kept in a safe of someone's office, not where dockets usually get kept at SAPS.
I was not part of any sabotage, and I think I wouldn't accede to that. And I would agree with you, and I did say this over and over again. The dockets are not supposed to be kept in general's offices.
Okay, you did your medical operation on the 16th of October 2023.
Yes.
On the same day in your bank account, you received 13,500 and you received 70,000 rands. What was the source of that money? The same day.
It was not receiving. Let me clarify.
Beg your pardon?
I beg your pardon?
It was not what?
It was not receiving. Those statements means it's money that has gone out. As I explained, and I gave all the evidence to the evidence leader. Part of the money came from my police bonus. That's the 13,500. You can see on the statement, the amount is more, but when that money goes down, the amount goes less. But on the same day, from my credit cards, I transferred 80,000 into my African bank account. And on the same day, that money went into my check account. So the 7,000 you see, it's the money that came into that account. Then on the same day, it went to pay Dr. Pet. So there is trace of the money. It never came from anywhere.
Dr. Pett is the responsible doctor.
Yes.
Okay.
And she's passed on. She's passed on. God rest her
She's
soul.
passed on.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Soul rest in peace. Lastly, do you know the extent of the relationship between Mr. Matlala and General Shadrach Sibiya?
I don't.
You
know.
work together,
We
you
work
party
together.
together,
Yeah.
you mingle together, you drink together, you dine together, you dance together. Do you know the extent at which they are close?
Can I say this and say this to the whole world? I don't dine with General Sibiya. I don't dance with General Sibiya. I don't go anywhere with General Sibiya. Yes, maybe there were those parties, but for me, it was not like a personal thing that we are friends. I would say the same. I would say something like that with General Tem, whom I'm always with, you know. So I wouldn't, there were lots of people in General Sibiya's house. I mean, you can ask. And sometimes we would sit with them, with the National Commissioner, we would actually wonder, but who are these people, you know? Because there will be a lot of them. But I don't know, and I've never seen, even on that day when Mr. Matlala was there, I didn't see General Sibiya talking to Mr. Matlala, because, I mean, he was there, it was in everybody's view. So I don't have a comment on that.
Thank you. Chair, I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Kos.
Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chair.
It is 15:15.
It is 15:15. I will be done at 35 past. Thank you, Chair.
25.
35 past. If not sooner. General Sentimole, thank you.
No. Can we allow the honorable member to ask? What is the question?
What is the procedure that allows?
No, it's a point of clarity. Wa bona hore wa thoma ke bolela, wa bolela.
No, it's
Ke re wena o thome wa bolela nna ke bolela.
Ke re point of clarity. To ke nyako e buisha ke
me
hore-
who allows you to speak.
Okay. I want to understand or now, ANC, then they are done. Because we're not going to have a second round.
Once they are done, they are done.
Oh, so we're done. Okay, that's what I wanted to understand.
Can go again if you like. Thank you very much, Chairperson. General Sentibule, okay, I've already greeted you. I heard you calling Honorable Ngola into order for not greeting you. We've become very skeptical in this committee of praising people. Sometimes it backfires. I think the one person who's still dedicated to it is Honorable Souls. But I do want to put it on the record that we've seen a number of generals from the South African Police Service, many of them women, and I think that it is something that we should really acknowledge and applaud, especially even just looking through your CV. I think it's a very distinguished and impressive career record. So I wish you more strength in the work that you do, and thank you for the service to the country. I was a bit late this morning, Chair, so I'm not sure if General Sentimole had introduced who is accompanying her. Okay. Can I just ask, why is Major Van Rooyen not here? She has accompanied most, if all, of the Lieutenant Generals.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sangoni. She actually was with me throughout. However, remember the sitting was for last week, and she is traveling today with her family on holiday. She won't even be here when the National Commissioner appears.
Okay, so it's not like you're dumped.
No, actually, during Madlanga, she sat with me throughout with the consultation about I think up until yesterday, she was with us.
Okay. Now you are acting DNC.
Maybe can I also add that she even texted me to say all of the things.
Okay, no, that's fine. You are acting DNC crime detection since 1st August 2025. Is this Lieutenant General Smear's post? Were you appointed when he was, is he suspended? Okay. Who was DNC before Lieutenant General Sibi?
It was General Njinga, and who retired.
Okay.
And before her, General Sumani, who also retired.
Now, how was General Sibia appointed? Because at some point you were all on the same level, right, as DivComs for the different components?
In actual fact, if I can just clarify, when General Sibia came into the police, I had just vacated my office as head organized crime. That post became vacant. So in his victory based on the court outcome about his employment with SAPS, then he came into that position. So in essence, he came and reported to me.
Okay, and then how then did you come about to report to him?
In the police, there's lieutenant generals, and the DNCs are actually your super DDGs, and all of us are DDGs. Then there's major generals. So the national commissioner and the minister can take somebody at major general level if they feel that that person will suit the post, then that person is elevated. It could be over you.
Is there a process, General Santumule? And I'm asking this because, I mean, we heard people complaining about how General Mkhwanazi was made an acting national commissioner. So was there a process that is followed to move General Sibia from head of organized crime to a DNC?
We have a policy, actually it's part of our directives, which is called Section 45. So a national commissioner can approve an elevation of a person without advertising the post, I think based on the minister's approval.
Is it effective? Don't you have fallouts amongst yourselves on that thing? Because it means I just look at you, I like you, I decide you must be DNC.
I think that the downside of it is exactly what you are saying, because it could be open for abuse.
Is it open for abuse, and has it been abused now?
I've never actually implemented it or been near the process maybe where I became the applicant for somebody. So I wouldn't know, but I can safely say that it is open for abuse.
Okay. It specifies criteria, no?
It does specify, remember there are requirements for a person to occupy a certain position. So there is a motivation that is forwarded to the minister for his approval.
Okay. All right, let's move. Dr. Pat, your doctor, sorry. And please, General, don't ever stand up and twirl for anybody. You have a right to do what you please with your body. But I'm interested, is this Dr. Pat, who's your doctor, the same Dr. Pat who Tsakane Matlala was Dr. Pat's mother's driver?
Yes, that's what General Tema told me when she introduced Tsakane. Because I already knew Dr. Pat is General Tema's friend. I think they come back a long way. So in our interaction, I knew Dr. Pat, and I think there was a situation where one of her employees passed, Richie, and I think I had to accompany Sandra to the memorial service. So that's the same Dr. Pat, yes.
So Mrs. Tsakane Matlala,
yes,
was a driver?
That's what General Tema informed me.
How did you meet Dr. Pat?
Through General Tema. They were friends. I think they stayed in the same estate as well.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to issues of the PKTT. So now, were you
sorry, Honorable, I think I did say General Tema is prepared to actually depose an affidavit on all the issues that you want to clarify.
No, that's fine. I suppose for me, it's like such a coincidence, right? Well, firstly, I didn't know Mrs. Matlala was a driver. And then it's a coincidence that she then just happens to be a former driver to the mother of the doctor. Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah. Okay. The ministerial directive, were you surprised by that directive? When you eventually got to know about it in the letter of the 4th of February?
I think it only surprised me when General Mkhwanazi was not in the picture. Like I said, that when we were in Parliament on the 5th, we were with the minister on the 6th.
No, but when you were told that the minister said disband PKTT, what went through your mind about that?
It's an instruction that I understood the history of the PKTT because I was part of the process. But if General Sibia says it is an instruction, however you feel, you have to comply. And not only to me, General Kuman also was given the same instruction.
Okay. Okay, you said, I'm quoting you here to one of the questions that the honorable members, you said you understood the instruction. This is now when the minister was unhappy, you were not undermining his authority. But you then also say he had no mandate or authority to disband PKTT. So which one is it? Because you specifically used the words, I understood the instruction and I was not undermining his authority. I suppose I'm also asking this because somewhere else you say the letter then legitimized the instruction for you. So what is your understanding? I mean, you were busy carrying out this instruction. Why now would you then suddenly say he has no authority?
Where the problem arose, it's when I engaged General Mkhwanazi as the ultimate custodian of the same dockets that I have in my possession. I think for me, that's when I realized that the process was flawed. For example, General Mkhwanazi was involved, we could have continued, you know. But the fact that he now says, how did they get there? And if you bring them here, I will not be responsible for them, you know. And I did say that for me, it becomes
So if
such a
General Mkhwanazi had been involved, then, you know, like the National Commissioner, you were of the view that the minister could issue the directive, he had no problem. The National Commissioner's problem was the how part of it, and your problem was the exclusion of General Mkhwanazi.
if he was involved, he would have probably okayed it because he was consulted. At times, the PC would not necessarily come and sit with us at head office, but if he's in the know, he would okay the process.
How did you forget General Mkhwanazi? Because you and General Khumalo were running this process. You said you agreed on steps to be followed. Would you not, in drafting your plan, have General Mkhwanazi as part of the stakeholders you must consult?
As I said, on the meeting of the 5th of March, General Mkhwanazi was in attendance. So my assumption was that he already had been briefed. And remember, I was on leave when this whole process was started. General Mkhwanazi, General Khumalo, General Masemula, General Rabi were meeting General Sibia. So when General Mkhwanazi was in that meeting, in my mind, I read that actually he was part of it until I spoke to him.
Okay, I'm sorry to be rushing you. I agreed on 20 minutes here. Before the Madlanga Commission, Lieutenant General, I think it was Sibia, says that you expressed the view that the PKTT was untouchable, and you allege that in your opinion, the task team was being used to siphon the budget allocated to it. Can you just give us your view on that? Did you express concerns about the PKTT and the budget?
On this, I would like the committee to hear me for what I say. General Sibia, throughout, he would actually really, and I said that he was actually strategically recruiting, want you to agree with him. And I think in that discussion on that audio, I actually employed what I would call your counterintelligence defensive approach to say, I'm going to feed him whatever he wants, disinform him, because it was no help. Why I'm saying that? Because if you look at what he said and the documentary evidence, the following day, I called General Mkhwanazi and I went on with business as usual. So for me, he wanted to corner you to be able to say, yeah, no, this is wrong. So I thought, you know what? I'm done with this guy.
But nibangani that he would even go to the extent of recording you and take it to Madlang?
I don't know. And I actually feel that I don't want to get into the pigsty, with him. And I want to be above the situation. I think my conclusion even had a quote about forgiveness to say maybe he needs forgiveness. There's an English saying that hurt people hurt people, Maybe I hurt him with my testimony at Madlanga. Maybe he actually assumed that actually I was working with him. And
Okay,
yeah.
just for the record then, General Sintumela, are you saying that you reject a notion that says you don't believe that the PKT was genuinely engaged in effective policing? You disagree that they didn't deliver any meaningful investigative outcomes? What is your true reflection of
My
the
true
work
reflection
of the
is
PKTT?
I believed in the work of the PKTT. Hence, even today, I still work with them. As I said, it was part of my counterintelligence. I must be off my back. I mean, there was a point where I said, redeploy me. So for me to survive, I thought, okay, let me handle him this way. But my feeling is still that I never expressed in any document to say I don't believe in it. I never even signed their request for extension for detectives.
Okay, why do you think General Sibia was putting pressure on you to get those dockets? Did you ever ask him why he was so eager to obtain these documents?
He's not a person you can ask. If his mind is made up, he's adamant. So for me, there was no reason to ask him.
Okay. I think Honorable Ngola has already canvassed a lot of the issues around the IDEC. I just want to know how did those documents get to General Jacobs safe?
From what I gather, he took them from the province, from General Khumalo's office, General Mbuso Khumalo, not Domisane Khumalo, the DPC, and were given to Colonel Phillips, I think then to General Jacobs, and he kept them at his office in his safe.
Why?
General Mkhwanazi and I, when we were discussing this matter, even General Khumalo himself, we asked ourselves as to why. It's something that I cannot respond to. And as I said, there's
I'm
no
going
police.
to push you, General, because you are the supreme leader of all dockets in the country.
Yes.
If something like this happens, and I mean, you've had a bit of time now, we need to know why General Jacobs took those dockets.
I wouldn't know why, but I can tell you that it was not practice. Hence, I even asked his own division to put it down writing to say, even in their line of work, they are not encouraged to actually take the entire docket. I can give examples where, let me say now, during the PKTT investigations, when Colonel Khumalo and the other members are looking for linking dockets, we request the province and we write there that they must give us copies of the dockets, not the original dockets.
So he takes these dockets, we don't know why, then he gives them to Colonel Phillips, then he puts them in his safe. All of these are breaches. What has since happened to General Jacobs since all of this has come to light?
I would like to start this from the fact that when the docket story was discussed, my assumption were these. When I think of IDEC, I'm thinking State Capt, I'm thinking Zondo Commission, I'm thinking ESCOM, I'm thinking Transnet. I was assuming that these were those dockets, but I only learned later that actually it was based on a complaint to the minister and National Commissioner from Honorable Adams to say that these dockets were not getting job. So that is how he got involved in the process. Hence, I said, I don't think he did anything wrong. Safe to say he wasn't supposed to keep the dockets in his safe.
Okay. Through you, Chair, can we request that SABS provides us with a comprehensive report on how these dockets have ended there and also consequence management for what is clearly a breach? My last two questions, General. You testified here that Advocate Andrea Johnson called you after, not sure if after the testimony or...
Way after.
Yeah. Is it usual for her to call you, and what did she have to say?
Advocate Johnson and I worked together for more than 10 years. We've chaired the CIT committees, we've chaired committees on organized crime, we've attended training together. So we actually not necessarily talk, but we would interact. And after her testimony, I just shut down. Because I felt that 2 minutes of engaging with her became the center of her testimony. So one of the things she wanted to know, why am I quiet? And then I clarified to her that actually, as you were testifying, here are the issues, and I felt that you were supposed to clarify. For example, when you get a docket as a prosecutor, you go through a diary and you see what should be or is contained or actually done on the. You're not supposed to say no, but SAPS is supposed to check. I mean, this is a chain of custody thing that we're talking about. So the reason she came was to understand why was I like shutting her out.
Okay, but in truth, Advocate Johnson threw you under the bus. And from your testimony today, it's clear that she lied as well, to you and to this committee. Did you raise that with her, and what did she say?
I raised it and in earnest to say she supposed to submit a clarifying affidavit to which she agreed.
Okay, which we have not received, I suppose.
And actually she promised that before I appear, she would have submitted it. So I'm not
sure there's no clarifying. Finally, General Sentumule, given everything that has happened, and I heard how passionately you replied to Honorable Sokanyile that you are not part of factions, will this management of SAPS ever be able to work together again? Are you seeing yourselves at least trying to find one another? Thank you that you did put some recommendations, but I think I'm also worried about the human and the leadership element that we have. Will you be able to work together, and what do you think needs to be done to ensure that that happens?
My approach to the question would be based on why are we employed by SAPS? Why is there government in the country? Why are there government departments? How do they synergize and for us to be able to deliver a service to the communities? When we serve, we don't serve at our behest. It is actually at the behest of the people of this country. So how we feel or how we see each other should not be a determining factor of us moving forward. I think for me, we are here for a reason. And if, for example, some of us don't belong here, then let it be. But if we are not progressive, we actually affect even those who are coming after us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, General Sentumule.
Thank you very much.
Chair, when I raised my hand earlier before we start, I wanted to make a follow-up of what Honorable Malema has raised with you to say, unless things have changed, normally we used to have 2 members from us, from the ANC, from MK, and others, they'll have 1. Wait, Chair, please.
Nomvalo has spoken to me.
No, I'm not talking about that, Chair. I'm saying the normal procedure was that you will come back. I think I was the last but one from MK after Shongwe and Honorable Nomvalo in the second round. Now, hence he was asking, what has changed maybe now that all of us, it's once and that's it. Did you understand, Chair?
I understand what you are saying.
Thank you. So we just wanted clarity that if that has changed, it's fine.
It depends on the flexibility of parties.
Thank you, Chair. Now,
Honorable Sangoni.
Sorry, Chair, sorry, Honorable Skosana. I thought that, yeah, exactly what you're saying, because we decide how we allocate our time. If we wanted to come at the end, I just want to make sure that our understanding is still correct. If we wanted to go later, we would. We just exercised our right.
It works on flexibility. Honorable Nomvalo approached me and requested to come last, and I have agreed.
yeah, it was not only about Honorable Nomvalo approaching you. We just wanted to find out that we still have that formula which we had before, Yeah, because before it was the first and the second round, not the third round, Chair, this time.
Yes, no, that approach is still there.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Lieutenant General.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Honorable Skhosana.
I just want clarity. The first one, you said that the National Commission and the Minister appoint a person to a post following Regulation 45, am I right? But that is wrong. I think we must agree on that one because that's political interference because the minister is not empowered to perform any administrative function, any human resource function, am I right?
Honorable, yes, you are correct. And I said that the minister approves, so the National Commissioner applies and the minister approves. And it's not only the paradigm that the minister approves, there are a number of things that we do where the National Commissioner becomes the applicant and the minister approves.
So,
And I think if
at what rank, if I may ask?
I think 45, if I'm not mistaken, goes throughout all the ranks. So it's not tied to a specific rank. I have seen it being applied from people who were at, for example, colonel level, they would become brigadiers.
So the minister is empowered to do that.
Actually, the National Commissioner is empowered. The minister has to approve. And I think it's all about concurrence.
So if the minister doesn't approve, what happens?
Then it doesn't happen.
So you won't be appointed?
Because I think there is, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not really au fait with it much, but the minister has to concur with your senior appointments. Though even if he doesn't, the National Commissioner can go ahead and appoint.
Hence I'm sitting on that one to say, as far as my understanding is concerned, is that the minister cannot stop even if he doesn't approve the appointment by the National Commissioner. Thank you. And I wanted to ask a quick one before the issue of this SAPS National Inspectorate, which does your internal oversight division, I mean, it's a division within SAPS. Is it still in existence? Does it still exist?
In the new structure, it is not there. However, functionally, it is still there.
Yeah, because why I'm asking you is because there's a lot of problems about police stations around the country, and I think you know that. And I think they've dropped the ball because the complaints which we get from the Portfolio Committee as well and as members of Parliament, it says that it does not exist at all. Let's start by, let me start now as well. I just wanted to find out the clarity on these matters, and thanks for the clarification, and I hope that in the future others will know exactly what is happening within the police force. The police service, there's no more force. When did you first become aware of this allegation by Lt General Mkhwanazi regarding the interference in the organized crime investigations, and what immediate step did you take upon learning of them, if any?
On that 6th of July briefing that he had, it was the first time that I got to learn about those allegations. And I also wish to submit that at the time, I had reservations that probably could have been done differently. But I think upon realizing and also seeing what is coming out of this, I actually saw an opportunity for the organization to redefine itself. I can imagine if it didn't happen, where would we be right now? You know, so if maybe I normally say to people that the badge, which is the police badge, decides who to kick out. And I think in this process, my analogy was probably the badge got tired of the rod, and the moment had come that we begin to purify the organization.
So you reckon that the ocean cleans itself?
Beg your pardon?
You reckon that the ocean will cleanse itself?
I don't think so. I think it requires people who can go in and begin to remove the charge.
So in other words, you agree with what General Mkhwanazi did on the 6th of July by exposing all these issues and raising them, you know, for the nation to understand the problem which we are encountering as a country?
I would say, as a person who didn't know, now that I know and I've seen, I think I would agree with what he did.
Now, as an acting Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detention, do you confirm that the units which investigates crime ultimately fall under your operational oversight? The organized crime units, they ultimately fall under your operational oversight.
Yes.
Do you agree on that? Now, are you happy with what is happening in that, in organized crime units?
Can I also talk about organized crime in general within the law enforcement, including GBCI? I don't think we have actually scratched the surface. Yes, we do have takedowns, we do have successes, but in my view, we are not dealing with the people whom we would call in organized crime high flyers, the people who can't explain their income, the people who can't explain their assets. Many a times we will deal with the low-level people. I think that's why we are not necessarily succeeding in neutralizing organized crime.
Now, my following-up question on that, do you think General Sibia interfered in that organized crime unit?
In what way? Sorry, Honorable
No,
Scott.
what I'm saying, as you said yourself now, that we have not scratched. You know, the question now will be, we didn't scratch the surface as yet. Do you think there was any direct or indirect interference by General Sibia when he was heading the detection?
To actually agree with you would mean that General Sibia is the alpha and omega of organized crime in the country, and he is not. Maybe the element of what we see now, but I think broadly, we can all do better. It's not attached to one person. I mean, this is just a drop in the ocean, but I think the organized crime issue is a problem. That's why it is prioritized as well.
Yeah, well, hence why I'm asking about General Sibia. It's not personal, it's more about accountability as a head of the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for that. Hence, I'm asking whether do you feel that there was any interference by him?
I think the only time I can speak with certainty is when there are findings around all the allegations. But I think for now, I would not be able to comment on that.
At any stage, did the Minister of Police communicated with you formally or informally regarding the investigation on operational decision related to the matters raised by General Mkhwanazi?
Not at any stage.
Were any investigations into organized crime, political killings, or syndicate halted, slowed, or reassigned during your teenager as an acting deputy commissioner? And if so, who authorized those decisions?
If we are talking, for example, dockets around your PKTT, I will start with some of the dockets that we actually had to move. From the DNC had an outfit in his office that was conducting investigations. So those investigators had to go back to their respective units, and those dockets were reassigned. Depending on the nature of that investigation, it was assigned to a respective responsible unit according to that commodity.
You know, I'm trying to find if there was any operational obstruction, whether from IDEC or IPIT, not necessarily IPIT, IDEC in particular, or within the units at SAPS. So you say there was nothing at all?
And that I know of.
Now, can you point any factual inaccuracies in General Mkhwanazi public briefing? And if so, what's the documentary evidence do you rely on in case there's any?
General Mkhwanazi.
I just want your evidence of your opinion on this one.
General Mkhwanazi gave out allegations, and I think it is up to the investigating arms who are responsible, have been tasked with this particular matter, to be able then to sift what is factual and what remains allegations. But beyond that, I cannot make an informed opinion.
Are you satisfied that the current command structure within crime detection has protected investigation from political or any internal interference?
I think for me, until we actually conduct maybe a climate assessment, understanding the impact this has had on policing, then we can actually dissect the areas affected, and then we can see if some of the insulation has been compromised. Only then can we then say we can be able to heal what has happened.
In preparing your affidavit, which operational reports, investigation files, or official correspondence did you rely upon? And can you confirm they have been provided to this core committee? Like you have submitted a very comprehensive with some attachments.
All those came from my environment, safe from the one that came from legal services in relation to the IDAC matter as well as inspectorate, but also particularly on supply chain, I relied on the national instruction.
If any organized crime investigation were compromised or interfered with, will not that fall within the oversight responsibility of your office as an acting deputy national commissioner for crime detection?
Certainly. We have had.
So you take the accountability on that.
Yes.
What measures, if any, were taken by your office to protect officers who reported alleged interference in investigation before these matters became public?
I think I spoke at length in relation to Captain M, but also we have had other officers where we would ask for security, particularly when they conduct their investigations. One of those is to deploy a combat team to all complex investigations.
You said that you've engaged Lieutenant General Jacobs and informed him about the request from IDAC. I think that's Advocate Johnson, as you said, she's going to send us an affidavit. Requesting IDAC for the dockets in his position. You said you requested that Lieutenant General Jacobs hand over the dockets as he is not supposed to interfere with the criminal matters because he'll be charged with defeating the end of justice. And you said that you submitted that neither Lieutenant General Jacobs nor Advocate Johnson gave you any details about the docket. You only knew about the dockets in relation to an arrest of Lieutenant Mkhwanazi. So that was for the first time that you know about this matter.
On the 26th, and I think it was a Saturday,
26th July.
I came back, I think a day before, outside the country. I think I was in Tanzania. Lt Mkhwanazi called me. That was the first time that I knew that those dockets actually were responsible for the later arrest of General Kumalo.
So the arrest of General Kumalo was not about the lady who was recruited from BMW.
From what I read in my discussion with him, it was in relation to that. But like I said, I didn't know that actually those dockets were the ones which were responsible for the investigation.
As we speak here, General Mkhwanazi and the other members were arrested for these dockets, or were they arrested for the being sitting in that panel for the appointment of Brigadier?
The arrest of General Kumalo and in my person General Mkhwanazi, it was about that matter of sitting in a panel. But in that list, there were dockets of General Lushaba, General Madondo, that also I've learned afterwards. So it was not on General Kumalo, it was also the senior managers from CI.
Now you only became aware that the legal opinion was obtained and signed off by the Divisional Commissioner, Inspector, on the 11th of December 2024. There was a post that requested for my intervention by IDAC, and after my engagement with Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate, the one I asked about earlier, you've attached the annexures here. Now, when there was your intervention, what was the response from Advocate Johnson?
As I said, Honorable, mine was just to facilitate. So they had to go get the dockets. And I think once they received them, she said to me, we have received the dockets.
Now, you spoke vividly about the issue of the police when Honorable, I think, Sangoni asked you now to say, you said that perhaps it's time for SAPS to reset. You know, because it looks like there's function within the top echelons of the South African Police Service. Do you agree?
When I say the affections, it
Yes.
means that I am saying that we are actually using our functional powers to perpetuate differences or wars. I've seen generals who actually walk the talk, and most of them, you wouldn't even find Honorable Mola in parties, you know. I wouldn't say the affections. Yes, there are differing views, but I think in this particular instance, maybe there were two worrying people, which led to people defining the factions.
Now, my last 2 minutes, because we don't have 30 today. This issue, you know, of Paul O'Sullivan, what's your take? Has he interfered in terms of how SAPS should run, whether it's top echelons, whether it's IPAD, whether it's IDEC, or the criminal justice system as a whole? Like at the NPA, we found that he was paid 100,000 instead of being paid 23,000 for whatever service, you know, the TCPI. In your view, what's your take? What's the role of Paul O'Sullivan in this mess which we find ourselves as a country?
First off, he's not part of law enforcement. And in my day-to-day engagements over a period, I've never engaged with him. So what you hear panning out is also what I hear. In my space where I work, I've never had any situation where I had to deal with
him.
Yes.
Now, you heard him saying that he's opening dockets.
I
Yeah.
heard
And
that.
take it to the police for police to sign.
That would be irregular from whoever would allow him. I think there are processes on how we register a docket, and civilians are not allowed.
But he said it himself that he was doing that for all the years. He took one docket to Mandla Mahlangu from IDEC as well. But he's been doing that for many years. And he was boastful when he was sitting here to say he opened door. And I asked him several times, and I was shocked that the police have allowed him to do that, to be law unto himself, because he's not a policeman. And I'm saying, as SAPS, what are you going to do with that? Because you know that now.
We have engaged legal services. I think the matter is currently under discussion. As I was not there, I think the better part of last week, so I will only hear General Tabanel and Van Rooyen when I sit with them with the Health Commission.
And speedy recovery to your son. What you said earlier here, that your son, unfortunately, because of what happened around you, and you know, we don't. Though our kids are things are innocent, they don't deserve to be affected by all our mishaps in life and all our trials and tribulations. And may the good Lord help him to recover as speedily as possible. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much.
Honorable Sols, do you want to comment on the last remarks that Honorable Mkhwanazi has made?
Chair, the Bible says if two agrees on earth, shall be so. I want to agree with.
I don't know if he's listening to you.
I want to agree with Honorable Mkhwanazi. Amen. Hallelujah.
He has not listened. May you repeat what you.
He doesn't need to listen, Chair. He doesn't need to listen. It's about the atmosphere. What he said and what I say in the atmosphere, it shall be so. Amen. In Jesus' name.
May you say, hallelujah, Honorable Mkhwanazi. Thank you so much. Honorable Kola Barnett. Your time starts now. The microphone is not on.
Beg your pardon, I thought, yes, you are. I'm sorry, I can't see the lady at all. I'm terribly sorry. If you could move. Thank you so much. There you are. Hello. Good afternoon. Let me start with the elephant in the room. In paragraph 103, you say that Major General Kema suggested that you should approach Matlala for a donation to the SAPS. But it was surely clear to you that Ruzi Muzikat Matlala was deeply involved in serious criminal activity, specifically as a tenderpreneur linked to organized crime and contract killings. Now, we all know that around May 25, he was arrested for allegedly masterminding a botched hit on his former partner, actress Tebogo Tobajane. And yes, you had approached him for a donation a year before that. But even then, he already had a long history of arrests dating back to 2000, including a 2001 conviction for burglary. Now, of course, the 2025 arrest, combined with revelations of 360 million rand fraudulent SAPS tender and his role in a criminal syndicate, firmly established his status as a major criminal suspect. Now, the question has to be, don't you look into someone before you ask for donations from them? How many times must a person be arrested before the SAPS distances themselves from him or her? And where was your due diligence in this instance? Even the smallest entity does due diligence so that they don't find themselves in the headlines as being in the thrall of criminals. And here you were, a highly experienced police officer, we've looked at your qualifications, and you had no idea and you did not bother to check. I would like to know what the SAPS protocol is in this regard and how you, at the level you are, had the wool pulled so successfully over your eyes.
Thank you, Honorable Barnett. And I think, as I said earlier, that our over-reliance on supply chain, I think we burden supply chain. At the moment, and as I said, it was a hasty request, and I think because of the time, I didn't actually see anything wrong. I didn't read anything wrong. I didn't hear anything wrong. There were no issues that came to my attention about Mr. Matlala. So if there was a lapse, probably in judgment for me, I will take that rep. But I think supply chain for me at the time seems suffice to say they would then vet. If they okay, it means the person is fine or the company is fine.
Just to point out, Google is your best friend. You could have done a 3-second search and you wouldn't have had this issue even being raised. The Sabaya accusation that you weren't taking the PKTT disbandment seriously. Speak to that. What is he on about?
In my view, and I think it will also show with the others, General Sibiya, within crime detection, wanted all of us to actually walk with him this journey. And I think that there was an instant where he even said to me, and I think I've got WhatsApps that I removed, where he said he knows now where I stand. So you are working with a person constantly who doubted you, who didn't trust you. So for me to be able to move forward, I was sticking to process and I was saying something else to him. And that's for me, as I said, it was part of my operational tradecraft handling of General Sibiya to be able to walk through. Because if you listen to what he said versus the process, you would see that actually there is a disjuncture there.
Okay, moving on to page 103, there's a reference to CAS 1650/10/2, in which there is a claim amongst others, that Lieutenant General Khumalo, for example, instructed other senior members of the service to ensure there would be no investigation into the alleged theft of Major General Shaba's official firearm, cell phone, and laptop by a sex worker. And it's alleged that the sex worker was paid off using funds from the Secret Service account. Now, the SAPS finding internally was that there was no evidence provided, therefore there was no charge. In such a matter, is it not the job of SAPS to do a cursory investigation of a matter, or would they expect, in this case, the MP to investigate the matter personally?
In my view, I thought there was a criminal matter already registered on the same matter. And I think the thought, as I spoke about, 1 one of those was in relation to General Lushaba when I, after the fact, read, I think some of the summaries. So in my view, there is a criminal matter that was registered, and I guess that's why actually he was also arrested at some point.
Yes, indeed, there is a criminal matter, but the internal finding was, well, there's no evidence, so there's no case. So that you understand they're diametrically opposed, and that, from my experience, is a very typical outcome. Okay, moving on. Now that the PKTT has been disbanded, to your knowledge, what's been done in terms of transferring the, I believe it's 96 members of the PKTT to other divisions? Where they're being relocated? The plan initially proposed that 68 of them be retained to finalize the 60 cases in court. Of the other cases you list, for example, 43 not guilty, 96 declined to prosecute, 9 undetected, and 35 awaiting constitutional court decisions. But there were 60 over. There were listed still, I think, 114 matters that were defined as court-going. So I'm trying to reconcile the 60 cases to the 114. Is it possible that dockets perhaps include multiple charges? If you could explain that, please.
The team is still in existence. I can safely say that they are carrying the same dockets and more, because as they investigate, they link some of the dockets. For example, there was one in Mosina for a CIT. There was one in Gauteng for, I think it was for hijacking. And so more work is coming into their space. We are facilitating that. So the team, I think, as per the action plan and what we did and post Lt Mkhwanazi's press briefing, the team was not disbanded. The team is operational, and General Khumalo is still the project manager.
Okay.
And those members are still within the team.
Yes, that's what I thought. You said in paragraph 62 that there were deep emotions associated with the dockets from the PKTT. Why do you think that was? Deep emotions in relation to a docket?
In my history in law enforcement, and I've been having to deal with some of these things, this has been the most emotive matter in policing, for those who are for and those who are against. And I think from where I sit, I just wonder, out of all matters that we are dealing with a high priority, why only this one? No, but I'm not getting any answer, save for what I see panning out in the public.
You said in paragraph 65 that both Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and General Mazimola distanced themselves from the issue of the PKTT dockets. Now, surely that's an issue they should have been on top of. I don't understand why they would simply step back or walk away.
General Mazimola testified, I'm not sure whether at Adok or at Madlanga, and said that he actually engaged General Sibia to say that those dockets should not be at head office. So when I called him, I guess he was surprised as to how did the dockets get to head office. Hence he said, General Sibia must see to finish how he deals with it. General Mkhwanazi, on the other hand, was not aware that the dockets actually were removed from his province into national. So for that reason, I think they both felt that actually this is not what we have to deal with. We didn't start it, and therefore whoever started it must deal with it.
But this is the National Police Commissioner. Surely it was his job. I mean, just say I wash my hands of it and walk off seems a bit odd.
He didn't say I wash my hands. I think because he gave General Sibia an instruction to say those dockets should not be at head office. So probably his response was based on, I gave an instruction, no action was done, and therefore you can't bring it back to me.
Okay, I see you have great admiration for Minister Mkhunu, calling him one of the best ministers you had ever experienced as your political principal, and that he spent much time capacitating the detectives and wanting a plan from you and others, I presume, to further capacitate them and to go ahead with the re-enlistments of former detectives, something we suggested in the Police Portfolio Committee some time back. Do you think he would have disbanded what seems by all reports to have been an enormously expensive unit in favor of other entities without giving it due consideration?
The letter that I read from the DNC said an assessment assessment. And I think if that assessment was there, I would be able to say maybe he did give concession, but for now I can't respond because I don't know what informed that decision, because more so in the absence of an assessment.
So your opinion on standing back and looking over this whole debacle, what do you think the real motives were, if there were different motives from the obvious?
Minister Mkhwanazi came like, I think, my English is running to KwaZulu-Natal. Minister Mkhwanazi, in my interactions with him, and I think with the National Commissioner being there and the others, he actually was focused on advancing the organization, So this side, discussion, decision, letter, I don't know what informed it. And I think for the love of God, I don't even know how to dissect it.
You referred finally how it would have been different if Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had been included in the process of closing the PKTT, which you now have confirmed has never been closed. Why do you think he was excluded from the process, if indeed he was? Because I know we saw the movements in the Portfolio Committee, and you brought various reports down the line. But that initial decision, why do you think he was excluded, and for what possible reason?
Up to the time when I spoke to him, my thinking was, as the person who's the custodian of the dockets, he's involved. And for me, the process should not even start without. I referred to the previous minutes, which I said to Honorable Matheus, could be asked from National Commission, where General Mkhwanazi would be the one who will lead the discussions on the PKTT. So if you disband such a structure, at least the least you can do is to be able to refer back to me.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Sopa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, General Sintamule. How are you?
Good afternoon, Honorable. I'm great. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. I would just like to thank you first for coming here to assist and considering what your family is going through. It is acknowledged and it is appreciated.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
I'll start with a few direct questions, General, because we're here because there's been many allegations of widespread interference in SAPS and other institutions within the criminal justice system. You earlier said that there's this narrative that you are either here or there in terms, and I think we were speaking about factions at the time, and sitting here day and night, it seems to, or at least for myself, that there's a glaring split. And I'm not sure if I captured you just earlier on. You said that there are no factions. I just want to hear, are there factions or are there no factions? Just categorically so I hear you clearly.
I have not observed any factions in the police.
So there are no factions.
I've observed people in conflict, which will then spill over to other people. I'm not sure if that you define as a faction.
Yes, General, I think I asked this because I think it's very important. Because if there is a split, these are individuals that are causing the splits. Are they just for personal gain? Because there can be no ethical justification by splitting SAPS into camps and divisions. Do you believe that SAPS has been infiltrated or improperly influenced by any individual or organizations? And I want to clarify, I mean any individual, whether it be Kat Mahlala, whether it be ministers, whether it be ex-ministers, whether it be politicians.
When I look at the police, I look at it like I look at supply chain, where supply chain tenders would drive people's relationship with service providers. In the police, the dockets and other environments like supply chain would attract wrong people to people who are in power. And so for that reason, I do believe that there is a possibility of infiltration, maybe the scope of which we will then have to further investigate.
General, you're very high up in SAPS. You're very high up in SAPS. I mean, you're not on the street. You are a very a senior officer. Are you saying you just think it's a possibility? Or do you know of anything and you're just not willing to speak of it publicly?
My issue would be on providing evidence, because if I say for a fact that yes, there are affections, then I must say, no, sorry, yes, there is influence, then I must say, where did it happen? Who was involved? So at this point in time, I do not have that, save to what we see playing in the public space. So I can't really speak on authority and confirm such.
In your belief, do you think the NPA or IDAC has been compromised in any way?
Again, it is based on what we hear. I have worked with IDAC, I have worked with the NPA, and in my tenure, I've not come across such incidents where I would feel uncomfortable because I would feel that they are captured.
Do you think IPID has been infiltrated in any way by any individual or any organization?
As I think my response to that earlier question was that actually all law enforcement agencies are susceptible to infiltration. So IPID is not safe either.
Did you only receive the written response from General Sabia on the 4th of February? And why do you think there was a delay in the correspondence from General Sabia getting the documents and the instructions to you, considering his testimony that he perceived it as immediate disbandment, immediately? Why do you think it took him so long to start getting those documents to you, and then still left out documents like the letter from the minister and so forth?
My reading into General Sabia's instruction was that he actually spoke to General Khumalo in my absence when I was on leave. And but he expected Khumalo to give me the dockets. And when Khumalo spoke to me, I mean, he had an instruction, I didn't. And I think I made it clear that I will not really start a process without anything in writing. So whether it took fast or slow for General Sabia, but eventually he also had to instruct me as the receiver of those dockets.
Do you think General Sabia understood the instruction incorrectly? Do you think General Khumalo dropped the ball, giving you the instructions late?
I don't think so.
You don't think which one? Do you think General Sabia misunderstood the instruction, that it had to be so hastened, or do you think General Khumalo was at fault for not giving you the?
I think neither, because General Sabia, when he gave General Khumalo the instruction, it was specifically for him to give the dockets to me, but I was not engaged. So for me, it's neither nor for the both of them.
You spoke about the minister's letter, I think it was paragraph 29, was based on an assessment. And I just want to make sure that you said what the assessment was he alluding to. And if I understood you correctly, you said you never saw this assessment.
The assessment would have referred to probably our efforts yielding results or not, and determining whether the project should proceed. So that would be an assessment that would inform him to say, according to this report, there is no more a need for the structure.
This assessment was given to the minister, am I correct?
According to his letter, he said he had assessment.
So when we asked the minister when he was here, he indicated, he came to this conclusion on his own on the 31st of December, the night that the letter was sent. That nothing, it was his own mind that informed him. He never spoke of an assessment that informed him up until that point.
Because he wrote the letter, I think then he will be in a best position to say, why did he even put it in the report in the first place if it was never there?
I question you on this because you did mention that you were with with the IMC and so forth from the beginning, and that's why I thought you might have a little bit more insight to this assessment, because you were there from 2018 in the IMCs.
Yes.
So you're saying you're not aware of this, you don't know of it?
In actual fact, with Minister Mkhwanazi's tenure, I've never sat in a meeting where any PKTT matter was discussed.
You spoke about Lieutenant General Sabia said that you're just like Khumalo, you're dragging your feet. And you seem to believe that you aligned with General Khumalo, that the approach that you were taking were correct, not as a faction. And the minister and General Sabia seem to be aligned in their expectations. So if I may ask you plainly, were you implementing the plan as you should have? and what was agreed upon on the dates agreed upon? And it can be a simple yes or no.
I would like to take it further
No
because I want
problem.
to provide context. For me, the roadmap was based on the implementation plan. Hence, I said it didn't have to do with emotions or whoever feels what. When General Masemula was compiling his affidavit in response to General Sibia, he called us in and we were sitting. And I said to General Kumalo, but why didn't you tell me about these serious things? And one of the things he said was, we didn't know who to trust, you know. So for me, being between these worrying people, I don't think Sibia definitely didn't trust me. Kumalo also at some point didn't trust me. So it makes it difficult for one to function. Hence, I wanted this thing to be over and done with.
Can we just pause there for a second? You're saying that General Kumalo didn't know who to trust, and you're saying General Sibia didn't know who to trust. So if there was no factions, why would anybody of the generals have this feeling of trust issues with each other? It's one unit. It's the SAPS.
If we may maybe fast forward back to General Kumalo's testimony, where General Masemula's testimony, both of them, where they said in January they gave a report to the minister on General Sibia's activities. That is not a faction, you know. That is reports on crime. I don't think we have to emotionalize crime and make it about people, you know. So, sorry, my question was based on if such important things are happening, we're supposed to be called in and briefed so that we are aware, you know. But because of General Sibia was seen as a suspect, General Kumalo was investigating, you know. But that doesn't mean that these are factions, because there's actually issues of criminality that is being discussed. So in my position, I think you said something where now you just have to focus on the truth, because if you focus on the people, this side says they are targeting me, this side says the other one is not kosher.
I think where it becomes a split is when you have many people jumping on a bandwagon within the same SAPS, not seeing criminal activities, and you have a very same SAPS with a whole bunch of people jumping on the other bandwagon, despite possible evidence. And I think that is where I'm talking about a glaring split. So it's not about emotionalizing crime. It's that a whole group of SAPS members seems to back a certain individual, and a whole group of SAPS members back the opposite. And I think that is where the question comes in. But we'll pause there. Did General Masemula have an agreement with all the time frames on the transfers of dockets, etc.? Because you and General Kumalo were running it. Did General Masemula give his blessing and was okay?
The plan was presented to the minister, and General Masemula was in that meeting. So when I said that it was tentatively approved, General Masemula also was in that meeting where the approach as we presented was approved.
When General Kumalo, and I think I heard you correctly, you said General Kumalo started venting in a meeting on the 27th of March. You said it, and the meeting was prematurely ended. This was when the 121 dockets was discussed. Am I correct?
It was the minister, not General Kumalo.
Was General, sorry, was
The
it
minister.
minister? Who ended the meeting prematurely?
It was the minister.
All right, so the minister, did he basically present and then cut himself short?
No, General Kumalo was presenting.
Yes.
And I think with the issue of the figures, which were diverse from what we presented earlier, then the minister thought this meeting cannot proceed.
Okay, I understand. So General Kumalo was still doing the presentation, and then when you started speaking about specifics, the minister ended it. You spoke also earlier on about other matters requiring your time, as well as that of General Kumalo, and it's completely understandable. And if I listen to you, you spoke about earlier, General Sibia is not the person that you could question. Were you able to ventilate and find solutions around your time constraints? Or were you pushed into a corner and you were told, just do this? Or, you know, you're just as bad as Kumalo, you're dragging your feet. Is that's the impression I'm getting, if you could just clarify?
General Sibia does not hide the fact that he wanted those dockets out of the PKTD. I think he did ventilate on this matter here and at the Madlanga Commission. So me not moving actually, I think probably got to him and he tried to push me in whatever way, even if it was to a point of maybe saying that now I'm like, Khumalo, I'm not listening, you know. So he was adamant that actually those dockets must be out of the PKTT.
I just want to move because I'm just worried about my time. I think it was in paragraph 92. You spoke about the first time you saw and the only time you spoke to or met Kat Mkhwanazi was at General Sabia's private party in September. And I just want to make sure that was Mkhwanazi invited by General Sabia?
I was invited by General CB. I don't know. Remember, I didn't know them at the time.
So you don't know who invited him?
No, I didn't invite him.
Okay.
And maybe can I, Honorable, say this again? People have sat in this chair, and those who know Matlala, they've agreed. I don't have a reason to say I don't know a person that I know.
No problem.
Thank you.
If Kat Mkhwanazi was present, did you understand him to be known to General Sabia? Was there anything at that party that made you feel that they had a relationship? Just from observation?
Yeah, from observation, I never saw anyone get close to him or talk to him. He was just standing there. And for that matter, I don't know for how long, how disappeared. I know we stayed there only for an hour with General Tema and we left.
And then General Sabia ever question you about your connections with Kat Mkhwanazi before making, I wouldn't say allegations in the testimony that you kind of knew him? He made that reference. I think it was in your paragraph 92 of yours.
General Sibia and I never discussed Kat Matlala before, I think his arrest. And I did write it here on my statement that the only time General Sibia called me, and it was at night, when Kat Matlala was arrested. And he said to me, Batsweri Chumia Sendra, in Sotho, meaning that the PKTT have arrested Sendra's friend. So Sandra is my friend, General Tema. So I asked him, which friend of Sandra? The only friend I know of Sandra that I was with that weekend, it was Kimora. So I asked, is it Kimora? He says to me, no, Kat. So I asked him, who is Kat? And when I put the phone down, General Sibia, I called Sandra. I asked Sandra, who is Kat? Then Sandra says to me, that's Mr. Matlala. The one who gave us the sponsor. He says, yes, but why is Sibia telling me that he was arrested? And he never phoned me after that. So we've never discussed Matlala. We've never sat together with Matlala.
No problem.
With Sibia. Thank you.
General, while I really do not want to know about your personal medical procedures, I just want to speak to the allegation that it was funded.
Yes.
And you have categorically denied it. You've explained the funds in your account. However, I would just want to find out, is there any truth that you were at the facility of a Medicare 24? And secondly, I would just then ask, did you get any special treatment? Did you get any discounts? Did you get anything of that nature, not direct payment or someone paid for you? Was there any incentives given to you for any procedure? And I don't want to know about the procedures itself.
As we sit here, I don't even know what the facility of Medicare 24 is. In my line of work, I never had to deal, not only Medicare 24, I don't deal with contractors or service providers, save to ask them for sponsorship. And thirdly, I've never benefited from any of, I don't know what they do outside what they did for subs. So I've never benefited.
Chair, I don't know how much time I have left.
Do you want to ask a question?
No, I've got a few questions, but if my time is finished, then I will rest.
You ask a question and then you look at me.
General, maybe you can just answer it in one go for me, so I hope it's not overwhelming. But if the dockets were removed from the investigators that were handling them, who would have effectively gained operational control of the investigation? And in your professional experience, is the movements of these sensitive dockets sometimes capable of disrupting the investigations? And would that have then been an advantage to any individual to have them actually, I want to call it an orchestrated disruption? I think that's the easiest way I can ask that in one question. Thank you, Chair.
In the value chain of security, the human factor is always the weakest. Where you've got human beings and hands, I think things are likely to be manipulated. Where I sit, we facilitate the movement of dockets. We make sure that the investigator who's receiving sits with the other investigator, there's a briefing, then the diary is updated so that you don't actually interfere with the chain of custody and they keep in touch should there be any further interaction. However, as I say, this is not a perfect process. Where there's a human element, people can deliberately then interfere with the process. But again, as I said earlier, I wouldn't have examples where I have dealt with such. Thank you very much, Honorable.
You still have 2 minutes.
No, as Honorable Breitenbach West tells me, it's a limit, not a target. Thank you, Chair.
Or she says you must stop. The EFF, who is starting?
I am starting with just one question, then she will take the rest of my time.
Okay.
Lieutenant General, yourself and General Tema, both of your medical procedures were done by Dr. Pett.
Yes.
Do you know, may her soul rest in peace, do you know Dr. Pett's husband?
Unfortunately, I don't. I didn't have a personal relationship with her to that far.
Dr. Pett's husband is an ANC regional secretary in Tshwane called George Machila. So now it's important that people at your level, especially with your training, appreciate the company they keep because it comes back to bite you.
True.
And especially a female Lieutenant General who has worked so hard to be where you are, gets to be destroyed by association with lunatics. Because if we were to look for a female general of the police, commissioner of the police, I think you stand a very good chance. But it is these nuances that are going to cause a serious problem. And people who know how you guys get trained, especially on intelligence and counterintelligence, there is no way. Because when I met Matlala for the first time, I couldn't miss him. I didn't know him. And I asked someone, who's this guy? And they explained to me, this is so and so. Later they said he wants to greet me. I said, no, I don't want. And that has been my stance throughout. You are a human being, you go around, you go to parties, go to funerals, and you're going to meet all kinds of characters. But a person in a position must have the capacity to detect that there is something wrong with what is happening here and be able to immediately withdraw. That's why most credible judges, it doesn't matter how painful it becomes for them, they are not part of a lot of social gatherings because they avoid coming into contact with wrong people. And those people are going to end up appearing before them. So I thought, because I'm not asking questions, I must say those few remarks to you as a black sister. Please, you can't work so hard and have a moment that destroys everything that you have built for yourself. And that's why even children will make an attempt to do suicide because they don't know their mother to be a criminal. And now when she gets to be projected as a criminal, it frustrates all of them. Like my mother has been this honorable person, a woman of integrity, who enforces the law without fear or favor. The next thing stories are told about your mother, it's bound to affect them. So I'm just saying, this is not the end of the road. I think this is just the beginning of life. I mean, everything is a lesson. Going forward, you should be aware, especially as an intelligence-trained person, you should be aware always about your surroundings. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you, Honorable Matis. I'm in charge now, whether Kusela likes it or not.
Let there be love. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President.
Honorable Mkhwanazi, because I'm the one who presides over. Honorable
We do have a habit of expropriating
where
without
exactly?
compensation. Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Malama presides over the EFF meeting. So now let me tell you what time is it and recognize you to speak. It's now 28 minutes to 5. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Well, my president pretty much covered me, but I just wanted Lieutenant General, just as another woman, to say when I read through your CV, okay, I'm getting teary now. I must not pull a Sarah Jane trend. But I read through your CV, I was like, wow, we actually have women of this level in our country, and we always told that there are not enough African women like that. There are also not enough of our young girls that know the spaces that they can be in. So I also just want to give you an opportunity to tell her, you're also getting teary, are we going to have a moment?
But I won't pull
There's nothing, tears is not a bad thing, don't worry. I say that in EFF all the time. I'm a crybaby in EFF, so. Yeah. Mm. What made you get into the space? Because you started off and you served a good 10 years at what was then called the state NIA, and now it's the SSA. So what led you there? Was it accidental or it was deliberate?
State security was deliberate.
Mhm.
I think it's based on my history, I think, at the university, and I think most of my colleagues who were together there were already there. So it was a conscious decision that this is where I want to join.
And then why did you move to SAPS?
Growing through the ranks, I remember in 2008 when I actually came back from, no, 7, when I came back from Northern Cape, I started working internally within counterintelligence, and I went to NICOC. Then there was a request that actually there is an opening in SAPS for a director for counterterrorism. And I want to declare here that, Honorable Malema, whatever I do in my life, regardless of what is being said, money has never been a motivator. I think I fought hard to work as a woman. By the way, if I can say on national TV, I'm divorced twice, so I'm not a person who craves attention. I think I can hold it, can hold the knife, you know. Yeah, I'm not available though, but I'm just saying that I'm divorced twice. So meaning that money for me was never a motivator, because when I moved from state security to SAPS, I was already very senior, and I took a salary cut to join the police. And for a reason that most of the guys who were sitting in my interview thought that I was way too experienced, and also they wouldn't be able to match my salary. So when they gave me an offer, I think as a way to show that, you know what, I'll prove that I'm not here for money, I then took the offer.
So what did you think that you were going to achieve more at SAPS than you would at State Security Agency? I would think the State Security Agency is a little bit more elite.
And I think otherwise, because I've been there.
Yeah, you would know better.
Yes. In state security, we're talking assessments, we're talking probably estimates. I've seen in the Northern Cape our products contributing to crime fighting, like for example, on organized crime. I think at some time we had an issue of right-wing extremism in the Calvinia, Bosman area, where you definitely saw your efforts. But at national, because you are overarching, you don't see where those products are leading, particularly in tackling organized crime. So me moving to SAPS was about expanding what I've learned and to be able to use it to guide investigators to be able to catch those that we have identified as our targets.
Okay, this is just quickly.
And maybe to add, I feel as if for SAPS, your currency is based on arrests. So you can see what you're doing. And that excited me.
Just quickly, we had a character which I'm sure you know is Lt Mkhwanazi that was here, and he said he was an agent trained agents?
First off,
Just give us a little
Yeah.
bit, now that we actually have a professional.
If-
Yeah,
if-
like how
yeah.
would someone that was not an agent, what are they called? Operative, no.
no, he
Well, he
called
said he
himself
was-
an agent.
Yes, he did,
yes.
okay.
First off, just to clarify, within state security,
Mm.
because we are civilians,
Mm.
we don't call our informers informants. We call them agents.
Oh, okay.
That's why you would hear the concept, your principal agent network.
Oh, okay.
That person who handles other people to be able to get information. But in intelligence, you
Just SAPS.
actually have informants. So the
Okay.
agents are actually our own members who then go undercover.
No, explain that again. So in SAPS, under the crime intelligence.
Yes, an agent
Mm.
is a SAPS member
Okay.
who is exfiltrated out of a system, erased from the system, and actually we could call him either
Oh,
as your,
okay.
your infiltration agent,
Okay.
or maybe penetration would have been from inside. But he will work with the syndicate, you know. But there's legislation around it, and please don't make me go further.
No, we do want to know,
Because
because
for
we
these
also have to
trade
make a
crafts,
decision
yes.
about this at some point, so you were here. So I'm sure you heard some of his testimony both in the commission and here. So we tell us if that would be some sort of training or what
If,
you would
for
have.
example,
SAP.
he is from outside the organization, then he would become an informer.
Okay.
So we have got an informer network. As I said, a former member who is exfiltrated then becomes an agent. And you never get to know them. They are not on our systems. We don't even see them or know them.
And would they go around saying they are an
No,
informer?
because that actually would be blowing their cover and compromising their operation.
Clarity, thank you. We just want to go quickly. Let's start off with the disbandment of PKTT. So Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi said that that was actually a mistake in identity, because there were PKTT members that moved to Gauteng to assist. What's your take? Was it PKTT, members of the PKTT that arrested Makala?
The advantage I have in responding to your question is that I didn't have the information they had. I only had an instruction and a plan, you know. So I had, when he said that, so probably, I'm sure he wouldn't just say it was based on knowledge that they had as to why there was that mistaken identity.
But you were in charge that time of these dockets and the arrests and overseeing Gauteng, and it happened in Gauteng. So when that whole arrest happened, you didn't know absolutely anything about it.
I thought you were asking me about the dockets and the fact that maybe in following the dockets, it was a matter of thinking that the PKTT was the team that made the arrests in Gauteng.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
No, the question here is that he's characterized that whole, has characterized this disbandment of PKTT, right? As it was a mistake in identity, and then this is how this whole thing has
Now-
just
now
been blown
I
out
get your
of
question.
proportion, yeah.
So these sergeants who were working on the Aman Swart matter, when the issue of compromise or security breach came, they approached General Mboso Khumalo, who approached me. I approached General Khumalo to say, take over this team. So maybe the people then thought it came from KwaZulu-Natal, actually started here in Gauteng. Yes.
Are there cartels in South Africa?
Cartel, I think, is a big word, you know.
What word would you use?
You see, if you look at the history of your organized crime, so your mafia would be linked to families, ne? And your cartels, it's now when all the big bosses of the families of the mafia come together for a purpose, then it's called a cartel. I have not evidenced that in the investigation. Maybe there is, maybe we are missing it. But in your typical organized countries like your Mexico, your Colombia, your Brazil, those exist.
Are we getting there? Are we heading in that direction?
If we let things spiral out of control by not addressing organized crime, I think we can easily spiral in that direction.
And then the big five, what do you know it's either under investigation, but is there some sort of reality and is there some prima facie evidence?
When you conduct your organized crime investigation, you are bound by the trade to do your link analysis. And I think when the team did their link analysis and identified people who actually are part of that particular syndicate, I would say that it was not done lightly. It was done based on either documentary evidence or evidence from your digital space that actually links the individual.
Were you part of that process?
I wasn't.
You could be part of a process like that.
Yes.
Because you're pretty senior and
Yeah.
got organized car crime background. It's quite, yeah.
Respectfully to the committee members through you, Chair, we would not know anything and everything as generals in the police, and I'll tell you why. I gave an example where 2 weeks ago we were sitting in a meeting and then there was a compromise of that particular meeting. And that's why you cannot know all the dockets because it could be a friend of mine. I mean, we are human beings, you know, not that actually we would give out the information. For that matter, I actually led my own nephew to the police station to get arrested when he attempted to rape my niece. You know, so law for me is law, and law doesn't look at families or who works for what. So what I'm saying is that you are not bound to know everything. Even the National Commissioner wouldn't know everything about the cartels, about the individuals.
But cartels, Lieutenant General, is a big thing in organized crime.
Yeah.
So we're not asking about one of so many cases
Yeah.
of rape. So a cartel or a mafia, so to speak.
An example I can give is with the gangs in the Western Cape. So we would know, for example, the type of gangs. I mean, in Westbury, for example, advocate is here. Sorry, Honorable James is here. Those, because they are within organized crime. But in probably, let's say, in our briefing with the members, if some would slip into our hands, it doesn't mean that we were ignorant. Probably it could have been that at that time we didn't know.
Okay, let's go to General Jacobs. Why did you call him and not send him a formal or whatever the formal process was for him to release the file?
And if maybe let's look at my responsibility and his responsibility as he would have been with ESCOM. If Advocate Johnson writes down and says, this is a docket for IDEC, and this docket is based on Section 28, and General Jacobs has those dockets. Understanding the system, I know that IDEC does not have a system where a docket is registered, is moved to IDEC. So they will have to ask the dockets from SARS. So mine was to say, General Jacobs, she's to say that you keeping those dockets. I think one of the things she wrote was that the complainant was.
But initially, from what you said, and you'll clarify,
Yeah.
is that she called you and
Yes.
asked you. For intervention.
Yes.
Then you called and
Yes.
then you asked her to send an email.
No, actually, I asked her to send an email first before I called.
You called Jacobs to send him or even forward him the email.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you spoke to Jacobs, Lieutenant General, it's a Lieutenant General
Jacobs,
yeah.
yes.
Did he not even tell you, or there was no even discussion on why he didn't want to send these files? Because you should have been irritated that you even have to intervene when these files should go.
I think that's the unfortunate part because neither he or Advocate Johnson specified, but understanding the nature
You
of.
keep saying that,
Yes.
Lieutenant General. What I'm
Yes.
getting to is that it's a bit bizarre that you are called to intervene to get these files, right? And then no one even randomly mentions what these files about. So you even have to call Jacobs, who's actually hiding these files. And then he doesn't even mention, or you don't even ask, but why are you not giving the files to Advocate Johnson?
Maybe let me start by explaining the process where a high-profile case is registered. And I think I'll start with the one of General Sibia and Minister Mkhwanazi. The DPC has an obligation to call and inform me, and I inform the National Commissioner. And I think the same happened in the Western Cape when National Commissioner's case was opened. So in that case, I would have known. Ne? Just probably I would have known, okay, now there's a docket against General Khumalo. At that time, there was no report, either to me or to...
But you're not answering, I'm saying, you say to me that Jacobs did not even tell you
No, he
these
didn't.
files are in relation to, and
No,
you
he
weren't
didn't.
curious on why he did not want to even send these files to Advocate Johnson. Because
Yeah.
it's very like...
For me, maybe now on hindsight, and in vendor, we say, "Madi otebo," it means the water has already spilled, but I can talk to it, you know. He could have said, General, can we discuss the matter? I think that would have made a huge difference for me. Because him and I work, I mean, even today we are very close. So he could have done that, but I suppose maybe at that time, either there was discomfort or maybe, I don't know.
Why haven't you acted on him, though, for keeping those files in his safe or wherever he kept them?
I posted here on the statement, ne? There's a letter from General Hanker that there is no policy regulating their taking the dockets. And for that reason, even if you actually want to act on a person based on one. However, the practice is that we don't take the dockets away from the station. So it's what we always preach. Rather, we make copies of it.
No, but Lieutenant General, this is a bit layered, right? So outside, let's even talk that he didn't, the statement's been taken from the station, right? It was in his safe. You had to even get a call and an email from Advocate Johnson to get it, and you still call him. It can't just be that that can just be parked. It was a deliberate, and it's not one file. It's a set of files on a particular matter, and in retrospect, you can see what the issue was, and you still haven't acted on it.
Can I request that maybe General Jacobs be given an opportunity to clarify why he had those dockets actually in
But
the
that
safe?
was your job to find out, not ours.
No,
Usually
no,
you come
I'm
and
not
say,
saying
"I did
you.
X, Y,
I
and
am not
Z,"
saying you.
and
Yeah.
etc. Okay, so let's move on from there. I think you've answered that. Were you surprised? Oh, when Lieutenant General Khumalo was arrested, what was your personal response to it?
I sent him a WhatsApp message, not only him. I sent Zippo, I called General Kabela, I sent Likalakala. I work with all of them. Like I said, I was really, and I can give you my phone. You can just see Khumalo and I, and because my father is a Khumalo, we call each other Put, you know, since even now when he calls me, he says, "Sis, I say Put," you know. So I really was one of those who were just shocked and hurt. But I can show you my phone. I did text him to say, Mbulazi, I am really hurt and I hope it's going to come to pass.
Were you surprised that something like this could have happened? Not
I-
that
Yeah.
you guys on the top, Lieutenant General, should be above the law, but the way it happened and how it happened.
Maybe knowing Khumalo and having worked with him, he's never struck me as a person who can actually walk the other path, you know. And I think at the time when I saw the arrest, I was not aware of the issues that led to the arrest. I had to read later. But I must say that I was surprised.
There was a meeting, that meeting in February 2022, where the IMC agreed that the PKTT should be enhanced and continue its operations. And that was the last meeting that you remember.
I think
I
there was
think you
another
attended.
meeting in 2023. We will have to check the minutes, but that meeting, I know I didn't attend, the last meeting that was there.
Then that meeting on the 6th of March 2025, it was the National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mosikele, Khumalo, and they took a position. Do you think the position was taken against the minister? Clearly.
For
As the Deputy National Commissioner and the Chief of Staff, like, because we were made to understand that this was the position that was expressed in the meeting. So you were there did you express an opinion in the meeting?
General Kumalo and I remember we were presenting, so we were not necessarily participating. So the principals, which would be the DNC, the NATCOM, were the ones who were actually discussing. But also because we are the ones who came with the proposal, that on its own says that we were actually for the winding down approach.
Okay, we're gonna wrap up right about now. So you spoke earlier that SAPS members are, because of these proceedings, I guess both the ad hoc and the commission that's going on, they are kind of being forced to pick a side or pick sides.
And I didn't say that we are forced to pick sides. I say by virtue of your testimony, then you are attached to a faction. Or you are attached.
So they are
to-
factions.
Yeah, people would say, no, this one is for Mkhwanazi, this one is for the Kunuti, you know. But I think for me, it shouldn't be, and I'm talking about generals that I know, that I've worked with, who actually are not even part of this whole thing. They are observing it from a distance. I mean, we are in it. And I've never experienced them choosing a side.
So what are we going to do as South Africans? Because if lieutenant generals and the rest of you on that highest level there is cannot find each other because you'll spend more time opening cases against each other, getting people to go and do you know how many sworn statements we have here, Lieutenant General? I don't even know what we're going to do during deliberations because we don't even have an investigator. Maybe you can send us some. I was throwing shade at Honorable Sangoni, but she didn't get it. She didn't get it. But I'm saying, like, what is going to happen? Because if lieutenant generals on that level, if you all are not protecting us, and you all are spending so much time opening cases, I mean, oh, this was also a question, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, was it procedural or was it out of character for the Northwest to conduct that whole investigation into O'Sullivan and Paula Jane Trent? Not Paula, Sarah Jane Trent.
I actually don't have details, I think, about that investigation.
But it was done in
Yes.
Northwest. So my question is not the details, but is it something that would normally be done, and what what circumstances would they need to
The
be?
process is, if, for example, let's say we're dealing with the CITs and we require expert skills, that will come from provinces. So we can convene a team. But for me, it is about fighting a crime sketch that has become unmanageable for the country. In relation to this one, honestly, I think I would rather reserve my view because I don't know what actually prompted the entire investigation.
It all went to, that's what his testimony, his sworn statement said. It was just, everything was just there in Northwest. So it wasn't a matter of what you were saying, bringing criminals in, but you don't want to talk to it.
I've never been involved in such a practice. So if I give an
So it
opinion,
was a very bizarre and unfounded thing. Okay, I want to talk about this, and Honorable Malema touched on it. The thing about being at that party. I'm not even a trained intelligence agents or whatever, but that whole setup, as you described it, you have the wife of someone come and sit next to you, there with your friend. You don't think that your friend, who is it, Tem, was actually trying to introduce you. I mean, it actually looks like Lieutenant General Sabia, he had these parties to link up members of SAPS with criminals. Or maybe they weren't all criminals, but with business people or people that need favors from SAPS. And that is what those parties were all about. Because it was not about, from what I understand, networking and, you know, SAPS members finding each other and building teamwork. So when did Lieutenant General Khumalo stop attending the parties, or was he stopped being invited to the parties?
As I said, General Sibia would change. At like initial, General Khumalo was the one invited, ne? And then later it was myself and others who were being invited. But I want to clarify.
No, but what I'm asking is that
Yeah.
you sure it was an invite related, or it wasn't that Lieutenant General Khumalo just stopped coming and
They
was still
actually-
invited?
They were not talking. not
Okay, and
talking
when
terms.
did this happen?
I'm not certain.
More or less.
I would say around last year. Yeah, last year, because then I was with
Okay,
BAF.
before the press conference of
No,
that's
no,
put us
actually,
here?
no, year before last,
Okay.
2024, not
Okay.
2025, yes.
Mm.
Yes.
So yeah, I want to, so these parties, and then have you engaged Major General Temba about the role? Because perhaps she's also involved in this whole thing of networking and setting up. It makes no sense. And I am not even on your level, and I would have known straight away that this is very dodgy. And then the next minute she's saying, oh yeah, his number, call him, ask him for fridges. And then how, okay, respond to that. And then the next question, if you can also respond to, yeah. Well, how much was those fridges that were donated that
The BAF fridges.
Lieutenant General
Yeah.
Sabia even got?
I think it was 3,999, I think. Because it's about
4,000 rand.
Yeah, it was small bar fridges, I think.
But-
I didn't even see any of them, you know. But also, if I may proceed, you know, and I know how it's projected. For me, this becomes one of the saddest moments, because when we went there was no preoccupation about who's going to be there. We didn't know. And as I said that, you know, there were times where actually I wouldn't go to these parties, you know. There were times where, for example, I would say, no, man, you know. But then I think on that day, because he's like, you know, General, come, we're having something in the house, and we go. And I said to General Tema, there was no discussion. General Sibia himself said at some point to me that actually you are a very good woman. You know, I don't project two faces. Yes, I'm an operative, an honorable madam,
you are
but what you see, ne, is what you get. When I'm angry, you see it. And when I don't want something, I then say it. But then there are times where I feel I can't go on. You know what? Let's just go with the flow. And I think probably for me, that was the mistake of that day. Because when something says to you, don't go to a place, and you go, this would not have happened. However, those were not hookup parties. We go to General Sibia's.
Not hookups as in sex hookups.
No.
I'm saying as in.
I am not even.
No, not those.
Yeah.
Not those ones.
I think
Just like
your thoughts
business
took you
people
too far.
to do favors.
Yes.
Yeah.
I must say your thoughts took you too far. When I was saying, I was
No,
thinking
it's
about.
Honorable Sangoni that was looking at me in
Yeah.
her mind somewhere.
But actually, there's nothing more I can say to convince anybody otherwise that this was just an innocent going to a party. And again, there was no intent in terms of asking for that sponsorship. For that reason, I didn't even see one of the fridges. I didn't get any one of them. Yeah,
Thank you.
I understand. I understand your concern.
Honorable
Thank you so much,
Mkhwanazi,
Honorable
we can take a
Matei.
20 minutes break, then come back at 17:20. don't say anything, look at me. I want to say to you that we have come back from the comfort break. And I now want to allocate you your 20 minutes. Your 20 minutes will start at 25 minutes past 5 and will end at 5:45. You have some few seconds before 25 minutes past 5. You decide if you want to start now.
Should I wait until 25?
You decide if you want to start now.
Or utilize the 2 minutes that.
I'm
Thank you, Honorable
sharing my
Chairperson.
benevolence with you.
Thank you. You are a very kind chairperson. Thank you. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, Honorable.
You actually mentioned here in your testimony that your offices were actually raided by IPID somewhere in 2023. What were the issues there?
Thank you, Honorable Mwango. It was in relation to that allegation of General Sibia saying that I employed ghost workers or the people that actually were providing security for Captain M. Were actually not providing security for Captain M, but they were under the guise of protecting him.
Is that investigation still going on?
In 2024, I think March, the gadgets which were taken for investigation were taken, so they were returned with no report. And up until today, nothing happened.
In paragraph 25 of your testimony, Minister Mkhwanazi actually testified before this committee that the continued activity or operation of the PKTT beyond 2022 was actually illegal. You are saying that you attended a meeting of the IMC in February 2022, where the IMC actually took a resolution to enhance and also extend the term of operations of the task team. Was the minister not aware of this extension?
Thank you,
If
Honorable.
not, why would he choose to deliberately mislead the committee?
I don't think it was even an extension. The IMC's meeting were continuing, and I think in those meetings, then decisions would be taken to say the team needs to continue and it needs to be strengthened. So there was never a point of an intention to actually curtail the functioning of the team. For Minister Mkhwanazi to say that its existence beyond 2022 was illegal, I wouldn't be able to answer as to what informed that. But in the environment that we operate in operationally, we do not term any end of any intervention as illegal. For example, you would have authority for the team to be deployed. So as long as that is still in force, if it's an information not approved for the deployment, that particular operation has to proceed. So the illegality for me, it's not even supposed to be in this discussion. Thank you, Honorable.
What would be the standard measure of the effectiveness of any task team, which would actually, inform the decision whether to extend its life or to terminate its life? What would be the standard yardstick that you would use to actually determine whether indeed a task team actually is effective?
If I may maybe use the Mkhwanazi team as an example. I think we had problems in Mkhwanazi, particularly in relation to, I think there was an issue of stock theft, there was an issue of escape at the time. And I I think the issue of the Mozambican cross-border issue. And a team, full team was deployed there to sit. But as time progressed, the problems and the challenges were probably, let me say, stabilized, and we had to decommission. So after an assessment in terms of looking at the crime picture, pre the intervention and post the intervention, and we look probably at the addressing of the people that we would have deemed our either person of interest or suspects or targets. And once the environment gets into what we could term a stable environment, then you begin to decommission. And decommissioning, you also inform. For example, I was informed as the head of detectives to say, this is the instruction based on the assessment, then we are decommissioning. And we as the detectives, because we still had dockets, we then had to ask for an extension, particularly for investigators. So that's basically the standard that we use. In the Western Cape, we've had lockdown, now we're on lockdown 3, because the problem persists. So you strengthen the team based on the assessment that actually we are generating more crime in the environment of the gangs than actually neutralizing. So what do? You then force multiply and bring in more capacity to stabilize. Thank you.
Now, who generates that kind of a report?
It would be.
How does it actually land on the desk of the minister?
Within the police, we have got what we call the National Operational Coordination Center, and that is the central hub or the fusion center for all our operations. There are people who are receiving reports from all the ends, particularly on these projects, and as they receive, and then an assessment is compiled that shows the picture of what we are dealing with, and based on that, and then a determination is made to either decommission or strengthen the teams.
Would that process have been followed in relation to the PKTT report upon which the minister actually based his decision to disband the PKTT?
The NOCC, General Khumalo, before he became the project manager for the PKTT, he was actually the national head of operations, intervention operations at the NOCC. That's why he then got involved with the project. And that structure then appoints a project leader. It is driven from there. The PKTT was no different. That's why even the budget had to go through the NOCC for approval.
At the meeting of the 6th of March, which you attended with the minister, General Spear was actually very unhappy with the presentation that was made there. And his sentiments were actually shared by the minister and the chief of staff. Is it normal operations procedure in the SEPs, given the fact that you actually have been there, even before the tenure of Minister Mkhwanazi, to have a chief of staff actively participating, in operational matters of the South African Police Service, point of actually expressing his position on matters that are being discussed?
If the committee can permit me to use the military terms of the chief of staff, and that would be your staff officer. Normally, your staff officer, like I have behind me, wouldn't participate in management meetings unless maybe for a point of clarity for record keeping. So I'm not sure, maybe this was something that was agreed upon to say that he can participate, but I'm really not aware of any situation where we would have the chief of staff or the staff officer participating in executive management meetings.
Thank you. In paragraph, well, my colleagues have actually asked the question about the exclusion of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi in the whole process. And I'm concerned that perhaps by omission, you also may be actually also lump up with the group that actually deliberately, excluded Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Because when you were actually approached to actually receive the files and start, the process of, winding up the operations for those dockets, I don't hear you saying that you actually picked up the phone and contacted Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Why was that?
During the process, I think I explained that from the parliamentary meeting, General Mkhwanazi was there. So in my view, he was in the know in terms of the project. And if anybody were to call General Mkhwanazi, it would not have been myself and General Mkhwanazi because we were implementing. It would have been either the DNC or the National Commission. And I think upon realizing that he is not part of, and then I began to express my reservation. In essence, I was not part of those who actually would have deliberately excluded him. On the contrary, I understood the process because I deal with the pieces on a daily basis. Thank you, Honorable.
Where were the dockets kept from the day when they were actually collected from KZN to head office? And from head office, an attempt was made to return them back to KZN. But where were they kept? Who was actually having authority over those documents at the time?
It was the Office of Serious and Violent Crimes, General Motsipe and Brigadier Hopoditata. So they were kept within the SVC environment at National, General Motsipe and Brigadier Hopoditata.
Not in your office?
Not in my office. Maybe let me say, Honorable Mwango, never in my office.
Do you still stand by your view in relation to the disbandment of PKTT as expressed in paragraph 73, if I'm not mistaken?
I still stand by the view, Honorable.
The view which actually says that you, and I'm going to quote you, in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT, it is my view that the minister should not have unilaterally decided on the disbandment of the PKTT or any operational team, for that matter, as these fall within the mandate of the National Commission. You still stand by that?
I still stand by that, Honorable. Thank you.
Paragraph 101. You attended this function where Mr. Matlala was there, whatever happened there, but you actually got a sponsorship from Medicare 24, and this was in around October, November. And I want to believe that by that time already, Matlala must have been already on the radar of the South African police investigation mechanism. Why did it elude you that this man is actually already on our radar because of some alleged criminal activity, to a point where you would still be to go to him and actually ask for sponsorship?
Before even engaging on this particular request for sponsorship, there was no profiling done from my office. And I think I relied more on supply chain when they were doing their vetting of the sponsor. But I must say that post the event with Gauteng General Mbuso Khumalo, DPC, we then drew that profile. I think I did say to Honorable Malema that at the time when you are doing these things, and Honorable Malema is that we should think better. That was not something that crossed my mind at that time.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, General.
So much, Honorable Mngango, Honorable Sols. 20 minutes to 6, then at 18 hours, your time ends.
Good evening, General.
Good evening, Honorable Soul.
You know, I must join properly with Honorable Skosana, that we trust God for the complete healing of your son. We plead the blood of Jesus over him. No weapon formed against him shall prosper. We believe.
Amen.
Amen. General, I'm also sorry, man. Unfortunately, when you stood up and you showed your beautiful body, I chose not to look because I'm a man with many holes and I'm prone to temptation. And what makes it worse is I changed bags. So I left my Bible in the other bag. So I feel spiritually vulnerable. So to protect myself, I looked away. I'm a man with many holes. General, so I love the fact that when you testify, you emphasize that you are about process and not personalities. I love that about you. So, based on your testimony, did you follow process consistently?
In my knowledge, I followed process.
I accept your testimony that the minister did not follow process about how he went about the disbandment of the PKTT. Now, you state in paragraph 73 that the minister should not have unilaterally decided to disband the PKTT. And by your own account, you had one of the best working relationships with Minister Mkhwanazi. Better than any other political principal, you say. Throughout your 27-year career, did you use this relationship to advise the minister that this process was wrong?
In response, Honorable Souls, I want to say that in my clarification, that at the beginning of the process, I was not involved. And I think when I got involved, then there was those two briefings, the 5th and the 6th of March, 2027. Sorry, 2025. Yeah, 2025. Sorry, I'm getting the dates wrong now. And General Mkhwanazi was in one of those meetings. So in my understanding, process is followed because General Mkhwanazi is in the know. Until I realized later that actually he wasn't. But I think at that time, it was too far in the process to even engage. Minister Mkhunu never engaged with me on the PKTT matters except for the other projects. So in that regard as well, I don't think we ever discussed it. Even if post General Mkhwanazi's discussion with me, I were to advise him to say, but the manner in which it happened actually has caused the organization problem. It would have been after the fact.
Okay. Tell me, how do you feel about the fact that you, such an high-ranking officer with so much skill, and how do you feel about the fact that a person who the most training he got in intelligence was an after-school youth empowerment program? And biggest experience he has is as a tavern owner, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi. How do you feel about the fact that he knew before you?
Sitting in this chair, I think I'll be lying to say any other than it was surprising. Any answer than that, it was surprising. But also, if what he says is true, then definitely we have a big problem within the organization. I spoke about compartmentalization. I spoke about what regulates, even us internally discussing cases. In some of the cases that I would deal with, you'll find that one of the generals probably is a suspect. That's why we then don't discuss those things. But if these things are actually available to the outsiders, it is a cause for concern.
Although the minister in his directive said immediately, we then see later on that there was general consensus and everyone opted for winding down. So would you agree that it was now no longer immediate? There was now a new process of winding down.
The meeting of the 6th and that decision basically dealt away with the immediate, and I think the posture towards the disbandment was now on winding down or a process-driven.
So after consultation,
Disbandment, yes.
so after consultation, the minister settled with the proposal of the National Commissioner not to do immediate, but to go winding down. Is that a yes? Or?
Maybe before I respond, may I ask you to please repeat so that I get the gist before I make a wrong
The minister on 31st,
inference?
when you are not around,
Yes.
says immediate disband. Later on, there's discussions going on, and the National Commissioner advises that the immediate disbandment is not going to work. You must do winding down. The minister then agrees with this, and the immediate approach is done away with, and now a winding down approach is taken formally. Do you agree that the minister, after consultation, agreed and subjected himself to the winding down process?
The minister agreed, and maybe why do I say so? In that meeting, the minister would have been the ultimate decider because he's the chairperson. So when I say the plan was tentatively approved, it means the minister agreed.
All right.
Thank you, Honorable Source.
You say that the vision of the minister that you celebrate him for was to capacitate detectives. Just take us through paragraph 71. You just briefly let us know why are you saying you celebrate him for his vision? Why?
When the minister came into the police, I think the first thing he asked was for us to come up with a plan on, actually the issue was more on the docket load on the system, but also cases which were older, which would deem backlog. And I think his request was, what can we do to deal with the backlog? And we had to define the old cases, as we would call them, in terms of what we would need to do to reduce the workload. And we came to the conclusion that these would be cases that are older than 2 years, but I think we are focusing more on contact crimes like murder and rape. And we then had a plan that we would then, I think we then did a scientific study where those dockets were counted to say, this is the number of dockets, how many people would we then need? And we costed that. And the minister said he will even approach Treasury if there's no funding. Lo and behold, General Dimpane did provide funding. That's why then we were able to recruit those detectives. But also further, in adding to the minister's initiative, the Health Commissioner also added in terms of the number of detectives. I think we were given 4,000 detectives from the colleges, and we were given 600 personnel for local criminal record center.
So you celebrate him for his vision to capacitate detectives, bring more detectives, so that there is better service on local police station level. Is that my understanding? Is my understanding correct?
I am not sure if celebrate would be the right word. I think for me, it was to appreciate.
All right.
Yes.
But is that what you're appreciating for?
Not only that, like I said, there was another project of the Baxter subs, which he personally drove. And even now with Mr. Kachalia, he's also driving. We had a meeting recently with the CEOs of your telecoms as well as of the banks, and also the expansion of the forensic science laboratory.
Yeah.
Yes.
So based on that vision that you appreciate him for, and which he introduced, in line with this disbandment of the PKTT, to say that this expertise must not sit in one temporary task team. We must empower local stations. Do you think that that was his reasoning, to capacitate nationally rather than concentrate it in one place?
I don't agree.
Yeah, please. I mean, I'm trying to find out from you. I'm putting it to you.
If my memory serves me correct, General Musikidi and I at some point came up with a concept called GIST. It's the Joint Investigation Support Team, which was something similar to PKTT, where we were saying, it is more effective to have a team of multidimensional competencies under one roof when you investigate a case. I want to use one case that we dealt with, I think in Gauteng South, where the child was found dead, and we had to use all the under one roof to be able to then plot the suspect on the day. It's nothing unusual. It is to enhance your investigation. At the station level, you wouldn't have that. But at national, we can garner resources and support the investigation too. So I would say the idea was not to empower the stations, but maybe rather to just deal with the task too.
Okay. You would know better. So we know that the reality is that it wasn't disbanded immediately. You all then embarked together. Now it's operational. Now you get directors from the National Commissioner. And then you say you all developed a plan. You say we developed a plan. Who's we? For the implementation now of the disbandment over a processed time.
Just for correction, Honorable Source, the National Commissioner never gave a directive. I think the directive came from General Sibia. And based on that, then we in this context, it's myself and General Kumar.
When did General Sibia give the directive for? Are you saying he gave you a directive to develop a plan?
No, for the handing over. Nobody gave
But
a
the
directive.
handing over
Yes.
was part of the plan that you and General Kumalo developed.
There's an instruction to disband or disestablish or decommission.
Yes.
The next step is to talk about the how, the modality of how it can be done.
Yes.
That is now when the plan is developed.
Yeah. Who then gives the how? Because now the minister says immediate, there's consultation, they agree, winding down. Now, the winding down process is not the minister's process. It is the National Commissioner's process that the minister now agrees with. Minister steps back, National Commissioner comes forward, he says, here's the how of winding down, correct?
Yes.
So now he directs. And then he sends a report on the 22nd of January, as you state here, to General Khumalo, outlining. And then you now have to develop a plan on how this process, phase by phase, is going to play itself out, correct? That's what I'm talking about. You and General Khumalo then does this plan. What do you call the plan? What's the name of the plan?
The disbandment implementation plan.
You see?
Mm,
It's the how.
yes.
And who named it that?
It was us who are the operative tasked with the process.
Why did you name it that? Because now you have the how written down, developed by yourselves. And that how written down included a phase,
Mm,
which is the handing over phase of dockets in a report
mm.
and a plan that you drafted, correct?
You are correct.
You say, did you testify that General Mkhwanazi did not know about the disbandment at the time when you called him?
My call to him was in relation to the dockets, sorry. In relation to the dockets. And so he didn't know that the dockets were in Pretoria.
Oh, but he knew about the disbandment.
Post his July 6th press briefing and post his testimony when he engaged with Chief of Staff. So he knew already of the disbandment. I'm basing my answer on his testimony.
At the time when you called him, did he know, according to you?
Of the disbandment, yes, but not of the dockets having been in Pretoria.
So he didn't know that the dockets, so what you mean in your affidavit is not that he didn't know about the disbandment, is that he didn't know that the dockets left KZN for Pretoria.
Maybe let me rephrase.
Please.
According to his testimony, I think he knew of the intention, but I'll be lying to say he knew of the process that General Khumalo and I started based on his response.
I want to understand,
Yes.
are you saying that he didn't know that the dockets left KZN?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right.
Thank you, Honorable.
If you say so, in your affidavit, paragraph 59, you say Brigadier Kunene informed another brigadier that he will not be in a position to receive the dockets without a directive from the provincial commissioner. And when he said, I won't receive it because I need to hear from the provincial commissioner whether I can receive it back. That's how it came about that you had to call General Mkhwanazi, correct?
Yes.
Now, with such a man, with such clear military precise chain of command, not know that the dockets is gone? To receive the dockets, they say, we can't receive it if we don't hear from the provincial commissioner. To let go of the dockets, they say, let it go without him knowing. That's a big contradiction.
I would like to take you back to General Mkhwanazi's testimony in this particular committee, where he said when he learned that the dockets left the province, he was very angry with General Khumalo.
Now, I understand that.
Yes.
But somebody at KZN gave it. Or did National just go in there and take it?
The dockets were with the team.
Which team?
So the PKTT,
In KZN?
yes,
So someone in the PKTT team gave the docket.
yes.
I'm asking, they were willing to give it without letting the provincial commissioner know. They were not willing to receive it without him knowing.
Brigadier Gunan is not part of the PKTT. So General Kumalo was the project manager. Now, this is the issue of,
Oh, I see what
yeah,
you're saying. So
yeah.
General.
so
Gen-
Brigadier Gunene indeed could not have known.
Yes.
Yes,
So General Kumalo went to take the docket
yes,
and no one questioned because it was him that took it.
I suppose, yes.
So General Mkhwanazi was angry with General Kumalo.
Because he didn't know that the dockets were taken.
So General Kumalo doesn't tell the provincial commissioner he's taking the docket.
I'm trying to recap in terms of what I said earlier on this particular matter. And I said that General Kumalo and myself did not have the responsibility of Lt Mkhwanazi.
Sorry. Chair, are we not getting 30 minutes? What is the problem?
He is.
How do you agree without me on 20? No, Chair, I didn't agree on 20 now. You're gonna stop me at 20. Chair, I didn't agree on 20. I worked on 30 here. Earlier when I was here, my understanding was it was 30. You said earlier we receiving 30. So I worked on 30. No, it's not unfortunate. I wasn't here. Chairperson?
Thank you so much, Honorable Souls, for that
No.
understanding.
No,
That,
Chairperson. That's
yeah,
very unfair.
that your time has ended.
You didn't tell me I have 20 minutes.
Yeah. Let me remind you that
I thought I heard 18:15.
I told you that your time is ending at 18 hours.
I thought you said 18:15. There was definitely no way.
You can ask the honorable members
I wasn't here.
in your neighborhood, they will tell you the chair has announced
They threw me under the
that,
bus.
that your time is
May I
ending.
have 5 minutes to conclude?
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. You are bad colleagues. No one here told me. General, let me conclude very fast here because my fellow colleagues, who was present at the party that General Sibia gave?
General Temen, I arrived around 8 o'clock because we left, I think we were at her home. We then drove together. When we arrived, there was Brigadier Mtembu, there was General Shibiri, and I also saw Sergeant Ngosi, and there was also General Fani. Yes.
And this is not the National Commissioner?
No, he was not on this day. He was not there.
Not that day?
Yes.
Okay, so you're speaking about a different Fani?
No.
Fani.
Fani is General Mulefe Fani, Dr. Fani.
The son
Not
of
General
Fani Masimuli.
No, don't waste his time. He doesn't have time. General Fani appeared before us. He knows him very well.
Okay.
Just say the Fani who appeared before you.
Yes.
Because
So-
he doesn't have time. He is on the benevolence of the chair.
Yeah, so the other parties, all generals was present.
It would differ. Like I said, there would be those where I would not be invited, and I think they would be there. Then also they would be there when we are all there.
Okay.
Yeah. And I must
Let
say,
me rather, sorry, General, I
Okay.
literally have 2 minutes. You know, you say you didn't trust the people at the party or the generals, and you usually take somebody with. These parties, you're 100% sure there's no baby oil there.
No, it was not the DD party, if you
Now-
want me to put it.
Now,
like
why do you say you don't trust the generals? And that because you are concerned about discomfort amongst generals? That's the first question. The second question is, if you don't trust generals, how must the South African population trust the generals? Those are my two questions, because by the time you finish, my time will be up. Two questions.
Okay, and I'll answer them very swiftly. Thank you very much, Honorable Source. I didn't say I don't trust the general. I just said I had discomfort going alone at these parties, which for me would make sense. I would go there and I wouldn't know anyone and I would be sitting alone. So better I go with my sister, but also it becomes an easy escape route to say, hey, the person I'm with wants to leave.
Okay.
So it was just about the
You
general.
are very good. I love what you just did. That
Yes.
gives me chance for the last one.
Okay.
Why didn't you give the fridge to a long-serving cleaner or someone working in maintenance? You give it to someone who can afford a fridge.
Like I said, I think I acted on the feet on that day and appreciating what General Sibia, he came in as the DNC and he did. If I were to redo that decision, actually, I would do it. Otherwise, unfortunately, it is what it is.
Keep
I
on,
thank you.
keep on loving yourself.
Thank you very much.
And,
Thank you, Honorable.
Top model out of here will clap for you. Thank you for your benevolence, Chair.
In the Lord we trust. The God that we pray never fails us. Honorable vessels.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good evening. I think it's already evening, General.
Good evening, Honorable Vessel.
General, let's go back to the party. You spoke to it just now with regards to who the other generals were in attendance. But were there any other service providers or suppliers at that party other than Mkhwanazi?
Honorable Vessels, I don't know sub-service providers. And I think on that day, we were basically sitting on the side static. I know there were a lot of people, but on that day, the only person that I remember was introduced to me is Advocate Chauke, but I didn't see any other people.
Okay, so it's not normal practice. You attended a lot of these parties you testified. So it's not normal practice that suppliers and service providers were invited to General Sibia's parties, or was it?
I really wouldn't know because I wouldn't know service providers.
At this party now, and you testified earlier that General Tema introduced you to, or pointed out who Kat Mkhwanazi was, and also introduced you to his wife. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Who suggested that you approach Kat Mkhwanazi for a sponsorship?
It was General Tema, and I must give context again, because she was the head of basic policing where trainees is, so she knew Mr. Matlala.
Okay, but she's quite a controversial figure, isn't she?
I wouldn't know that one, Honorable Vessels.
So you don't know that she left the force in 2013 due to misconduct claims?
As far as I know, I think there was a case that she had to attend in the Eastern Cape or Western Cape, where there were allegations against her in terms of how she was treating her members. But I think that case was resolved and she was cleared, and I think she resigned. She left, she resigned in the organization.
And then she's currently facing criminal injuria charges as well.
That is the one that I know to have been concluded, but I'm not sure, maybe I might be wrong.
But don't you think it's quite strange that you said she knows him? Why would basic police training know Kat Mkhwanazi?
If we look at the history of events now that I know, when he got that contract, General Tema would have been at the college at the time, and I think she would have been the head of basic policing.
Okay. with that sponsorship, you said that supply chain management approved the
Yes.
sponsorship. And the question was put to you, but the police internally was already aware of certain irregularities or possible irregularities. What is strange, and don't you find it strange that the red flags internally were already raised in March 2024 with regards to the tender of Medicare? How would the head of procurement sign off on this sponsorship if there was already this noise internally, and I would assume within supply chain management in particular, on this tender?
Honorable vessels, I think some of the things baffle me. You know, when you are in investigations, and I think you don't get involved in matters of procurement or support for that matter, I wouldn't know.
Have you taken it further? Because this exposed you, the sponsorship, obviously, and you got approval from supply chain. Supply chain, we know now, already knew at that stage that there was something wrong, possibly with the tender. They signed off. So internally, there must be some investigation, wouldn't you agree?
I know that there is an investigation that is now with IDEC on this particular contract. So I think that there was action.
On the contract, yes, but on the approval of the sponsorship, have you taken that further?
No, because now you just told me that already in March there were red flags. I think I will follow it up because I was not aware.
So I think that's your duty because
Yes.
it exposed you, as I said, and if there was then a mistake made, to avoid those type of mistakes with sponsorships and controversial tenders and entrepreneurs, there should be better safeguards. And
Yes.
obviously the safeguard was not in place yet.
I think even earlier in my testimony, I did say that this actually becomes a lesson in action for all of us. Thank you.
Then very quickly, General, just on the dockets, not the PKTT dockets, but the dockets that were requested by IDAC. You said, and the Honorable Matthys took you there, that you said that it's not strange or that there's no that it's not prohibited that dockets are taken from a station to head office. But surely there must be a reason. Did General Jacobs give a reason?
I did earlier said that no reason was provided, but upon following up on the matter and together with legal services, there was a service complaint that was attached to the dockets. But keeping them in his office on the safe, that was actually, I think, the practice that we don't promote in the police.
But what steps have been taken?
General Jacobs, I think, did write an info note to National Commissioner where he clarified that there was no anomalous action with him taking the dockets, neither was the handing over. So if, for example, National Commissioner felt that there had to be action, then it would have been taken. But I suppose that he took the report as a factual report and accepted it.
And at that stage, you were the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services, correct?
Yes, Honorable.
And he was Divisional Inspectorate.
Yes.
That reports to your position?
National Commissioner, no, not to me.
Directly to the National Commission?
Yes.
But you were the one that the dockets were requested from by IDAC?
Yes.
But he doesn't report to you at all. So if you found a problem here, you should have reported it to the National Commissioner, who you
I think which is exactly what I did after picking it up. I then went to see, I think on the 28th of July, we had a discussion. This is where he then juxtaposed the time of the request together with the takedown of the PKTT.
Thank you very much, General.
Thank you, Honorable Vessel.
Honorable James, your 20 minutes start now.
Thank you so much. You're such a good chief person. General, do you agree that those PKT dockets should have never gone to head office?
I do agree, now understanding and knowing what
It
I.
didn't really also go to head office. It went to General Sibia. Are we correct? Let's just be frank now. Those dockets didn't go because this way we say SAPS and we say head office and it went to Pretoria, we need to name a person. Those dockets left KZN and they went straight to General Sibia's office where they gathered dust. That's the truth. Am I correct?
I wouldn't necessarily agree because they were kept with SVC and that would have been in the same building that he sits as well.
Was that in General Sibia's office?
No, it was in Brigadier Khopulata's office.
General, I need you to answer a few of the following questions. Do you agree that the initial audit was skipped? The initial audit, when you collect dockets, because I've been working with SAPS for many years, and I know that when we ask for dockets to be removed or maybe prioritized, you have a notification. The first step is you have a notification sent to the local police station, the station commander, informing them. Then you have that detective coming, sitting in the boardroom, and there's an official handover, an audit of the dockets before they get taken. Was that skipped?
It wasn't skipped, if I may remind Honorable James respectfully that the dockets were not at the station, they were with the PKTT.
Yes, with the PKT.
And the commander of the unit, Colonel Khumalo, is the one who brought the dockets to head office. And I think when they were here, Colonel Mdluli, Brigadier Khopulata, and the team from the PKTT then did an audit of those dockets before they were handed over.
Do you agree with me that prior this decision that the key role players were not engaged?
I do agree with
The
you.
actual team, that they were not engaged on the intention of the minister.
I don't think they were also listening to Colonel Khumalo's testimony. I don't think there was proper communication to them. I do agree with you.
And also the custodian wasn't informed.
Exactly.
Do you then agree that based on what you've just said, that General Mkhwanazi was well within his rights to refuse those dockets back?
And which is why I never questioned and which is why I never differed with him. I think I understood because.
So we'd like to put on record that you agree with General, if you were General Mkhwanazi, you also wouldn't take those
I
dockets
also
back.
definitely I would not have taken them.
Do you think that those dockets would have been exposed to tampering?
I think there was a report compiled where General Muzipe was highlighting challenges, so I wouldn't know.
But you agree that because of the manner in which this happened, someone could have tampered with those dockets?
There is a possibility that I can't rule out because I was not physically involved in that process.
So hence, it is okay for General Mkhwanazi to say, I don't want those dockets back.
As a commander of the province, I think he was well within his right.
Do you agree with me that the minister actually intended to disband counterintelligence, given that counterintelligence was investigating Kat Matlala? Because I believe that PKT was disbanded because the minister thought that it was PKTT that did the raid on Kat Matlala's house.
And in actual fact, it was not even counterintelligence. I think that was a misunderstanding or a
There was a task team that was established called Gauteng Counterintelligence.
Yes, actually, it was the detectives in Gauteng who were investigating the Amanswart murder. But they, because of the security breach, I think that has been spoken about, including the issue of having been told about the envelopes, then crime intelligence had to be deployed as part of the security of those members and as well as combat members. So people then thought it's the PKTT. It wasn't the PKTT, it was Gauteng detectives. Even I think as recently as now, again, when we were doing the awards, it was those 3 detectives actually who received an award.
So you agree with me that there's been a continuous assumption that it was PKTT
that was
after Kat Matlala?
Yes.
And not the
PK
detectives that you actually say.
Yeah.
And this is why we basically saw the disbandment of PKTT and not this other task team.
I wouldn't take it there, but I think the misunderstanding, I would agree with you.
Because if you look at the occurrence of the events and if you look at the dates in terms of how things unfolded, there was the raid on the Matlala residence, and then there was this New Year's Eve decision, disband immediately. Then you have General Sibia saying to you, you are dragging your feet. When we heard testimony from General Mkhwanazi, he also said that when he spoke to the Chief of Staff in the Minister's office, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Kabinde, told him that there was pressure. Do you see the link?
If I were to take this information as we see it in the public space and based on what you say, and I were to plot it on the analyst notebook, definitely the links would be there.
There's pressure from Sibia. The dockets go to Sibia. There's pressure from Sibia. Kabinde confirms, Mr. General Mkhwanazi says that he said there was pressure. The minister is also unhappy with the team for dragging their feet. What were the minister's words? I think it was to the SAPS officials in terms of the disbandment,
Yeah, he was.
in terms of the pace.
Yeah, he was dissatisfied with how far we've moved or how we have not moved.
So do you think we've been barking up the wrong tree here?
I actually wish I could have supported you in relation to forensic investigation because then we would know whether we are backing at the wrong tree or not. Yeah. But that is required because some of the things require more than just talking. I think we need to follow some of the issues.
I want to ask you, this issue of the fridge, yo, it's bothering me. What is the mandate in layman's terms of counterintelligence?
Counterintelligence, I think we've got two angles. We've got the offensive one. The offensive one basically deals with dealing with your threats as they manifest. For example, if you have got a threat of espionage, sabotage, subversion, but also corruption. So then you would go offensive because you are responding to a problem.
Threats within which space?
Threats within SAPS according to the Act, within the whole of SAPS.
Within SAPS?
Yes, the whole of SAPS.
So threats that would compromise the integrity of
Organization.
SAPS?
Yes, yes. That's the offensive side. And then the defensive side is looking at the people who are deployed to fulfill functions in terms of the organization. So here we are talking personal security. General Sintumule, do I have integrity for me to sit where I sit? Are there any threats in my life that could compromise information, things that we're looking at now? Do you have relations with questionable people who actually could compromise your work? So that is part of counterintelligence. And it does not only talk about personal security, also it talks about document security. I think we've also seen how people are moving documents and sharing documents. That is the mandate of counterintelligence.
So in layman's terms and simply put, it's to detect threats and risks within SAPS associated to SAPS members.
And you've got three options. You mitigate, which means you deal with it to manage it. You neutralize, you remove it. So sometimes it could even mean dismissing a person, or charging them. But at the end of the day, then you monitor that threat that doesn't remanifest.
Okay. Are they effective and are they present at the moment? Based on everything that we've heard here, how many SAPS members have been compromised? You say counterintelligence is effective and they are present and working effectively in SAPS?
For example, if they were effective, our physical security, even the stations, would be intact. So what we have done, see, unlike say security, all these are lumped within one environment in counterintelligence. So you would have people working on, and please, Honorable Malema, I'm going to use it as an example, working on maybe your office. They wouldn't just look at you. They would look at your office security, your physical security. They would look at your personal security, your documents.
Your bank account, your personal.
But in the, yes, everything, including your interactions. Also, like such things we wouldn't be dealing with because they would have been picked up proactively. But also maybe to take it further, in SAPS, the functions are not lumped. Physical security belongs with auxiliary services, and I think we just do your basic minimum to check cars that are coming in and out. We're not conducting counterintelligence.
Okay.
Okay.
General, sorry, I only have 10 minutes.
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, so with you having explained to us in layman's terms the mandate of counterintelligence to monitor interactions, bank accounts, relationships of SAPS members with certain individuals. And then with all of this knowledge, General, and at one stage I think you were heading up this department, you did not see anything wrong with asking for a sponsorship from Kat Matlala as someone who was the head of counter. The head of counter goes to someone that has not only a service provider, and remember your mandate as counter is to detect interactions, improper relationships. And here you are telling us, as the former head of counterintelligence, you approached a service provider, which number one is improper and makes this questionable, and you approached someone with 17 charges. That was more than just a sad moment in your career.
It actually is regrettable. And much as I can say it was innocent, you know, I think from the look of things, it doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound correct. And it's something that will follow me. And no matter how much I can argue it out to say it was innocent, it remains. And again, as I said, it also exposes the vulnerabilities of us letting our guard down, relying specifically on supply chain to clear this sponsorship for us. I think it should go beyond that. So I do understand and agree with you.
Sure, General. You know why this is bothering me? Because I know we have these victim-friendly rooms at police stations who could have benefited from a fridge in one of our communities. You could have much rather donated that fridge to one of these impoverished communities. So we are and the reason why I'm asking you these questions, we are not only probing criminality, we are also trying to establish the people who are in these positions, are they fit for these positions? And are they able to make sound decisions in the best interest of South Africans? And this is why I am harping on this. And with this matter, you are left wanting.
I totally understand, Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Honorable James, you are asking a question about the credibility of the company that made that donation. And you once again, on a moral standing, say the fridge could have been given to a charitable organization.
No, Chair, I'm saying we have victim-friendly rooms at SAPS, part of SAPS, not a separate organization. It could have been used at community level. This is what I'm saying, at a police station.
Yeah, the question that you ask first is, where does the fridge come from?
Where does the fridge come from? The fridge was donated to SAPS, isn't it?
By who?
By CAT.
Okay. And you say it could have been used elsewhere charitably?
In light of the fact that she didn't have the history of CAT, so even if it came from a credible person, donating the fridge back to someone who earns a massive salary, that doesn't make sense.
Why don't we say that an honest police service disposes of such a...
Yes, so, but that is what I've been trying to paint here, Chair. The fact of the matter is, based on the fact that General was the head of crime intelligence, this should have never happened.
Okay.
But since we are here now and we have these fridges, it could have been donated or given to one of the SAPs at the victim-friendly rooms. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. Honorable Nomval, your time starts at 6:30 and it ends at 10 minutes. 7.
Thank you, Chair.
It is not 6:30 now. The discretion is yours if you want to start now.
Yeah, no, let me use my discretion, Chair. I'm starting now. I'm starting immediately. Good evening, General.
Good evening, Honorable Nomvalo.
At least inter alia, one thing that is commendable from your testimony is that maybe for one aspect, if we are to be taken to court for a finding that we can make against Kat Matlala, we can have a witness who can testify to a finding that we would have made because that we would have made, sorry, because his testimony is that he attended the braai. He did not attend the braai. He went there to fetch his wife. That is his testimony. And you have told us here that he was there in the braai because he attended, he participated. He did not only go there to fetch his wife. So if we can be taken to court, if we make a finding today that Kat Matlala attended the braai and Matlala challenges that to be untrue, would you stand as a witness in favor of this committee and in favor of our finding?
Not only me, I think even the people who were there, but also further, in one of the questions that Journalist Beer was asked, even at Malanga, he did quote that he invited him on that day.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about you.
No, yes, I do agree.
So you can be a witness and say
I
he
do
was there, he stayed there for some time.
I wouldn't say for some time because we left after an hour, but when we left, I think they were still there. So probably then you can term it sometime.
Okay. So tell me, General, why did you leave DPCI? I mean, why did you leave crime intelligence to DPCI?
I got promoted.
You got promoted.
Yes.
Were there no, or was there no investigation that was launched against you?
That was
for using slush funds in an appropriate, in a manner which is not appropriate.
I like the fact that you say it's allegations. I left the DPCI, no, sorry, the CI to go to DPCI. General Kele transferred me back to crime intelligence. And when I was there was an invitation, I think, to a church service, I think, and outside of work, with one of the people linked to the Miles Monroe, what do you call it? The foundation. And later, after we went, because I think in the invite it was said that
The church service was in Durban, correct?
yes, it was in Durban. You are quite correct.
Organized by
Yes.
Mr. Marimutu.
Timi Marimotu, yes. But also there was, I think there was a Mr. Charles who was responsible for the foundation. And I remember I was in Venda when I was actually told that, no, but Mr. Miles Monroe is here. And if you can, please come with your husband to the church service. I take God seriously, and I went to that service only later to learn that only the tickets were paid for by SSA and General Lazarus. I never signed anything. He was the one who was charged, and I wasn't.
Were you not alleged to have used a car which you bought by slush fund for personal use?
The charge was that General Mdluli at the time, when he was the DEFCON, when I moved to DPCI, it was allowed. I offered to buy the car. And I think before it could happen, all these things happened. So
What do you mean
everything
you
I did
offered to
was,
buy the car? You mean from your pocket?
yes.
So the car was bought by you from your pocket,
No,
not from the
I
slush
meant
fund?
leaving DPCI. So leaving CI into DPCI, I offered to buy the vehicle, and I engaged the CFO who said it can be done. But before we could conclude that transaction, all these things happened and I couldn't take the car.
No,
I had to
I'm
take
not
it back.
following you, General. You will forgive me. I'm saying, is there no allegation that, or was there no allegation that you used slush fund to buy a vehicle, and then you used that vehicle for personal use?
It's incorrect. The vehicle was your SSR, meaning that at the time, as generals and brigadiers, when you do your covert operations, you then use that vehicle. But that vehicle also you keep with you and you use it like a vehicle that becomes your undercover vehicle. So I never used that car or bought that car. No, that's not true.
So the vehicle was purchased?
Yes, purchased for me.
Was
I
it a
paid the
Fortuner?
expenses. Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
you also used it for personal use?
Yes, not just me, all of us. General Mkhwanazi, when he came into CI, that's the first thing that he stopped.
Okay, no, I'm not saying
No, no.
there's anything wrong.
Yes.
I'm just trying to establish the sequence of events.
No, understood.
Yeah. And did your husband ever work for, was he ever deployed to the TRT?
My ex.
Your ex-husband?
Yes, he was.
Was he not implicated in an allegation of shooting a member of the public?
Not a member of the public. It was an operation that took place in Vosloorus. During an operation, I think the member who passed, he actually used his firearm for some reason. He discharged it, and I think the bullet went, and I went. I remember I drove. The R5 shot him here. R1 is his name, and he passed on that day. However, the investigation revealed that Arwani actually, the residue was found on Arwani's fingers, not on Situmule's fingers.
Okay, so there were no charges against him?
No, there were not. There was an investigation. I think it was an inquest, then a murder investigation, but then he was acquitted.
Okay.
Yes.
So you are saying it's a lie that you invited Ket Matlala with his
And
wife
I will stand by that. I never
to
invited.
your house? So if there's an allegation that says you invited them and they came through on the 21st of December, 2024, that would be untrue.
It would be very much untrue.
So you dismiss that.
Yes, I dismiss that.
So even if we can ask for footage,
And as
we
I
can't
said,
see them.
you can triangulate. I'm actually wondering, I'm an open book. If they can point at my house, I'll be very happy. My house is actually a panhandle. You can't even see it. That can be done.
Okay. I think you did not do justice to yourself and to Mr. Jacobs when you reacted to a request that was made by IDEC, because I think it was going to be proper for you to first establish facts from Jacobs. Two, it was going to be proper for you to first educate yourself about the content in the dockets before you give an instruction or an advice to Mr. Jacob to hand over the docket. Is that a fair criticism?
I think knowing now what I didn't know then, I wish that General Jacobs could have at least said to me, because the process was followed. He could have said to me, General, can we discuss? I need to clarify issues around those dockets. I think for me, I would have been in a better position.
Yeah, there's something that I would like you to clarify in your statement. But before we go there, who told you that, because we are saying in your statement, you learned about the legal opinion at a later stage? You are saying you learned on the 11th of December, 2024. How did you learn? Who told you?
Remember, I'm basing my testimony on Advocate Johnson's testimony, and I think questions which subsequently came from this house that at the time the dockets were handed over, there already was a legal opinion requested. And I think based on that, then after an Advocate Johnson's testimony, then I followed up on that because I was not aware. And only then General Van Rooyen then handed me over the copy of the legal advice which
on the 11th of
yes,
December,
on the 11th, yes.
2024.
Yes.
So the content was displaying, what was disclosing the content of the docket.
The letter, I think, is attached here as an annex, but it wasn't necessarily, it was just analyzing the validness of the allegations as made by Honorable.
So you learned on that day that some of the dockets are dockets which involved General Khumalo.
Only on the 26th of July, when General Mkhwanazi called me. And I think only after then, you can see, I only received this document from Major General Van Rooyen, and I think I received it early this year, together with the report of General Khumalo from Gauteng and that one of Colonel Phillips.
So on the 11th of December, 2024, you did not come across that information?
No.
Was it not entailed in the documents that you perused, in the legal advice document?
I actually, and I said this, General Jacobs had the docket, he didn't have to bring them to me. He had to interact with IDEC. Hence, I call this an intervention, not necessarily to say that bring the dockets to me, let me look at them. They were requested because of that section 28.
No,
provision.
General, my question is here. You are saying in paragraph 85, you learned on the 11th of December 2024 that there was a legal advice. Now,
Okay.
a follow-up question is, what was entailed in the legal advice? Was it not sufficient enough to show you that in those documents, in some of those documents, General Khumalo was also involved? That is my question.
Okay. In responding to that, I didn't learn on the 11th. I said I saw after that the report, the legal advice was only signed on the 11th. I never got to see that legal advice. General Jacobs and I never discussed it. I only after the fact, and that would have been after 26th
So
of July.
you did not read the legal advice on the 11th of
No.
December?
No, I didn't.
You only knew that there was a legal advice?
Only after the testimony of Advocate Johnson.
In this committee, no?
Yes, in this committee.
No, but I'm talking about the 11th for now of December. So I'm saying you only learned that there was a legal advice and you did not read that legal advice.
I
Is
didn't
that your
learn.
evidence?
Yes, yes, my evidence is I didn't learn of the legal advice in December 2024.
Yes.
I only learned on of the advice, I think, when Advocate Johnson came to present herself to the committee.
Yeah. No, maybe let's go to paragraph 85, because
Okay.
I'm asking this question because I want to understand what is it that you exactly mean here.
Okay.
You are saying I only became aware that the legal opinion was obtained and signed off by the Divisional Commissioner Legal Services to Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate on 11th December 2024. So my question emanates from that statement that you have made there.
If we read this in context, it says, I only became aware that it was obtained and signed off on the 11th, not that I became aware of the legal opinion on the 11th, that it was signed off, hence I attached a copy.
Okay, no, it's fine. So how do you rate, in summary, the performance of the PKTT?
I actually looked at the method or the modality that they were using in terms of how they operated. It was something that in the organization, as I said, General Musikile and I tried to do that through the GIST to get experts together. And I think reading the reports, I think when they started, the picture of crime was red. But as they progressed, I think certain areas became green and they became neutralized. So that's my reading of their performance.
And then how do you characterize General Spear's instruction? Because he was insisting, I would say maybe he was putting pressure on you. How do you characterize that conduct? Was it within his scope or he acted ultra vires?
It was within his scope because remember he gave the instruction, I think when we went to report to the minister and we didn't have a report. So he was actually within his scope to push, but maybe push how, that with something else.
Yeah, the manner in which you are narrating the sequence of events here, the conclusion I can draw or the inference is that you were put under pressure to comply with an instruction of a directive. That's what I'm drawing because you are mentioning meetings from January, February. In February, the minister was upset He said he's no longer going to speak with you in relation to this matter. He will speak with the National Commissioner. So am I correct if I say you acted out of frustration and out of pressure that was put by General Sibia in you?
Maybe not even in terms of documentation. I think the calls that would be made to say, how far are you? I think I did say earlier, those would be maybe once a day or once in 2 days. And in all honesty, I just felt this must be done and over because it became unbearable.
But didn't you suspect something when they were putting that pressure to you, in particular General Sibia, to say maybe there's an ulterior motive here? Why this pressure? Where does it come from?
Honorable Nomvalo, I think the reason why I didn't call General Sibia immediately, General Mkhwanazi refused to take the dockets. It was because he kept on saying the PKTT is investigating me, you know. So I didn't want to get involved in that muddy process. Hence, I was actually stuck to the process, you know, and I didn't want to get myself involved in his emotional issues. Hence, I would actually even handle him and give him what he wants because my thinking was, here's a plan, fulfill your role, and then the rest can be dealt with.
Okay. So the minister, when he was here, he spoke about the crime and the murder and robbery component as a reason for, as one of the reasons for his decision. According to your knowledge, when was this component established? Does its establishment mean the PKTT is no longer relevant for its task? It must cease to exist, or it must be incorporated, or its duties rather must be incorporated to this component?
In relation to the first question, the PKTT with the work study, I think it was conceptualized either around 2018 or 2019, I can't remember. Sorry, I mean the murder and robbery units. So in the provinces, you already had those units. Now, for a team to exist, it doesn't replace the mandate of the unit. A team is established to deal with a stubborn crime problem, and it does not necessarily function, not necessarily within or actually parallel to that structure. So for me, the two at the time were not mutually inclusive.
So they could coexist?
They could coexist, yes. Because the PKTT was dealing specifically with issues that were a priority for the province, and those were political killings. And then murder and robbery would continue with your generic murder and robbery investigations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The list has been exhausted. Advocate Mkhwanazi, do you have questions that you want to ask?
Thank you, Chair. I just have one last part that we didn't deal with, but it's a question essentially relating to paragraph 127.
Okay, before you do that, I want to ask you one question. General?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
After you learned that at the party where you were invited, there was a person in the name of Matlala, who you later came to know as a shady character. Okay, let me not say you, who South Africa came to perceive him as a shady character. Did you check who else was there who has also been or is perceived by society as a shady character?
Chairperson, as I reported earlier, I think there was no movement from us when we were at that party. So the people that I saw were those that I know, save for Advocate Chauke, but I don't recall seeing other people. that maybe now are deemed to be shady characters.
So Advocate Chauke was also there.
Yes, he was there with his spouse on the day.
And when these revelations come, as a senior
Yeah.
ranking police official, when these revelations come that at the party of your colleague, there would have been these characters. What did your adrenaline go up?
To put it simply, National Commissioner and I discussed the matter, and we were laughing that for so many times that we have been there, we could have said with people we don't know, you know. And again, it says, I think one of Honorable Malema actually said that you then need to begin to vet the company that you are around at that specific time. Even if you go to a party, I think it's good to know who is going to be there, which is something that we didn't do before.
And when these allegations come that you also underwent procedures like this and that, and maybe somebody would have paid for you, so you also get associated, you become a collateral.
In actual fact, I think what this did was defocus me in terms of my capacity and my work, and I think I became the face that benefited from Mr. Ket Matlala. And I must say that emanating from just that party and General Tema's interaction, if people could click and do in terms of my history and my standing, I would do it. And in actual fact, moving forward, I did say a lot of people that actually I felt uncomfortable with, even my own friends. From the moment I began to say, now I vet who stays in my space.
Yeah, General Kumalo, when he was here, he made a statement about the extent of infiltration that would have gone to the nook and cranny of the SAPS in Gauteng province. What is your comment on that?
In the police, I think we are almost close to 190,000 to 200,000 strong. My belief is that in that big sec, probably only 20% would actually be rotten. And unfortunately, then the whole sec is affected, you know. I heard General Kumalo, I think he was referring to the stations where they actually had to interact. And probably a sample of Gauteng then led him to that conclusion. But still, I would say we do have good men and women who are here because they want to serve.
Okay. So because one of our aspects that we are investigating is that of corruption within the SAPS. Do you believe, or has it been your observation that within the SAPS there are corrupt officers?
It goes without saying, one of the components that I also am responsible for is anti-corruption. I think the number of arrests that we are making on our own members, I think it's alarming.
Advocate Mkhwanazi, Mkhwanazi.
I don't understand. I mean, I think you in your conversation with the general, you don't mean that Advocate Chauke is a shady character. Because you asked the question, which shady characters were there? And in her answer, she said, I don't remember anyone except Advocate Chauke.
It's not me who said.
Yeah, so but she was
Can I
conversing with you
clarify?
through you, Chair. I'm just saying, we're not saying Advocate Chauke is a shady character.
Yeah.
And neither am I saying, I think I was saying that where we were sitting, we were not moving. So I didn't see anybody else, save for the people who were sitting close to me. And I think he would have been one of them. But in no way am I insinuating that actually he is. And I apologize if it came across that way.
And Honorable Member, even when I was asking her, I carefully used the word perceived. Yeah, so that we insulate ourselves from any other interpretation. Thank you so much for that. We must state it on record. That is not what we are saying as the committee. And it is also not what you are saying, Gerald Sintumule.
Thank you very much, Chair. Accepted.
It goes to our records.
Thank you.
Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Lieutenant General Sentimule, at paragraph 127 of your statement, there's just one aspect that we didn't deal with. You mentioned a Brigadier Majeng. Who is Brigadier Majeng?
Brigadier Macheng is a section head within quality, and I think she's the lady who actually admitted to having a relationship with Lt Mkhwanazi.
Which division does section head fall under?
It's within Division Detective and Forensic Services.
Is that the division that you were heading up
Yes.
before you started acting? So the allegation that she makes at paragraph 1, what you say at paragraph 127 of your statement is that now I can join the dots. I want to cross-reference Lieutenant General Sibiya's testimony with that of Brigadier Majeng at the Madlanga Commission about the same and claim of a request to Mr. Matlala by a senior officer to pay for BBL. I don't want to make it necessarily about that. The question has to do with the fact that your subordinate within your division made these allegations about you. And that same subordinate within your division has testified that she was in a relationship with a romantic relationship with Mr. Matlala. Is it still your evidence that you did not know of Mr. Matlala as a service provider?
I will categorically deny ever knowing Mr. Matlala, whether through work or personal. And Brigadier Macheng's testimony that a senior officer asked Kat to pay, I've produced my evidence to this committee. And I think she made the allegation, including the Ozempic. So she must provide her own, I think what you call it, proof. But for me, whatever she said, it was based on her discussion with those that she discussed with.
What is your comment to having a subordinate within your division make such claims about you as her senior who heads up the division in a forum such as that?
What I've learned with both Madlanga and ad hoc is that you are dealing with people who actually find themselves on the back footing. And I think maybe me being one of those who are vocal about this decision, I probably found myself in the web of people who are trying to now say, we're not going to go down alone. That's my assessment. Yeah.
Have you interacted with her at work?
We don't even interact. She's a brigadier, reporting to a general in terms of her work. I actually work with General Manamela, not with Brigadier Majek. We don't even talk on the phone.
Now,
and we also are not within the same space.
Leading to the part that you've just testified about, that you've produced proof that it was indeed your own funds, personal funds, that made payments for whatever procedure you may have had. You testified that you took money from your credit card, into your African bank savings or check account. What was the purpose of a transaction was that your credit card, your personal credit card?
Yes, because I had to do an EFT, not swipe, so I couldn't do it from my credit card. I think with Capitec doesn't give you that option, so I had to transfer money from one account to another. And I mean, as recently as I think day before yesterday, I did the same thing again when I was supposed to pay. My pergola actually flew, so I had to buy the roof, and I did the same thing. So that's basically how it works.
is it because the practice, Dr. Pet, is it Dr. Pat or Pet? Pert. Dr. Pert's practice does not accept card transactions. You have to pay and do an EFT into her account. So that money you would have transferred from your credit card into your check card and then to her, so three-way. Were you unable to make that transfer directly to her from your credit card?
No, I couldn't. I mean, I just gave you an example now, and I can open my app for you to see. I cannot transfer EFT from my credit card. It must go into my savings and then into my check. I mainly use my FNB account. That's my main account. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. I think we've covered the entire testimony.
Thank you so much. I want to, maybe before I make this announcement, let me thank the evidence leaders, Advocate Mkhwanazi, and our witness, General Sintomule. We have come to the end of our proceedings with you.
Thank you.
And your surname is Sintomule, which literally means do not provoke me. And your name is Kosi.
Princess.
Yeah. Kosi in Chivenda is not,
Oh, it's king.
it's not princess. And you are a descendant of the Ramabulanas. So I listen to honorable members when they engage with you and the difficulties that you may be going through now. And when I look at your names, I can safely say it on behalf of these members that we believe that you are a woman of resilience. You are a woman of fortitude and courage. And you shall be able to overcome. So when you leave these proceedings, you must live here with your head high, that whatever challenges you may be facing in your personal life with a member of your family, because you are Kosi, and you are the descendant of the great Makado Chilawusiku Ramabulana, who defeated the Boers and drove them out of Skumansdal in July 1867. 13 July 1867. You will go and fight against this, what Honorable Saul has quoted, that no weapon from Isaiah 54, that no, I know it, Honorable Saul, that no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Yes. Members have counseled you here. This country is affirming women leadership. And when you come before us with such an amazing profile and an impeccable credential, you make us to believe that the future is possible. So whatever negative encounters would have happened in your life, President Mandela has said that what becomes fundamental is that you are able to rise and face the new moment. Don't count how many times you went through negative encounters. Look at how you can rise and face the challenges as they present themselves before you. We want to thank you so much for the time that you had with the evidence leaders preparing your statements. and the time that you created. We have been made aware of your difficulties even before you came to appear before us. But you still insisted that you, despite whatever challenges you are going through, you will make yourself available to consult with the evidence leaders. They told us here that some of the consultations happened on the hospital bedside. And even today, you came here having gone through another negative experience yesterday, but you are still here. Magongwana, o sa rati pa ka bale. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are going, and thank you so much for staying until the chairperson of the committee releases you. We have now released you from your oath. Let's hear what Honorable Skosana wants to say before we.
Yeah, Chair. Ngifuna ukuthi nje siyathokoza njengoba uthokoza uGeneral angisimjwayele ngeuniform. Namhlanje akagqoka uniform ukhe wajika so angajika no ukugcina usolo uyalila. Ngiyakuthokoza.
You like it when she turns around. No. No. Honorable Skosan. This country, Honorable Skosan, this country still bears ineffaceable patriarchal scars. And in a forum where I'm presiding, I will not allow a situation where we parade a woman. We can't. No. No. She was trying to demonstrate that the procedure that is alleged to have happened has not happened. And I think that was adequate. Anything beyond that amounts to patriarchal inclinations. Yes, Honorable Souls.
Honorable Chair, this African queen has shown that African women are not defined by what their bodies look like, what procedures they do.
Yeah.
Her affidavit shows it's her intellect, it's her mind, and it's her hard work.
Yeah.
We salute her for that.
Okay, I see that you are triggered, all of you. Can I check who wants to say something to General Sintumule before we release her?
Sorry, Chair, I think before you proceed, I'm already pulling the other incident, so it's okay.
Because I see.
No,
members-
Chair. It must be noted that we never asked her to turn around. She did that on her own.
Okay.
And then Honorable Sangoni said it's not necessary, and we stand by what Honorable Sangoni said. So impression must never be created that we asked her to turn around. She stood up and she did it, and Honorable Sangoni closed it.
Yeah.
This one of Skosan is on his own.
Honorable Sangoni. Okay. Thank you so much, Skosana. Black man, you are on your own.
I was pulling your leg, Chair. There was nothing wrong.
General, I tell you, Barile Zabote. Yeah. The Bavenda Bahashu. Vanechendo. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're breaking now. The next witness who must conclude business with us is Honorable Adams. So So we are going to break for, it will not be possible for us to break for 40 minutes, so we will come back at 20 hours.
Chair, can you give parties 5 minutes, please, to ask him questions? 5 minutes each party.
I think enough. Even 2 minutes.
No, let's hear Honorable Malema if there is agreement between you and Honorable Swords. How many minutes do you suggest, Honorable Swords?
20 minutes, that's the problem.
No, it's fine. The approach that we will take will be differentiated. If there are parties that need 5 minutes, we'll give them 5 minutes. We will give you a 20 minutes. Yeah. No, if you agree that one speaker per party, I don't have a problem.